Chapter 1 of The Poison Tree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Vinay Mala. The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. Chapter 1. Nagendra's Journey by Boat. Nagendra Nath Datta is about to travel by boat. It is the month Jesht, May-June, the time of storms. His wife Suraj Mukhi had adjured him, saying, "Be careful. If a storm arises, be sure you fasten the boat to the shore. Do not remain in the boat." Nagendra had consented to this. Otherwise, Suraj Mukhi would not have permitted him to leave home, and unless he went to Calcutta, his suits in the courts would not prosper. Nagendra Nath was a young man about 30 years of age, a wealthy zamindar, landholder in Zilla Govindpur. He dwelt in a small village which we shall call Haripur. He was travelling in his own boat. The first day or two passed without obstacle. The river flowed smoothly on, leaped, danced, cried out, restless, unending, playful. On shore, herdsmen were gazing their oxen, one sitting under a tree singing, another smoking, some fighting, others eating. Inland husbandmen were driving the plough, beating the oxen, lavishing abuse upon them, in which the owners shared. The wives of the husbandmen, bearing vessels of water, some carrying a torn quilt or a dirty mat, wearing a silver amulet round the neck, a ring in the nose, bracelets of brass on the arm with unwashed garments, their skins blacker than ink, their hair unkempt, formed a chattering crowd. Among them one beauty was rubbing her head with mud, another beating a child, a third speaking with a neighbor in abuse of some nameless person, a fourth beating clothes on a plank. Further on, ladies from respectable villages adorned the ghats, landing steps, with their appearance, the elders conversing, the middle-aged worshipping Shiva, the younger covering their faces and plunging into the water, the boys and girls screaming, playing with mud, stealing the flowers offered in worship, swimming, throwing water over everyone, sometimes stepping up to a lady, snatching away the image of Shiva from her and running off with it. The Brahmins, good tranquil men, recited the praises of Ganga, the sacred river Ganges, and performed their worship, sometimes as they wiped their streaming hair, casting glances at the younger women. In the sky, the white clouds float in the heated air. Below them fly the birds like black dots. In the coconut trees, kites like ministers of state look around to see on what they can pounce. The cranes, being only small fry, stand raking in the mud. The dahuk, colored herons, merry creatures, dive in the water. Other birds of a lighter kind merely fly about. Market boats sail along at good speed on their own behalf. Ferry boats creep along at elephantine pace to serve the needs of others only. Cargo boats make no progress at all. That is the owner's concern. On the third day of Nagendra's journey, clouds arose and gradually covered the sky. The river became black, the tree tops drooped, the paddy birds flew aloft, the water became motionless. Nagendra ordered the manji, boatman, to run the boat inshore and make it fast. At that moment, the steersman, Rahmat Mullah, was saying his prayers, so he made no answer. Rahmat knew nothing of his business. His mother's father's sister was the daughter of a boatman. On that plea, he had become a hanger-on of boatmen, and accident favored his wishes, but he learned nothing. His work was done as fate willed. Rahmat was not backward in speech, and when his prayers were ended, he turned to the Babu and said, "Do not be alarmed, sir. There is no cause for fear." Rahmat was thus brave because the shore was close at hand and could be reached without delay, and in a few minutes the boat was secured. Surely the gods must have had a quarrel with Rahmat Mullah, for a great storm came up quickly. First came the wind, then the wind, having wrestled for some moments with the boughs of the trees, called to its brother, the rain, and the two began a fine game. Brother Rain, mounting on Brother Wind's shoulders, flew along. The two together, seizing the tree tops, bent them down, broke the boughs, tore off the creepers, washed away the flowers, cast up the river in great waves, and made a general tumult. One brother flew off with Rahmat Mullah's headgear, the other made a fountain of his beard. The boatmen lowered the sail, the Babu closed the windows, and the servants put the furniture under shelter. Nagendra was in a great strait. If in fear of the storm he should leave the boat, the men would think him a coward. If he remained, he would break his word to Surajmukhi. Some may ask, what harm if he did? We know not, but Nagendra thought it harm. At this moment, Rahmat Mullah said, Sir, the rope is old. I do not know what may happen. The storm has much increased. It will be well to leave the boat. Accordingly, Nagendra got out. No one can stand on the river bank without shelter in a heavy storm of rain. There was no sign of abatement. Therefore, Nagendra, thinking it necessary to seek for shelter, set out to walk to the village, which was at some distance from the river through miry paths. Presently the rain ceased, the wind abated slightly, but the sky was still thickly covered with clouds. Therefore, both wind and rain might be expected at night. Nagendra went on, not turning back. Though it was early in the evening, there was thick darkness because of the clouds. There was no sign of village, house, plain, road, or river. But the trees, being surrounded by myriads of fireflies, looked like artificial trees studded with diamonds. The lightning goddess also still sent quick flashes through the now silent black and white clouds. A woman's anger does not die away suddenly. The assembled frogs, rejoicing in the newly fallen rain, held high festival, and if you listened attentively, the voice of the cricket might be heard, like the undying crackle of Ravana's funeral pyre. Footnote: King of Lanka, Ceylon, whose remains were to burn without ceasing. End footnote. Amid the sounds might be distinguished the fall of the raindrops on the leaves of the trees, and that of the leaves into the pools beneath, the noise of jackals' feet on the wet paths, occasionally that of the birds on the trees shaking the water from their drenched feathers, and now and then the moaning of the almost subdued wind. Presently Nagendra saw a light in the distance. Traversing the flooded earth, drenched by the drippings from the trees, and frightening away the jackals, he approached the light, and on nearing it with much difficulty, saw that it proceeded from an old brick-built house, the door of which was open. Leaving his servant outside, Nagendra entered the house, which he found in a frightful condition. It was not quite an ordinary house, but it had no sign of prosperity. The door frames were broken and dirty. There was no trace of human occupation. Only owls, mice, reptiles, and insects gathered there. The light came only from one side. Nagendra saw some articles of furniture for human use, but everything indicated poverty. 1 or 2 cooking vessels, a broken oven, 3 or 4 brass dishes, these were the sole ornaments of the place. The walls were black, spiders' webs hung in the corners, cockroaches, spiders, lizards, and mice scampered about everywhere. On a dilapidated bedstead lay an old man who seemed to be at death's door. His eyes were sunk, his breath hurried, his lips trembling. By the side of his bed stood an earthen lamp upon a fragment of brick taken from the ruins of the house. In it the oil was deficient. So also was it in the body of the man. Another lamp shone by the bedside, a girl of faultlessly fair face, of soft starry beauty. Whether because the light from the oilless lamp was dim, or because the two occupants of the house were absorbed in thinking of their approaching separation, Nagendra's entrance was unseen. Standing in the doorway, he heard the last sorrowful words that issued from the mouth of the old man. These two, the old man and the young girl, were friendless in this densely peopled world. Once they had wealth, relatives, men and maid servants, abundance of all kinds. But by the fickleness of fortune, one after another, all had gone. The mother of the family, seeing the faces of her son and daughter daily fading like the dew-drenched lotus from the pinch of poverty, had early sunk upon the bed of death. All the other stars had been extinguished with that moon, the sport of the race, the jewel of his mother's eye, the hope of his father's age. Even he had been laid on the pyre before his father's eyes. No one remained save the old man and this enchanting girl. They dwelt in this ruined, deserted house in the midst of the forest. Each was to the other the only helper. Kunda Nandini was of marriageable age, but she was the staff of her father's blindness, his only bond to this world. While he lived, he could give her up to no one. There are but a few more days. If I give away Kunda, where can I abide? Were the old man's thoughts when the question of giving her in marriage arose in his mind. Had it never occurred to him to ask himself what would become of Kunda when his summons came? Now the messenger of death stood at his bedside. He was about to leave the world. Where would Kunda be on the morrow? The deep, indescribable suffering of this thought expressed itself in every failing breath. Tears streamed from his eyes, ever restlessly closing and opening, while at his head sat the 13-year-old girl, like a stone figure, firmly looking into her father's face, covered with the shadows of death. Forgetting herself, forgetting to think where she would go on the morrow, she gazed only on the face of her departing parent. Gradually the old man's utterance became obscure, the breath left the throat, the eyes lost their light, the suffering soul obtained release from pain. In that dark place, by that glimmering lamp, the solitary Kunda Nandini, drawing her father's dead body onto her lap, remained sitting. The night was extremely dark. Even now raindrops fell, the leaves of the trees rustled, the wind moaned, the windows of the ruined house flapped noisily. In the house, the fitful light of the lamp flickered momentarily on the face of the dead, and again left it in darkness. The lamp had long been exhausted of oil. Now, after 2 or 3 flashes, it went out. Then Nagendra, with noiseless steps, went forth from the doorway. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 2. Coming events cast their shadows before. It was night. In the ruined house, Kunda Nandini sat by her father's corpse. She called, "Father." No one made reply. At one moment Kunda thought her father slept, again that he was dead. But she could not bring that thought clearly into her mind. At length she could no longer call, no longer think. The fan still moved in her hand in the direction where her father's once living body now lay dead. At length she resolved that he slept, for if he were dead, what would become of her? After days and nights of watching amid such sorrow, sleep fell upon her. In that exposed, bitterly cold house, the palm leaf fan in her hand, Kunda Nandini rested her head upon her arm, more beauteous than the lotus stalk, and slept. And in her sleep she saw a vision. It seemed as if the night were bright and clear, the sky of a pure blue, that glorious blue when the moon is encircled by a halo. Kunda had never seen the halo so large as it seemed in her vision. The light was splendid and refreshing to the eyes. But in the midst of that magnificent halo, there was no moon. In its place, Kunda saw the figure of a goddess of unparalleled brilliance. It seemed as if this brilliant goddess ruled halo left the upper sky and descended gradually lower, throwing out 1,000 rays of light until it stood over Kunda's head. Then she saw that the central beauty, crowned with golden hair and decked with jewels, had the form of a woman. The beautiful, compassionate face had a loving smile upon its lips. Kunda recognized with mingled joy and fear in this compassionate being the features of her long dead mother. The shining, loving being raising Kunda from the earth took her into her bosom, and the orphan girl could for a long period do not but utter the sweet word, Mother. Then the shining figure kissing Kunda's face said to her, Child, thou hast suffered much, and I know thou hast yet more to suffer. Though so young, thy tender frame cannot endure such sorrow. Therefore abide not here, leave the earth and come with me. Kunda seemed to reply, Whither shall I go? Then the mother, with uplifted finger, indicated the shining constellations, answered, There. Kunda seemed in her dream to gaze into the timeless, shoreless ocean of stars and to say, I have no strength, I cannot go so far. Hearing this, the mother's kind and cheerful, but somewhat grave face saddened. Her brows knitted a little as she said in grave, sweet tones, Child, follow thy own will, but it would be well for thee to go with me. The day will come when thou wilt gaze upon the stars and long bitterly to go thither. I will once more appear to thee. When bowed to the dust with affliction, thou rememberest me and weepest to come to me, I will return. Then do thou come. But now do thou, looking on the horizon, follow the design of my finger. I will show thee two human figures. These two beings are in this world the arbiters of thy destiny. If possible, when thou meetest them, turn away as from venomous snakes. In their paths walk thou not. Then the shining figure pointed to the opposite sky. Kunda, following the indication, saw traced on the blue vault the figure of a man more beautiful than a god. Beholding his high, capacious forehead, his sincere, kindly glance, his swan like neck a little bent, and other traits of a fine man, no one would have believed that from him there was anything to be feared. Then the figure dissolving as a cloud in the sky, the mother said, Forget not this god-like form. Though benevolent, he will be the cause of thy misery. Therefore avoid him as a snake. Again pointing to the heavens, she continued, Look hither. Kunda, looking, saw a second figure sketched before her, not this time that of a man, but a young woman of bright complexion and lotus-shaped eyes. At this sight she felt no fear, but the mother said, This dark figure in a woman's dress is a Rakshasi. Footnote, a female demon, and footnote, When thou seest her, flee from her. As she thus spoke, the heavens suddenly became dark. The halo disappeared from the sky, and with it the bright figure in its midst. Then Kunda awoke from her sleep. Nagendra went to the village, the name of which he heard was Jhunjhunpur. At his recommendation and expense, some of the villagers performed the necessary rites for the dead, one of the female neighbors remaining with the bereaved girl. When Kunda saw that they had taken her father away, she became convinced of his death and gave way to ceaseless weeping. In the morning, the neighbor returned to her own house but sent her daughter Champa to comfort Kunda Nandini. Champa was of the same age as Kunda and her friend. She strove to divert her mind by talking of various matters, but she saw that Kunda did not attend. She wept constantly, looking up every now and then into the sky as though in expectation. Champa jestingly asked, What do you see that you look into the sky 100 times? Kunda replied, My mother appeared to me yesterday and bade me go with her. but I feared to do so. Now I mourn that I did not. If she came again, I would go. Therefore I look constantly into the sky. Champa said, "How can the dead return?" To which Kunda replied by relating her vision. Greatly astonished, Champa asked, "Are you acquainted with the man and woman whose forms you saw in the sky?" No, I had never seen them. There cannot be anywhere a man so handsome. I never saw such beauty. On rising in the morning, Nagendra inquired of the people in the village what would become of the dead man's daughter, where she would live, and whether she had any relatives. He was told that there was no dwelling place for her, and that she had no relatives. Then Nagendra said, "Will not some of you receive her and give her in marriage? I will pay the expense, and so long as she remains amongst you, I will pay so much a month for her board and lodging." If he had offered ready money, many would have consented to his proposal. But after he had gone away, Kunda would have been reduced to servitude or turned out of the house. Nagendra did not act in so foolish a manner. Therefore, money not being forthcoming, no one consented to his suggestion. At length, one seeing him at the end of his resources, observed, "A sister of her mother's lives at Shambazar. Binod Ghosh is the husband's name. You are on your way to Calcutta. If you take her with you and place her with her aunt, then this Kaistha girl will be cared for, and you will have done your duty to your caste." Seeing no other plan, Nagendra adopted this suggestion and sent for Kunda to acquaint her with the arrangement. Champa accompanied Kunda. As they were coming, Kunda, seeing Nagendra from afar, suddenly stood still like one stunned. Her feet refused to move. She stood looking at him with eyes full of astonishment. Champa asked, "Why do you stand thus?" Kunda, pointing with her finger, said, "It is he." "He? Who?" said Champa. "He whom last night my mother pictured in the heavens." Then Champa also stood frightened and astonished. Seeing that the girls shrank from approaching, Nagendra came near and explained everything. Kunda was unable to reply. She could only gaze with eyes full of surprise. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 3 of Many Subjects. Reluctantly did Nagendra Nath take Kunda with him to Calcutta. On arriving there, he made much search for her aunt's husband, but he found no one in Shambazar named Binod Ghosh. He found a Binod Das who admitted no relationship. Thus Kunda remained as a burden upon Nagendra. Nagendra had one sister younger than himself named Kamal, whose father-in-law's house was in Calcutta. Her husband's name was Sarish Chandra Mitra. Sarish Babu was accountant in the house of Plunder, Fairley and Company. It was a great house, and Sarish Chandra was wealthy. He was much attached to his brother-in-law. Nagendra took Kunda Nandini thither and imparted her story to Kamal. Kamal was about 18 years of age. In features, she resembled Nagendra. Both brother and sister were very handsome, but in addition to her beauty, Kamal was famed for her learning. Nagendra's father, engaging an English teacher, had Kamal and Suraj Mukhi well instructed. Kamal's mother-in-law was living, but she dwelt in Sarish Chandra's ancestral home. In Calcutta, Kamal was house mistress. When he had finished the story of Kunda Nandini, Nagendra said, "Unless you will keep her here, there is no place for her. Later, when I return home, I will take her to Govindpur with me." Kamal was very mischievous. When Nagendra had turned away, she snatched up Kunda in her arms and ran off with her. A tub of not very hot water stood in an adjoining room, and suddenly Kamal threw Kunda into it. Kunda was quite frightened. Then Kamal, laughing, took some scented soap and proceeded to wash Kunda. An attendant, seeing Kamal thus employed, bustled up, saying, "I will do it, I will do it." But Kamal, sprinkling some of the hot water over the woman, sent her running away. Kamal having bathed and rubbed Kunda, she appeared like a dew-washed lotus. Then Kamal, having robed her in a beautiful white garment, dressed her hair with scented oil, and decorated her with ornaments, said to her, "Now go and salute the Dada Babu, elder brother, and return, but mind you do not thus to the master of the house. If he should see you, he will want to marry you." Nagendra Nath wrote Kunda's history to Surajmukhi. Also, when writing to an intimate friend of his living at a distance, named Haradev Ghoshal, he spoke of Kunda in the following terms: "Tell me what you consider to be the age of beauty in woman. You will say after 40, because your Brahmini is a year or two more than that. The girl Kunda, whose history I have given you, is 13. On looking at her, it seems as if that were the age of beauty. The sweetness and simplicity that precede the budding time of youth are never seen afterwards. This Kunda's simplicity is astonishing. She understands nothing. Today she even wished to run into the streets to play with the boys. On being forbidden, she was much frightened and desisted. Kamal is teaching her and says she shows much aptitude in learning, but she does not understand other things. For instance, her large blue eyes swimming ever like the autumn lotus in clear water. These two eyes may be fixed upon my face, but they say nothing. I lose my senses gazing on them. I cannot explain better. You will laugh at this history of my mental stability. But if I could place you in front of those eyes, I should see what your firmness is worth. Up to this time, I have been unable to determine what those eyes are like. I have not seen them look twice the same. I think there are no other such eyes in the world. They seem as if they scarcely saw the things of earth, but were ever seeking something in space. It is not that Kunda is faultlessly beautiful. Her features, if compared with those of many others, would not be highly praised. Yet I think I never saw such rare beauty. It is as if there were in Kunda Nandini something not of this world, as though she were not made of flesh and blood, but of moonbeams and the scent of flowers. Nothing presents itself to my mind at this moment to which to liken her. Incomparable being. Her whole person seems to breathe peace. If in some clear pool you have observed the sheen produced by the rays of the autumn moon, you have seen something resembling her. I can think of no other simile. Surajmukhi's reply to Nagendra's letter came in a few days. It was after this manner: "I know not what fault your servant has committed. If it is necessary you should stay so long in Calcutta, why am I not with you to attend upon you? This is my earnest wish. The moment I receive your consent, I will set out. In picking up a little girl, have you forgotten me? Many unripe things are esteemed. People like green guavas and green cucumbers. Green coconuts are cooling. This low-born female is also, I think, very young, else in meeting with her, why should you forget me? Joking apart, have you given up all right over this girl? If not, I beg her from you. It is my business to arrange for her. In whatever becomes yours, I have the right to share. But in this case, I see your sister has entire possession. Still, I shall not vex myself much if Kamal usurps my rights. Do you ask what do I want with the girl? I wish to give her in marriage with Charan. You know how much I have sought for a suitable wife for him. If Providence has sent us a good girl, do not disappoint me. If Kamal will give her up, bring Kunda Nandini with you when you come. I have written to Kamal also recommending this. I am having ornaments fashioned and am making other preparations for the marriage. Do not linger in Calcutta. Is it not true that if a man stays 6 months in that city, he becomes quite stupid? If you design to marry Kunda, bring her with you, and I will give her to you. Only say that you propose to marry her, and I will arrange the marriage basket. Who Taracharan was will be explained later. Whoever he was, both Nagendra and Kamal Mani consented to Surajmukhi's proposal. Therefore, it was resolved that when Nagendra went home, Kunda Nandini should accompany him. Everyone consented with delight, and Kamal also prepared some ornaments. How blind is man to the future! Some years later, there came a day when Nagendra and Kamal Mani bowed to the dust and, striking their foreheads in grief, murmured, "In how evil a moment did we find Kundanandini? In how evil an hour did we agree to Surajmukhi's letter? Now Kamalmani, Surajmukhi, and Nagendra together have sowed the poison seed. Later they will all repent it with wailing." Causing his boat to be got ready, Nagendra returned to Govindpur with Kundanandini. Kunda had almost forgotten her dream. While journeying with Nagendra, it recurred to her memory, but thinking of his benevolent face and kindly character, Kunda could not believe that any harm would come to her from him. In like manner, there are many insects who, seeing a destructive flame, enter therein. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 4. Taracharan. The poet Kalidas was supplied with flowers by a Malini, flower girl. He, being a poor Brahmin, could not pay for the flowers, but in place of that he used to read some of his own verses to the Malini. One day there bloomed in the Malini's tank a lily of unparalleled beauty. Plucking it, the Malini offered it to Kalidas. As a reward, the poet read to her some verses from the Meghduta, Cloud Messenger. That poem is an ocean of wit, but everyone knows that its opening lines are tasteless. The Malini did not relish them, and being annoyed, she rose to go. The poet asked, "O friend Malini, are you going?" "Your verses have no flavor," replied the Malini. "Malini, you will never reach heaven." "Why so?" "There is a staircase to heaven. By ascending millions of steps, heaven is reached. My poem has also a staircase. These tasteless verses are the steps. If you can't climb these few steps, how will you ascend the heavenly ladder?" The Malini then, in fear of losing heaven through the Brahmin's curse, listened to the Meghduta from beginning to end. She admired the poem, and next day, binding a wreath of flowers in the name of Cupid, she crowned the poet's temples therewith. This ordinary poem of mine is not heaven, neither has it a staircase of a million steps. Its flavor is faint, and the steps are few. These few tasteless chapters are the staircase. If among my readers there is one of the Malini's disposition, I warn him that without climbing these steps he will not arrive at the pith of the story. Surajmukhi's father's house was in Kaunnagar. Her father was a Kayastha of good position. He was cashier in some house at Calcutta. Surajmukhi was his only child. In her infancy, a Kayastha widow named Sirimati lived in her father's house as a servant and looked after Surajmukhi. Sirimati had one child named Taracharan of the same age as Surajmukhi. With him, Surajmukhi had played, and on account of this childish association, she felt towards him the affection of a sister. Sirimati was a beautiful woman and therefore soon fell into trouble. A wealthy man of the village, of evil character, having cast his eyes upon her, she forsook the house of Surajmukhi's father. Whither she went no one exactly knew, but she did not return. Taracharan, forsaken by his mother, remained in the house of Surajmukhi's father, who was a very kind-hearted man, and brought up this deserted boy as his own child, not keeping him in slavery as an unpaid servant, but having him taught to read and write. Tara Charan learned English at a free mission school. Afterwards, Surajmukhi was married and some years later her father died. By this time, Taracharan had learned English after a clumsy fashion, but he was not qualified for any business. Rendered homeless by the death of Surajmukhi's father, he went to her house. At her instigation, Nagendra opened a school in the village and Taracharan was appointed master. Nowadays, by means of the grant in aid system in many villages, sleek haired, song singing, harmless Master Babus appear. But at that time, such a being as a Master Babu was scarcely to be seen. Consequently, Taracharan appeared as one of the village gods, especially as it was known in the bazaar that he had read The Citizen of the Word, The Spectator, and 3 books of Euclid. On account of these gifts, he was received into the Brahmos Maj of Devendra Babu, the Zamidar of Debipur, and reckoned as one of that Babu's retinue. Tara Charan wrote many essays on widowed marriage, on the education of women, and against idol worship, read them weekly in the Samaj, and delivered many discourses beginning with, O most merciful God. Some of these he took from the Tattva Bodhini, a religious periodical published in Calcutta, and some he caused to be written for him by the school Pandit. He was forever preaching, abandon idol worship, give choice in marriage, give women education. Why do you keep them shut up in a cage? Let women come out. There was a special cause for this liberality on the subject of women, inasmuch as in his own house there was no woman. Up to this time he had not married. Surajmukhi had made great efforts to get him married, but as his mother's story was known in Govindpur, no respectable Kaistha consented to give him his daughter. Many a common, disreputable Kaistha girl he might have had, but Surajmukhi, regarding Taracharan as a brother, would not give her consent, since she did not choose to call such a girl sister-in-law. While she was seeking for a respectable Kaistha girl, Nagendra's letter came describing Kundanandini's gifts and beauty. She resolved to give her to Taracharan in marriage. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 5. O Lotus-eyed, who art thou? Kunda arrived safely with Nagendra at Govindpur. At the sight of Nagendra's dwelling, she became speechless with wonder, for she had never seen one so grand. There were 3 divisions without and 3 within. Each division was a large city. The outer Mahal division was entered by an iron gate and was surrounded on all sides by a handsome, lofty iron railing. From the gate a broad, red, well-metalled path extended, on each side of which were beds of fresh grass that would have formed a paradise for cows. In the midst of each plat was a circle of shrubs, all blooming with variously colored flowers. In front rose the lofty demi-upper roomed Boita Khana, reception hall, approached by a broad flight of steps, the veranda of which was supported by massive fluted pillars. The floor of the lower part of this house was of marble. Above the parapet, in its center, an enormous clay lion with a dependent mane hung out its red tongue. This was Nagendra's Boita Khana. To left and right of the grass plats stood a row of one-storied buildings containing on one side the Daftarkhana, accountant's office, and Kacheri, courthouse. On the other, the storehouse, treasury, and servants' dwellings. On both sides of the gate were the doorkeepers' lodges. The first mahal was named the Kacheri Bari, house of business. The next to it was the Puja Mahal, division for worship. The large hall of worship formed one side of the Puja Mahal. On the other 3 sides were 2-storied houses. No one lived in this mahal. At the festival of Durga it was thronged, but now grass sprouted between the tiles of the court, pigeons frequented the halls, the houses were full of furniture, and the doors were kept locked. Beside this was the Thakurbadi, room assigned to the family deity. In it, on one side, was the temple of the gods, the handsome stone built dancing hall. On the remaining sides, the kitchen for the gods, the dwelling rooms of the priests, and a guest house. In this mahal, there was no lack of people. The tribes of priests, with garlands on their necks and sandalwood marks on their foreheads, a troop of cooks, people bearing baskets of flowers for their altars, some bathing the gods, some ringing bells, chattering, pounding sandalwood, cooking, men and women servants bearing water, cleaning floors, washing rice, quarreling with the cooks. In the guest house, an ascetic with ash smeared loose hair is lying sleeping. One with upraised arm, stiffened thus through years, is distributing drugs and charms to the servants of the house. A white bearded, red robed brahmachari, swinging his chaplet of beads, is reading from a manuscript copy of the Bhagavad Gita in the Nagari character. Holy mendicants are quarreling for their share of ghee and flour. Here, a company of emaciated Bairagis with wreaths of tulsi, a sacred plant, round their necks and the marks of their religion painted on their foreheads, the bead fastened into the knot of hair on their heads, shaking with each movement, are beating the drums as they sing. I could not get the opportunity to speak. The elder brother Dolai was with me. The wives of the Bairagis, their hair braided in a manner pleasing to their husbands, are singing the tune of Govinda Adhikari to the accompaniment of the tambourine. Young Boisnavis singing with elder women of the same class, the middle-aged trying to bring their voices into unison with those of the old. In the midst of the courtyard, idle boys fighting and abusing each other's parents. These three were the outer mahals. Behind these came the three inner ones. The inner mahal behind the Kacheri Bari was for Nagendra's private use. In that only himself, his wife, and their personal attendants were allowed. Also the furniture for their use. This place was new, built by Nagendra himself, and very well arranged. Next to it and behind the Puja Bari came another mahal. This was old, ill-built, the rooms low, small and dirty. Here was a whole city full of female relations. Mother's sister and mother's cousin, father's sister and cousin, mother's widowed sister, mother's married sister, father's sister's son's wife, mother's sister's son's daughter. All these female relatives cawing day and night like a set of crows in a banyan tree. At every moment, screams, laughter, quarreling, bad reasoning, gossip, reproach, the scuffling of boys, the crying of girls. Bring water, give the clothes, cook the rice, the child does not eat, where is the milk, etc., is heard as an ocean of confused sounds. Next to it, behind the Thakurbadi, was the cook house. Here a woman, having placed the rice pot on the fire, gathering up her feet, sits gossiping with her neighbor on the details of her son's marriage. Another, endeavoring to light a fire with green wood, her eyes smarting with the smoke, is abusing the gomashta factor and producing abundant proof that he has supplied this wet wood to pocket part of the price. Another beauty, throwing fish into the hot oil, closes her eyes and twists her 10 fingers, making a grimace, for oil leaping forth has burnt her skin. One, having bathed her long hair, plentifully besmeared with oil, braiding it in a curve on the temples and fastening it in a knot on the top of her head, stirs the pulse, cooking in an earthen pot, like Krishna prodding the cows with a stick. Here Bami, Kami, Gopal's mother, Nipal's mother are shredding with a big knife vegetable, pumpkins, brinjals, the sound of the cutting steel mingling with abuse of the neighbors, of the masters, of everybody. That Gulapi has become a widow very young. That Chandi's husband is a great drunkard. That Koilash's husband has secured a fine appointment as writer to the Daroga. That there could not be in the world such a flying journey as that of Gopal, not such a wicked child as Parvati's. How the English must be of the race of Ravan, the 10-headed king of Ceylon. How Bhagirathi had brought Ganga, how Sham Biswas was the lover of the daughter of the Bhattacharyajas, with many other subjects. A dark, stout bodied woman placing a large bounty, a fish cutter, on a heap of ashes in the court is cutting fish. The kites, frightened at her gigantic size and her quick handedness, keeping away, yet now and again darting forward to peck at the fish. Here a white haired woman is bringing water. There one with powerful hand is grinding spices. Here in the storehouse a servant, a cook, and the storekeeper are quarrelling together. The storekeeper maintaining the ghee, clarified butter I have given is the right quantity. The cook disputing it. The servant saying, "We could manage with the quantity you give if you left the storehouse unlocked." In the hope of receiving doles of rice, many children and beggars with their dogs are sitting waiting. The cats do not flatter anyone. They watch their opportunity, steal in, and help themselves. Here a cow without an owner is feasting with closed eyes upon the husks of pumpkins, other vegetables, and fruit. Behind these three inner mahals is the flower garden, and further yet a broad tank blue as the sky. This tank is walled in. The inner house, the women's, has three divisions, and in the flower garden is a private path, and at each end of the path two doors. These doors are private. They give entrance to the three mahals of the inner house. Outside the house are the stables, the elephant house, the kennels, the cow house, the aviaries, etc. Kunda Nandini, full of astonishment at Nagendra's unbounded wealth, was borne in a palanquin to the inner apartments, where she saluted Surajmukhi, who received her with the blessing. Having recognized in Nagendra the likeness of the man she had seen in her dream, Kunda Nandini doubted whether his wife would not resemble the female figure she had seen later, but the sight of Surajmukhi removed this doubt. Surajmukhi was of a warm golden color, like the full moon. The figure in the dream was dark. Surajmukhi's eyes were beautiful, but not like those in the dream. They were long deer eyes, extended to the side here. The eyebrows joined in a beautiful curve over the dilated, densely black pupils, full but steady. The eyes of the dark woman in the dream were not so enchanting. Then Surajmukhi's features were not similar. The dream figure was dwarfish, Surajmukhi rather tall, her figure swaying with the beauty of the honeysuckle creeper. The dream figure was beautiful, but Surajmukhi was 100-fold more so. The dream figure was not more than 20 years of age. Surajmukhi was nearly 26. Kunda saw clearly that there was no resemblance between the two. Surajmukhi conversed pleasantly with Kunda and summoned the attendants, to the chief among whom she said, "This is Kunda, with whom I shall give Tara Charan in marriage. Therefore see that you treat her as my brother's wife." The servant expressed her assent and took Kunda aside with her to another place. At sight of her, Kunda's flesh crept. A cold moisture came over her from head to foot. The female figure which Kunda in her dream had seen her mother's fingers trace upon the heavens, this servant was that lotus-eyed, dark-complexioned woman. Kunda, agitated with fear, breathing with difficulty, asked, "Who are you?" The servant answered, "My name is Hira." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 6. The reader has cause for great displeasure. At this point, the reader will be much annoyed. It is a custom with novelists to conclude with the wedding, but we are about to begin with the marriage of Kunda Nandini. By another custom that has existed from ancient times, whoever shall marry the heroine must be extremely handsome, adorned with all virtues, himself a hero and devoted to his mistress. Poor Tara Charan possessed no such advantages. His beauty consisted in a copper tinted complexion and a snub nose. His heroism found exercise only in the schoolroom. And as for his love, I cannot say how much he had for Kunda Nandini, but he had some for a pet monkey. However that may be, soon after Kunda Nandini's arrival at the house of Nagendra, she was married to Taracharan. Taracharan took home his beautiful wife, but in marrying a beautiful wife, he brought himself into a difficulty. The reader will remember that Taracharan had delivered some essays in the house of Devendra Babu on the subject of women's education and the opening of the Zanana. In the discussions that ensued, the Master Babu had said vauntingly, "Should the opportunity ever be given me, I will be the first to set an example of reform in these matters. Should I marry, I will bring my wife out into society." Now he was married, and the fame of Kunda's beauty had spread through the district. All the neighbors now, quoting an old song, said, "Where now is his pledge?" Devendra said, "What, are you now also in the troop of old fools? Why do you not introduce us to your wife?" Tara Charan was covered with shame. He could not escape from Devendra's banter and taunts. He consented to allow Devendra to make the acquaintance of his wife. Then fear arose lest Surajmukhi should be displeased. A year passed in evasion and procrastination. When seeing that this could be carried on no longer, he made an excuse that his house was in need of repair and sent Kundanandini to Nagendra's house. When the repairs of the house were completed, Kunda Nandini returned home. A few days later, Devendra with some of his friends called upon Taracharan and jeered him for his false boasting. Driven thus as it were into a corner, Taracharan persuaded Kunda Nandini to dress in suitable style and brought her forth to converse with Devendra Babu. How could she do so? She remained standing veiled before him for a few seconds, then fled weeping. But Devendra was enchanted with her youthful grace and beauty. He never forgot it. Soon after that, some kind of festival was held in Devendra's house, and a little girl was sent thence to Kunda to invite her attendance. But Surajmukhi, hearing of this, forbade her to accept the invitation, and she did not go. Later, Devendra, again going to Taracharan's house, had an interview with Kunda. Surajmukhi, hearing of this through others, gave to Taracharan such a scolding that from that time Devendra's visits were stopped. In this manner, 3 years passed after the marriage. Then Kundanandini became a widow. Taracharan died of fever. Surajmukhi took Kunda to live with her and, selling the house she had given to Taracharan, gave the proceeds in government paper to Kunda. The reader is no doubt much displeased, but in fact the tale is only begun. Of the poison tree the seed only has thus far been sown. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 7. Dasi Boisnavi. The widow Kundanandini passed some time in Nagendra's house. One afternoon, the whole household of ladies was sitting together in the other division of the house, all occupied according to their tastes in the simple employment of village women. All ages were there, from the youngest girl to the grey-haired woman. One was binding another's hair, the other suffering it to be bound. One submitting to have her white hairs extracted, another extracting them by the aid of a grain of rice. One beauty sewing together shreds of cloth into a quilt for her boy, another suckling her child, one lovely being dressing the plaits of her hair, another beating her child, who now cried aloud, now quietly sobbed by turns. Here one is sewing carpet work, another leaning over it in admiring examination. There one of artistic taste, thinking of someone's marriage, is drawing a design on the wooden seats to be used by the bridal pair. One learned lady is reading Dasu Rai's poetry. An old woman is delighting the ears of her neighbors with complaints of her son. A humorous young one, in a voice half bursting with laughter, relates in the ears of her companions, whose husbands are absent, some jocose story of her husbands to beguile the pain of separation. Some are reproaching the Grahini, house mistress, some the Korta, master, some the neighbors, some reciting their own praises. She who may have received a gentle scolding in the morning from Surajmukhi on account of her stupidity is bringing forward many examples of her remarkable acuteness of understanding. She in whose cooking the flavors can never be depended upon is dilating at great length upon her proficiency in the art. She whose husband is proverbial in the village for his ignorance is astounding her companions by her praises of his superhuman learning. She whose children are dark and repulsive looking is pluming herself on having given birth to jewels of beauty. Surajmukhi was not of the company. She was a little proud and did not sit much with these people. If she came amongst them, her presence was a restraint upon the enjoyment of the rest. All feared her somewhat and were reserved towards her. Kunda Nandini associated with them. She was amongst them now, teaching a little boy his letters at his mother's request. During the lesson, the pupil's eyes were fixed upon the sweetmeat in another child's hand. Consequently, his progress was not great. At this moment, there appeared amongst them a Boisnavi, female mendicant, exclaiming, Jai Radhika, victory to Radhika, wife of Krishna. A constant stream of guests was served in Nagendra's Thakurbadi, and every Sunday quantities of rice were distributed in the same place. But neither Boisnavis nor others were allowed to come to the women's apartment to beg. Accordingly, on hearing the cry, Jai Radha, in these forbidden precincts, one of the inmates exclaimed, What woman, do you venture to intrude here? Go to the Thakurbadi. But even as she spoke, turning to look at the Boisnavi, she could not finish her speech, but said instead, O ma, what Boisnavi are you? Looking up, all saw with astonishment that the Boisnavi was young and of exceeding beauty. In that group of beautiful women there was none, excepting Kundanandini, so beautiful as she. Her trembling lips, well-formed nose, large lotus eyes, penciled brows, smooth well-shaped forehead, arms like the lotus stalk and complexion like the champak flower were rare among women. But had there been present any critic of loveliness, he would have said there was a want of sweetness in her beauty, while in her walk and in her movements there was a masculine character. The sandal mark, the caste mark made with sandalwood powder. On the Boisnavi's nose was long and fine. Her hair was braided. She wore a sari with a colored border and carried a small tambourine in her hand. She wore brass bracelets and over them others made of black glass. One of the elder women addressed her saying, Who are you? The Boisnavi replied, My name is Haridasi. Will the ladies like a song? The cry, Yes, yes, sing, sounded on all sides from old and young. Raising her tambourine, the Boisnavi seated herself near the ladies, where Kunda was teaching the little boy. Kunda was very fond of music. On hearing that the Boisnavi would sing, she came nearer. Her pupil seized the opportunity to snatch the sweetmeat from the other child's hand and eat it himself. The Boisnavi asking what she should sing, the listeners gave a number of different orders. One called for the strains of Govinda Adhikari, another Gopala Aure. She who was reading Dasu Rai's poem desired to have it sung. 2 or 3 asked for the old stories about Krishna. They were divided as to whether they would hear about the companions or about the separation. Some wanted to hear of his herding the cows in his youth. One shameless girl called out, If you do not sing such and such a passage, I will not listen. One mere child, by way of teaching the Boisnavi, sang some nonsensical syllables. The Boisnavi, listening to the different demands, gave a momentary glance at Kunda, saying, Have you no commands to give? Kunda, ashamed, bent her head smiling, but did not speak aloud. She whispered in the ear of a companion, "Mention some hymn." The companion said, "Kunda desires that you will sing a hymn." The Baisnavi then began a hymn. Kunda, seeing that the Baisnavi had neglected all other commands to obey hers, was much abashed. Haridasi, striking gently on her tambourine as if in sport, recited in a gentle voice some few notes like the murmuring of a bee in early spring or a bashful bride's first loving speech to her husband. Then suddenly she produced from that insignificant tambourine, as though with the fingers of a powerful musician, sounds like the crashing of the clouds in thunder, making the frames of her hearers shrink within them as she sang in tones more melodious than those of the Apsaras, celestial singing women. The ladies, astonished and enchanted, heard the Baisnavi's unequaled voice filling the court with sound that ascended to the skies. What could secluded women understand of the method of that singing? An intelligent person would have comprehended that this perfect singing was not due to natural gifts alone. The Baisnavi, whoever she might be, had received a thorough scientific training in music, and though young, she was very proficient. The Baisnavi, having finished her song, was urged by the ladies to sing again. Haridasi, looking with thirsty eyes at Kunda, sang the following song from Krishna's address to Radhika. The Baisnavi's song. To see thy beauteous lily face, I come expectant to this place. Let me, O Rai, thy feet embrace. To deprecate thy sullen ire, therefore I come in strange attire. Revive me, Radha, kindness speak. Clasping thy feet, my home I would seek. Of thy fair form to catch a ray, from door to door with flute I stray. When thy soft name it murmurs low, mine eyes with sudden tears overflow. If thou wilt not my pardon speak, the banks of Jamna's stream I will seek. Will break my flute and yield my life, O cease thy wrath and end the strife. The joys of Braj I have cast aside, a slave before thy feet to abide. Thine anklets round my neck I will bind, in Jamna's stream I will refuge find. The song over, the Baisnavi, looking at Kunda, said, "Singing has made me thirsty. Give me some water." Kunda brought water in a vessel, but the Baisnavi said, "I will not touch your vessel. Come near and pour some water into my hands. I was not born a Vaisnavi." By this she gave it to be understood that she was formerly of some unholy caste and had since become a Vaisnavi. In reply to her words, Kunda went behind her so as to pour the water into her hands. They were at such a distance from the rest that words spoken gently could not be heard by any of them. Kunda poured the water and the Vaisnavi washed her hands and face. While thus engaged, the latter murmured, "Are you not Kunda?" In astonishment, Kunda replied, "Why do you ask? Have you ever seen your mother-in-law?" No. Kunda had heard that her mother-in-law, having lost her good name, had left the place. Then said the Vaisnavi, "Your mother-in-law is here now. She is in my house and is crying bitterly to be allowed to see you for once. She dare not show her face to the mistress of this house. Why should you not go with me to see her? Notwithstanding her fault, she is still your mother-in-law." Although Kunda was simple, she understood quite well that she should not acknowledge any connection with such a relation. Therefore, she merely shook her head at the Vaisnavi's words and refused her assent. But the Vaisnavi would not take a refusal. Again she urged the matter. Kunda replied, "I cannot go without the Grihani's permission." This Haridasi forbade. "You must not speak to the house mistress. She will not let you go. It may be she will send for your Sasuri, mother-in-law. In that case, your mother-in-law would flee the country." The more the Vaisnavi insisted, the more Kunda refused to go without the Grihani's permission. Haridasi, having no other resource, said, "Very well, put the thing nicely to the Grihani. I will come another day and take you. Mind you put it prudently, and shed some tears also, else she will not consent." Even to this, Kunda did not consent. She would not say either yes or no. Haridasi, having finished purifying her face and hands, turned to the ladies and asked for contributions. At this moment, Surajmukhi came amongst them. The desultory talk ceased, and the younger women, all pretending some occupation, sat down. Surajmukhi, examining the Vaisnavi from head to foot, inquired, "Who are you?" An aunt of Nagendra's explained, "She is a Vaisnavi who came to sing. I never heard such beautiful singing. Will you let her sing for you? Sing something about the goddesses." Haridasi, having sung a beautiful piece about Sham, Surajmukhi, enchanted, dismissed her with a handsome present. The Vaisnavi, making a profound salute, cast one more glance at Kunda and went away. Once out of the range of Surajmukhi's eyes, she made a few gentle taps on the tambourine, singing softly, "Ah, my darling, I will give you honey to eat, golden robes to wear. I will fill your flask with attar, and your jar with water of rose, your box with spice prepared by my own hand." The Vaisnavi being gone, the women could talk of nothing else for some time. First they praised her highly, then began to point out her defects. Biraj said, "She is beautiful, but her nose is somewhat flat." Bama remarked, "Her complexion is too pale." Chandramukhi added, "Her hair is like tow." Kapil said, "Her forehead is too high." Kamala said, "Her lips are thick." Harani observed, "Her figure is very wooden." Pramda added, "The woman's bust is like that of a play actor. It has no grace." In this manner, it soon appeared that the beautiful Vaisnavi was of unparalleled ugliness. Then Lalita said, "Whatever her looks may be, she sings beautifully." But even this was not admitted. Chandramukhi said the singing was chorus. Mukta Keshi confirmed this criticism. Ananga said, "The woman does not know any songs. She could not even give us one of Dasurai's songs." Kanak said, "She does not understand time." Thus it appeared that Haridasi Vaisnavi was not only extremely ugly, but that her singing was of the worst description. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 8. The Babu. Haridasi Vaisnavi, having left the house of the Datta family, went to Devipur. At this place there is a flower garden surrounded by painted iron railings. It is well stocked with fruit trees and flowering shrubs. In the center is a tank upon the edges of which stands a garden house. Entering a private room in this house, Haridasi threw off her dress. Suddenly that dense mass of hair fell from the head. The locks were borrowed. The bust also fell away. It was made of cloth. After putting on suitable apparel and removing the Vaisnavi garments, there stood forth a strikingly handsome young man of about 25 years of age. Having no hair on his face, he looked quite a youth. In feature, he was very handsome. This young man was Devendra Babu, of whom we have before had some slight knowledge. Devendra and Nagendra were sprung from the same family, but between the two branches there had been feud for successive generations, so that the members of the Devipur family were not on speaking terms with those of Govindpur. From generation to generation there had been lawsuits between the two houses. At length, in an important suit, the grandfather of Nagendra had defeated the grandfather of Devendra, and since that time the Devipur family had been powerless. All their money was swallowed up in law expenses, and the Govindpur house had bought up all their estates. From that time the position of the Devipur family had declined, that of the other increased. The two branches no longer united. Devendra's father had sought in one way to restore the fallen fortunes of his house. Another zamindar named Ganesh dwelt in the Haripur district. He had one unmarried daughter, Hembati, who was given to Devendra in marriage. Hembati had many virtues. She was ugly, ill-tempered, unamiable, selfish. Up to the time of his marriage with her, Debendra's character had been without stain. He had been very studious and was by nature steady and truth loving. But that marriage had been fatal to him. When Devendra came to years of discretion, he perceived that on account of his wife's disposition, there was no hope of domestic happiness for him. With manhood, there arose in him a love for beauty, but in his own house, this was denied to him. With manhood, there came a desire for conjugal affection, but the mere sight of the unamiable Hembati quenched the desire. Putting happiness out of the question, Devendra perceived that it would be difficult to stay in the house to endure the venom of Hembati's tongue. One day, Hembati poured forth abuse on her husband. He had endured much. He could endure no more. He dragged Hembati by the hair and kicked her. From that day, deserting his home, he went to Calcutta, leaving orders that a small house should be built for him in the garden. Before this occurred, the father of Devendra had died. Therefore, he was independent. In Calcutta, he plunged into vicious pursuits to allay his unsatisfied desires and then strove to wash away his heart's reproaches in wine. After that, he ceased to feel any remorse. He took delight in vice. When he had learned what Calcutta could teach him in regard to luxury, Devendra returned to his native place and taking up his abode in the garden house gave himself up to the indulgence of his recently acquired tastes. Devendra had learned many peculiar fashions in Calcutta. On returning to Devipur, he called himself a reformer. First, he established a Brahmo Samaj. Many such Brahmos as Taracharan were attracted to it, and to the speech making there was no limit. He also thought of opening a female school, but this required too much effort. He could not do it. About widow marriage, he was very zealous. One or two such marriages had been arranged, the widows being of low caste, but the credit of these was due not to him but to the contracting parties. He had been of one mind with Taracharan about breaking the chains of the Zanana. Both had said, let women come out. In this matter, Devendra was very successful. But then this emancipation had in his mind a special meaning. When Devendra on his return from Govindpur had thrown off his disguise and resumed his natural appearance, he took his seat in the next room. His servant, having prepared a pain-relieving hookah, placed the snake in front of him. Devendra spent some time in the service of that fatigue-destroying goddess, tobacco. He is not worthy to be called a man who does not know the luxury of tobacco. O satisfier of the hearts of all, O word enchantress, may we ever be devoted to thee. Your vehicles, the hookah, the pipe, let them ever remain before us. At the mere sight of them we shall obtain heavenly delight. O hookah, thou that sendest forth volumes of curling smoke, that hast a winding tube shaming the serpent, O ball that beautifies thy top, how graceful are the chains of thy turban, how great is the beauty of thy curved mouthpiece, how sonorous the murmur of the ice-cool water in thy depths, O word enchantress, O soother of the fatigues of man, employer of the idle, comforter of the henpecked husband's heart, encourager of timid dependents, who can know thy glory? Soother of the sorrowing, thou givest courage to the timid, intellect to the stupid, peace to the angry. O bestower of blessings, giver of all happiness, appear in undiminished power in my room. Let your sweet scent increase daily. Let your cool waters continue to rumble in your depths. Let your mouthpiece ever be glued to my lips. Pleasure-loving Devendra enjoyed the favor of this great goddess as long as he would, but yet he was not satisfied. He proceeded to worship another great power. In the hand of his servant was displayed a number of straw-covered bottles. Then on that white, soft, spacious bed, a gold-coloured mat being laid, a spirit stand was placed thereon, and the sunset-coloured liquid goddess poured into the power-giving decanter. A cut-glass tumbler and plated jug served as utensils for worship. From the kitchen, a black, ugly priest came, bearing hot dishes of roast mutton and cutlets to take the place of the sacred flowers. Then Devendra, as a devoted worshipper, sat down to perform the rites. Then came a troop of singers and musicians and concluded the ceremonies with their music and songs. At length, a young man of about Devendra's age, of a placid countenance, came and sat with him. This was his cousin Surendra. Surendra was in every respect the opposite of Devendra, yet the latter was much attached to his cousin. He heeded no one in the world but him. Every night Surendra came to see him, but fearing the wine, he would only sit a few minutes. When all were gone, Surendra asked Devendra, "How are you today?" "The body," replied Devendra, "is the temple of disease." "Yours is especially," said his cousin. "Have you fever today?" "No." "Is your liver out of order?" "It is as before." "Would it not be better to refrain from these excesses?" "What? Drinking? How often will you speak of that? Wine is my constant companion," said Devendra. "But why should it be?" replied Surendra. "Wine was not born with you. You can't take it away with you. Many give it up. Why should not you do so? What have I to gain by giving it up? Those who do so have some happiness in prospect, and therefore give it up. For me, there is no happiness." "Then to save your life, give it up. Those to whom life brings happiness may give up wine. But what have I to gain by living?" Surendra's eyes filled with tears. Full of love for his friend, he urged, "Then for my sake, give it up." Tears came into the eyes of Devendra as he said, "No one but yourself urges me to walk in virtuous paths. If I ever do give it up, it will be for your sake. And what? If ever I hear that my wife is dead, I will give up drink. Otherwise, whether I live or die, I care not." Surendra, with moist eyes, mentally anathematizing Hemvati, took his leave. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 9. Suraj Mukhi's Letter. Dearest Srimati Kamal Dasi, long may you live. I am ashamed to address you any longer with the blessing. You have become a woman and the mistress of a house. Still, I cannot think of you otherwise than as my younger sister. I have brought you up to womanhood. I taught you your letters. But now, when I see your writing, I am ashamed to send this scrawl. But of what use to be ashamed? My day is over. Were it not so, how should I be in this condition? What condition? It is a thing I cannot speak of to anyone. Should I do so, there will be sorrow and shame. Yet if I do not tell someone of my heart's trouble, I cannot endure it. To whom can I speak? You are my beloved sister. Except you, no one loves me. Also it concerns your brother. I can speak of it to no one but you. I have prepared my own funeral pyre. If I had not cared for Kunda Nandini and she had died, would that have been any loss to me? God cares for so many others. Would he not have cared for her? Why did I bring her home to my own destruction? When you saw that unfortunate being, she was a child. Now she is 17 or 18. I admit she is beautiful. Her beauty is fatal to me. If I have any happiness on earth, it is in my husband. If I care about anything in this world, it is for my husband. If there is any wealth belonging to me, it is my husband. This husband, Kunda Nandini, is snatching from me. If I have a desire on earth, it is for my husband's love. Of that love, Kunda Nandini is cheating me. Do not think evil of your brother. I am not reproaching him. He is virtuous. Not even his enemies can find a fault in him. I can see daily that he tries to subdue his heart. Wherever Kunda Nandini may happen to be, from that spot, if possible, he averts his eyes. Unless there is absolute necessity, he does not speak her name. He is even harsh towards her. I have heard him scold her when she has committed no fault. Then why am I writing all this trash? Should a man ask this question, it would be difficult to make him understand. But you, being a woman, will comprehend. If Kunda Nandini is in his eyes but as other women, why is he so careful not to look towards her? Why take such pains to avoid speaking her name? He is conscious of guilt towards Kunda Nandini. Therefore, he scolds her without cause. That anger is not with her, but with himself. That scolding is not for her, but for himself. This I can understand. I, who have been so long devoted to him, who within and without see only him, if I but see his shadow, I can tell his thoughts. What can he hide from me? Occasionally, when his mind is absent, his eyes wander hither and thither. Do I not know what they are seeking? If he meets it, again becoming troubled, he withdraws his eyes. Can I not understand that? For whose voice is he listening at meal times when he pauses in the act of carrying food to his mouth? And when Kunda's tones reach his ear and he fastens to eat his meal, can one not understand that? My beloved always had a gracious countenance. Why is he now always so absent minded? If one speaks to him, he does not hear, but gives an absent answer. If, becoming angry, I say, May I die? Paying no attention, he answers, Yes. If I ask where his thoughts are, he says, With his lawsuits. But I know they have no place in his mind. When he speaks of his lawsuits, he is always merry. Another point. One day the old women of the neighborhood were speaking of Kundanandini, pitying her young widowhood, her unprotected condition. Your brother came up. From within I saw his eyes fill with tears. He turned away and left them quickly. The other day I engaged a new servant. Her name is Kumuda. Sometimes the Babu calls Kumuda. When so doing, he often slips out the name Kunda instead of Kumuda. Then how confused he is! Why should he be confused? I cannot say he is neglectful of me or unaffectionate. Rather, he is more attentive than before, more affectionate. The reason of this I fully understand. He is conscious of fault towards me, but I know that I have no longer a place in his heart. Attention is one thing, love quite another. The difference between these two we women can easily understand. There is another amusing matter. A learned Pandit in Calcutta named Iswar Chandra Vidyasagar has published a book on the marriage of widows. If he, who would establish the custom of marrying widows, is a Pandit, then who can be called a dunce? Just now, the Brahman Bhattacharya bringing the book into the Boita Khana, there was a great discussion. After much talk in favor of widow marriage, the Brahman, taking 10 rupees from the Babu for the repairs of the Tot, the village school in which Sanskrit is taught, went his way. On the following day, Sharba Boham Thakur replied on the same subject. I had some golden bracelets made for his daughter's wedding. No one else was in favor of widow marriage. I have taken up much time in wearying you with my sorrows. Do I not know how vexed you will be? But what can I do, sister? If I do not tell you my sorrows, to whom shall I tell them? I have not said all yet, but hoping for some relief from you has calmed me a little. Say nothing of this to anyone. Above all, I conjure you, show not this letter to your husband. Will you not come and see me? If you will come now, your presence will heal many of my troubles. Send me quickly news of your husband and of your child. Surajmukhi. P.S. Another word. If I can get rid of this girl, I may be happy once more. But how to get rid of her? Can you take her? Would you not fear to do so? Kamal Mani replied, You have become quite foolish, else how can you doubt your husband's heart? Do not lose faith in him. If you really cannot trust him, you had better drown yourself. I, Kamal Mani, tell you, you had better drown yourself. She who can no longer trust her husband had better die. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 10, The Sprout. On the course of a short time, Nagendra's whole nature was changed. As at eventide, in the hot season, the clear sky becomes suddenly veiled in cloud, so Nagendra's mind became clouded. Surajmukhi wept secretly. She thought to herself, I will take Kamal Mani's advice. Why should I doubt my husband's heart? His heart is firm as the hills. I am under a delusion. Perhaps he is suffering in health. Alas, Surajmukhi was building a bridge of sand. In the house there dwelt a sort of doctor. Surajmukhi was the house mistress. Sitting behind the parda, a half-transparent screen, she held converse with everyone, the person addressed remaining in the veranda. Calling the doctor, Surajmukhi said, The Babu is not well. Why do you not give him medicine? Is he ill? I did not know of it. I have heard nothing. Has not the Babu told you? No. What is the matter? What is the matter? Are you a doctor? And do you ask that? Do I know? The doctor was nonplussed and saying, I will go and inquire. He was about to leave, but Surajmukhi, calling him back, said, Do not ask the Babu about it. Give him some medicine. The doctor thought this a peculiar sort of treatment, but there was no lack of medicine in the house, and going to the dispensary, he composed a draught of soda, port wine, and some simple drugs, and filling a bottle, labelled it to be taken twice a day. Surajmukhi took the physic to her husband and requested him to drink it. Nagendra, taking the bottle, read the inscription and hurling it away, struck a cat with it. The cat fled, her tail drenched with the physic. Surajmukhi said, If you will not take the medicine, at least tell me what is your complaint. Nagendra, annoyed, said, What complaint have I? Look at yourself, replied Surajmukhi, and see how thin you have become. And she held a mirror before him. Nagendra, taking the mirror from her, threw it down and smashed it to atoms. Surajmukhi began to weep. With an angry look, Nagendra went away. Meeting a servant in the outer room, the Babu struck him for no fault. Surajmukhi felt as if she had received the blow. Formerly, Nagendra had been of a very calm temper. Now the least thing made him angry. Nor was this all. One night, the hour for the meal being already past, Nagendra had not come in. Surajmukhi sat expecting him. At length, when he appeared, she was astonished at his looks. His face and eyes were inflamed. He had been drinking, and as he had never been given to drinking before, his wife was shocked. From that time, it became a daily custom. One day, Surajmukhi, casting herself at his feet, choking down the sobs in her throat, with much humility entreated, For my sake, give this up. Nagendra asked angrily, What is my fault? Surajmukhi said, If you do not know what is the fault, how can I? I only beg that for my sake you will give it up. Nagendra replied, Surajmukhi, I am a drunkard. If devotion should be paid to a drunkard, pay it to me. Otherwise, it is not called for. Surajmukhi left the room to conceal her tears, since her weeping irritated her husband, and led him to strike the servants. Soon after, the Diwan sent word to the mistress that the estate was going to ruin. She asked why. Because the Babu will not see to things. The people on the estates do just as they please. Since the Karta is so careless, no one heeds what I say. Surajmukhi answered, If the owner looks after the estate, it will be preserved. If not, let it go to ruin. I shall be thankful if I can only save my own property, meaning her husband. Formerly, Nagendra had carefully looked after all his affairs. One day, some hundreds of his ryots came to the kacheri and with joined palms stood at the door. Give us justice, they said. O your highness, we cannot survive the tyranny of the naib, a law officer, and the gumashta. We are being robbed of everything. If you do not save us, to whom shall we go? Nagendra gave orders to drive them away. Formerly, when one of his gumashtas had beaten a riot and taken a rupee from him, Nagendra had cut 10 rupees from the gumashta's pay and given it to the riot. Hardev Ghoshal wrote to Nagendra, "What has happened to you? I cannot imagine what you are doing. I receive no letters from you, or if I do, they contain but 2 or 3 lines without any meaning. Have you taken offense with me? If so, why do you not tell me? Have you lost your lawsuit? Then why not say so? If you do not tell me anything else, at least give me news of your health." Nagendra replied, "Do not be angry with me. I am going to destruction." Hardev was very wise. On reading this letter, he thought to himself, "What is this? Anxiety about money? A quarrel with some friend, the Datta? Nothing of the kind. Is this love?" Kamal Mani received another letter from Surajmukhi. It concluded thus: "Come, Kamal Mani, sister, except you I have no friend. Come to me." Kamal Mani was agitated. She could contain herself no longer. She felt that she must consult her husband. Srish Chandra, sitting in the inner apartments, was looking over the office account books. Beside him on the bed, Satish Chandra, a child of a year old, was rejoicing in the possession of an English newspaper. He had first tried to eat it, but failing in that, had spread it out and was now sitting upon it. Kamal Mani, approaching her husband, brought the end of her sari round her neck, threw herself down, bending her forehead to the floor, and folding her hands, said, "I pay my devotions to you, O great king." Just before this time, a play had been performed in the house, from whence she borrowed this inflated speech. Sirish said, laughing, "Have the cucumbers been stolen again?" "Neither cucumbers nor melons. This time a most valuable thing has been stolen." "Where is the robbery?" asked Sirish. "The robbery took place at Govindpur. My elder brother had a broken shell in a golden box. Someone has stolen it." Sirish, not understanding the metaphor, said, "Your brother's golden casket is Surajmukhi. What is the broken shell?" "Surajmukhi's wits," replied Kamal. "People say if one has a mind to play, he can do so, though the shells are broken," referring to a game played with shells. "If Surajmukhi's understanding is defective, yet with it she gained your brother's heart, and with all your wisdom you could not bring him over to your side. Who has stolen the broken shell?" "That I know not. But from reading her letter, I perceive it is gone. Else how could a woman write such a letter?" "May I see the letter?" asked Sarish. Kamal Mani placed the letter in her husband's hand, saying, "Surajmukhi forbade my telling you all this, but while I keep it from you, I am quite uneasy. I can neither sleep nor eat, and I fear I may lose my senses. If you have been forbidden to tell me of the matter, I cannot read this letter, nor do I wish to hear its contents. Tell me what has to be done." "This is what must be done," replied Kamal. "Surajmukhi's wits are scattered and must be restored. There is no one that can do this except Satish Babu. His aunt has written requesting that he may be sent to Govindpur." Satish Babu had in the meantime upset a vase of flowers and was now aiming at the inkstand. Watching him, Sarish Chandra said, "Yes, he is well fitted to act as physician. I understand now. He is invited to his aunt's house. If he goes, his mother must go also. Surajmukhi's wits must be lost, or she could not have sent such an invitation. Not Satish Babu only. We are all invited." "Why am I invited?" asked Sarish. "Can I go alone?" replied Kamal. "Who will look after the luggage?" "It is very unreasonable in Surajmukhi if she wants her husband's brother-in-law only that he may look after the luggage. I can find someone else to perform that office for a couple of days." Kamal Mani was angry. She frowned, mocked at Sarish Chandra, and snatching the paper on which he was writing out of his hand, tore it to pieces. Sarish Chandra, smiling, said, "It serves you right." Kamal, affecting anger, said, "I will speak in that way if I wish." Sarish, in the same tone, replied, "And I shall speak as I choose." Then a playful scuffle ensued. Kamal pretended to strike her husband, who in return pulled down her hair, whereupon she threw away his ink. Then they exchanged angry kisses. Satish Babu was delighted at this performance. He knew that kisses were his special property, so when he saw them scattered in this lavish manner, he stood up, supporting himself by his mother's dress to claim his royal share, crowing joyously. How sweetly that laugh fell on the ears of Kamal Mani. She took him in her lap and showered kisses upon him. Sarish Chandra followed her example. Then Satish Babu, having received his dues, got down and made for his father's brightly colored pencil, which soon found its way into his mouth. In the battle between the Kurus and Pandus, there was a great struggle between Bhagadatta and Arjuna. In this fight, Bhagadatta being invincible and Arjuna vulnerable, the latter called Krishna to his aid, who, receiving the charge of Bhagadatta on his breast, blunted the force of the weapons. An illustration drawn from the Mahabharata. In like manner, Satish Chandra, having received these attacks on his face, peace was restored. But their peace and war was like the dropping of clouds fitful. Then Sarish asked, "Must you really go to Govindpur? What am I to do alone?" "Do you think I can go alone?" answered his wife. "We must both go. Arrange matters in the morning when you go to business and come home quickly. If you are long, Satish and I will sit crying for you." "I cannot go," replied Sarish. "This is the season for buying linseed. You must go without me." "Come, Satish," was Kamal's reply. "We too will go and weep." At the sound of his mother's voice, Satish ceased to gnaw the pencil and raised another shout of joyous laughter. So Kamal's cry did not come off this time. In place of it, the kissing performance was gone through as before. At its close, Kamal said, "Now what are your orders?" Sarish repeated that she must go without him, as he could not leave. Whereupon she sat down sulking. Sarish went behind her and began to mark her forehead with the ink from his pen. Then with a laugh she embraced him, saying, "Oh, dearer than life, how I love you." He was obliged to return the embrace when the ink transferred itself from her face to his. The quarrel thus ended, Kamal said, "If you really will not go, then make arrangements for me." "When will you come back?" "Need you ask?" said Kamal. "If you don't go, can I stay there long?" Sarish Chandra sent Kamal Mani to Govindpur, but it is certain that Sarish Chandra's employers did not do much in linseed at that time. The other clerks have privately informed us that this was the fault of Sarish Chandra, who did not give his mind to it, but sat at home in meditation. Sarish, hearing himself thus accused, remarked, "It may be so. My wife was absent at that time." The hearers shook their heads, saying he is under petticoat government, which so delighted Sarish Chandra that he called to his servant, "Prepare dinner. These gentlemen will dine with me today." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 11. Caught at Last. It was as though a flower had bloomed in the family house at Govindpur. The sight of Kamal Mani's smiling face dried the tears in the eyes of Surajmukhi. The moment she set foot in the house, Kamal took in hand the dressing of her sister-in-law's hair, for Surajmukhi had neglected herself lately. Kamal said, "Shall I put in a flower or two?" Surajmukhi pinched her cheek and forbade it. So Kamal Mani did it slyly. When people came in, she said, "Do you see the old woman wearing flowers in her hair?" But even Kamal's bright face did not dispel the dark clouds from that of Nagendra. When he met her, he only said, "Where do you come from, Kamal?" She bent before him, saying bashfully, "Baby has brought me." "Indeed, I will beat the rascal," replied Nagendra, taking the child in his arms and spending an hour in play with him, in return for which the grateful child made free with his moustache. Kamal Mani playfully accosted Kunda with the words, Ha, Kundi, Kundi, Nundi, Dundi, are you quite well, Kundi? The girl was silent in astonishment, but presently she said, I am well. Call me Didi, elder sister. If you do not, I will burn your hair when you are asleep, or else I will give your body to the cockroaches. Kunda obeyed. When she had been in Calcutta, she had not addressed Kamal by any name. Indeed, she had rarely spoken, but seeing that Kamal was very loving hearted, she had become fond of her. In the years that had intervened without a meeting, she had a little forgotten Kamal, but now, both being amiable, their affection was born afresh and became very close. When Kamal Mani talked of returning home, Surajmukhi said, Nay, sister, stay a little longer. I shall be wretched when you are gone. It relieves me to talk to you of my trouble. I shall not go without arranging your affairs. What affairs? Said Surajmukhi. Your Shrad, funeral ceremonies, replied Kamal, but mentally she said, extracting the thorns from your path. When Kunda heard that Kamal talked of going, she went to her room and wept. Kamal, going quietly after her, found her with her head on the pillow, weeping. Kamal sat down to dress Kunda's hair, an occupation of which she was very fond. When she had finished, she drew Kunda's head onto her lap and wiped away the tears. Then she said, Kunda, why do you weep? Why do you go away? Was the reply. Why should you weep for that? Because you love me. Does no one else love you? Kunda did not reply, and Kamal went on. Does not the bow, Surajmukhi, love you? No? Don't hide it from me. Still no answer. Does not my brother love you? Still silence. Since I love you and you love me, shall we not go together? Yet Kunda spoke not. Will you go? Kunda shook her head, saying, I will not go. Kamal's joyous face became grave. She thought, this does not sound well. The girl has the same complaint as my brother, but he suffers the more deeply. My husband is not here. With whom can I take counsel? Then Kamal Mani drew Kunda's head lovingly on her breast and taking hold of her face caressingly said, Kunda, will you tell me the truth? About what? Said the girl. About what I shall ask thee. I am thy elder. I love thee as a sister. Do not hide it from me. I will tell no one. In her mind, she thought, if I tell anyone, it will be my husband and my baby. After a pause, Kunda asked, What shall I tell you? You love my brother dearly, don't you? Kunda gave no answer. Kamal Mani wept in her heart. Aloud she said, I understand. It is so. Well, that does not hurt you, but many others suffer from it. Kunda Nandini, raising her head, fixed a steadfast look on the face of Kamal Mani. Kamal, understanding the silent question, replied, Ah, unhappy one, dost thou not see that my brother loves thee? Kunda's head again sank on Kamal's breast, which she watered with her tears. Both wept silently for many minutes. What the passion of love is the golden, Kamal Mani knew very well. In her innermost heart, she sympathized with Kunda, both in her joy and in her sorrow. Wiping Kunda's eyes, she said again, Kunda, will you go with me? Kunda's eyes again filled with tears. More earnestly, Kamal said, If you are out of sight, my brother will forget you, and you will forget him. Otherwise, you will be lost. My brother will be lost and his wife. The house will go to ruin. Kunda continued weeping. Again Kamal asked, Will you go? Only consider my brother's condition, his wife's. Kunda, after a long interval, wiped her eyes, sat up and said, I will go. Why this consent after so long an interval? Kamal understood that Kunda had offered up her own life on the temple of the household peace. Her own peace? Kamal felt that Kunda did not comprehend what was for her own peace. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 12. Hira. On this occasion, Dasi Boisnavi entering, sang, I went into the thorny forest to pluck a soiled flower. Yes, my friend, a soiled flower. I wore it twined about my head, I hung it in my ears. Friends, a soiled flower. This day Mukhi was present. She sent to call Kamal to hear the singing. Kamal came bringing Kunda with her. The Boisnavi sang, I would die for this blooming thorn. I will steal its honeyed sweets. I go to seek where it doth bloom, this fresh young bud. Kamal Mani frowned and said, Boisnavi Didi, may ashes be thrown on your face. Can you not sing something else? Dasi asked, why? Kamal more angrily said, why? Bring a bough of the babla tree and show her how pleasant it is to be pierced by thorns. Mukhi said gently, we do not like songs of that sort. Sing something suitable for the home circle. The Boisnavi, saying very well, began to sing. By clasping the Pandit's feet, I shall become learned in the Shastras. Learning thus the holy Shastras, who will dare speak ill of me? Kamal frowning said, listen to this singing. If it pleases you, sister, I shall go away. She went, and Surajmukhi also left with a displeased countenance. Of the rest of the women, those who relished the song remained, the others left. Kunda stayed. She did not understand the hidden meaning of the songs. She scarcely even heard them. Her thoughts were absent. So she remained where she was seated. Dasi sang no more, but talked on trivial subjects. Seeing that there would be no more singing, all left except Kunda whose feet seemed as though they would not move. Thus, finding herself alone with Kunda, the Boisnavi talked much to her. Kunda heard something of her talk, but not all. Surajmukhi saw all this from a distance, and when the two showed signs of being deep in conversation, she called Kamal and pointed them out to her. Kamal said, what of that? They are only talking. She is a woman, not a man. Who knows? Said Suraj. I think it is a man in disguise. But I will soon find out. How wicked Kunda must be. Stay a moment, said Kamal. I will fetch a babla branch and let her feel its thorns. Thus saying, Kamal went in search of a bow. On the way she saw Satish, who had got possession of his aunt's vermilion and was seated, daubing neck, nose, chin and breast with the red powder. At this sight, Kamal forgot the Boisnavi, the bow, Kunda and everything else. Surajmukhi sent for the servant Hira. Hira's name has been mentioned once. It is now needful to give a particular account of her. Nagendra and his father always took special care that the female servants of the household should be of good character. With this design, they offered good wages and sought to engage servants of a superior class. The women servants of the house dwelt in happiness and esteem. Therefore, many respectable women of small means took service with them. Amongst these, Hira was the principal. Many maid servants are of the Kaistha caste. Hira was a Kaistha. Her grandmother had first been engaged as a servant, and Hira, being then a child, had come with her. When Hira became capable, the old woman gave up service, built herself a house out of her savings, and dwelt in Govindpur. Hira entered the service of the Datta family. She was then about 20 years of age, younger than most of the other servants, but in intelligence and in mental qualities, their superior. Hira had been known in Govindpur from childhood as a widow, but no one had ever heard anything of her husband. Neither had anyone heard of any stain upon her character. She was something of a shrew. She dressed and adorned herself as one whose husband is living. She was beautiful, of brilliant complexion, lotus-eyed, short in stature, her face like the moon covered with clouds, her hair raised in front like a snake hood. Hira was sitting alone singing. She made quarrels among the maids for her own amusement. She would frighten the cook in the dark, incite the boys to tease their parents, to give them in marriage. If she saw anyone sleeping, She would paint the face with lime and ink. Truly, she had many faults, as will appear by degrees. At present, I will only add that if she saw atta or rose water, she would steal it. Surajmukhi, calling Hira, said, "Do you know that Vaisnavi?" "No," replied Hira. "I was never out of the neighborhood. How should I know a Vaisnavi beggar man? Ask the women of the Thakurbadi. Karuna or Sitala may know her. This is not a Thakurbadi Vaisnavi. I want to know who she is, where her home is, and why she talks so much with Kunda. If you find all this out for me, I will give you a new Banaras sari and send you to see the play." At this offer, Hira became very zealous and asked, "When may I go to make inquiry?" "When you like. But if you do not follow her now, you will not be able to trace her. Be careful that neither the Vaisnavi nor anyone else suspects you." At this moment, Kamal returned and, approving of Surajmukhi's design, said to Hira, "And if you can prick her with babla thorns?" Hira said, "I will do all, but only a Banaras sari will not content me." "What do you want?" asked Suraj. "She wants a husband," said Kamal. "Give her in marriage." "Very well," said Suraj. "Would you like to have the Thakur Jamai?" "Kamal Mani's husband." "Say so, and Kamal will arrange it." "Then I will see," said Hira. "But there is already in the house a husband suited to my mind." "Who is it?" asked Suraj. "Death," was Hira's reply. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 13. No. On the evening of that day, Kunda was sitting near the talao in the middle of the garden. Footnote. Talao usually rendered tank in English, but the word scarcely does justice to these reservoirs, which with their handsome flights of steps are quite ornamental. End footnote. The talao was broad, its water pure and always blue. The reader will remember that behind this talao was a flower garden, in the midst of which stood a white marble house covered with creepers. In front, a flight of steps led down to the water. The steps were built of brick to resemble stone, very broad and clean. On either side grew an aged bakul tree. Beneath these trees sat Kunda Nandini, alone in the darkening evening, gazing at the reflection of the sky and stars in the clear water. Here and there lotus flowers could be dimly seen. On the other three sides of the talao, mango, jak, plum, orange, lychee, coconut, kul, bale, and other fruit trees grew thickly in rows, looking in the darkness like a wall with an uneven top. Occasionally, the harsh voice of a bird in the branches broke the silence. The cool wind blowing over the talao caused the water slightly to wet the lotus flowers, gave the reflected sky an appearance of trembling, and murmured in the leaves above Kunda Nandini's head. The scent of the flowers of the bakul tree pervaded the air, mingled with that of jasmine and other blossoms. Everywhere fireflies flew in the darkness over the clear water, dancing, sparkling, becoming extinguished. Flying foxes talked to each other, jackals howled to keep off other animals. A few clouds, having lost their way, wandered over the sky. One or two stars fell as though overwhelmed with grief. Kunda Nandini sat brooding over her troubles. Thus ran her thoughts. All my family is gone. My mother, my brother, my father, all died. Why did I not die? If I could not die, why did I come here? Does the good man become a star when he dies? Kunda no longer remembered the vision she had seen on the night of her father's death. It did not recur to her mind even now. Only a faint memory of the scene came to her with the idea that since she had seen her mother in vision, that mother must have become a star. So she asked herself, do the good become stars after death? And if so, are all I loved become stars? Then which are they among those hosts? How can I determine? Can they see me, I who have wept so much? Let them go. I will think of them no more. It makes me weep. What is the use of weeping? Is it my fate to weep? If not, my mother, again these thoughts. Let them go. Would it not be well to die? How to do it? Shall I drown myself? Should I become a star if I did that? Should I see? Should I see every day? Whom? Can I not say whom? Why can I not pronounce the name? There is no one here who could hear it. Shall I please myself by uttering it for once? Only in thought can I say it. Nagendra, my Nagendra. Oh, what do I say? My Nagendra? What am I? Surajmukhi's Nagendra. How often have I uttered this name? And what is the use? If he could have married me instead of Surajmukhi, let it go. I shall drown myself. If I were to do that, what would happen? Tomorrow I should float on the water. All would hear of it. Nagendra. Again I say it. Nagendra. If Nagendra heard of it, what would he say? It will not do to drown myself. My body would swell. I should look ugly if he should see me. Can I take poison? What poison? Where should I get it? Who would bring it for me? Could I take it? I could, but not today. Let me please myself with the thought that he loves me. Is it true? Kamal Didi said so. But how can she know it? My conscience will not let me ask. Does he love me? How does he love me? What does he love? My beauty or me? Beauty? Let me see. She went to examine the reflection of her face in the water, but failing to see anything, returned to her former place. It cannot be. Why do I think of that? Surajmukhi is more beautiful than I. Haromani, Bishu, Mukta, Chandra, Prasunna, Bama, Pramada are all more beautiful. Even Hira is more beautiful. Yes, notwithstanding her dark complexion, her face is more beautiful. Then, if it is not beauty, is it disposition? Let me think. I can't find any attraction in myself. Kamal said it to satisfy me. Why should he love me? Yet why should Kamal try to flatter me? Who knows? But I will not die. I will think of that. Though it is false, I will ponder over it. I will think that true which is false. But I cannot go to Calcutta. I should not see him. I cannot go. Yet if not, what shall I do? If Kamal's words are true, then those who have done so much for me are being made to suffer through me. I can see that there is something in Surajmukhi's mind. True or false, I will have to go. But I cannot. Then I must drown myself. If I must die, I will die. Oh, my father, did you leave me here to such a fate? Then Kunda, putting her hands to her face, gave way to weeping. Suddenly the vision flashed into her mind. She started as if at a flash of lightning. I had forgotten it all, she exclaimed. Why had I forgotten it? My mother showed me my destiny and bade me evade it by ascending to the stars. Why did I not go? Why did I not die? Why do I delay now? I will delay no longer. So saying, she began slowly to descend the steps. Kunda was but a woman, timid and cowardly. At each step she feared, at each step she shivered. Nevertheless, she proceeded slowly with unshaken purpose to obey her mother's command. At this moment, someone from behind touched her very gently on the shoulder. Someone said, Kunda. Kunda looked round. In the darkness, she at once recognized Nagendra. Kunda thought no more that day of dying. And Nagendra, is this the stainless character you have preserved so long? Is this the return for your Surajmukhi's devotion? Shame, shame. You are a thief. You are worse than a thief. What could a thief have done to Surajmukhi? He might have stolen her ornaments, her wealth, but you have come to destroy her heart. Surajmukhi never bestowed anything upon the thief. Therefore, if he stole, he was but a thief. But to you, Surajmukhi gave her all. Therefore, you are committing the worst of thefts. Nagendra, it were better for you to die. If you have the courage, drown yourself. Shame, shame. Kundanandini, why do you tremble at the touch of a thief? Why are the words of a thief as a thorn in the flesh? See, Kundanandini, the water is pure, cool, pleasant. Will you plunge into it? Will you not die? Kundanandini did not wish to die. The robber said, Kunda, will you go tomorrow to Calcutta? Do you go willingly? Willingly? Alas, alas. Kunda wiped her eyes but did not speak. Kunda, why do you weep? Listen, with much difficulty I have endured so long. I cannot bear it longer. I cannot say how I have lived through it. Though I have struggled so hard, yet see how degraded I am. I have become a drunkard. I can struggle no longer. I cannot let you go. Listen, Kunda, now widow marriage is allowed. I will marry you if you consent. This time Kunda spoke. She said no. Why, Kunda? Do you think widow marriage is unholy? No. Then why not? Say, say, will you be my wife or not? Will you love me or no? No. Then Nagendra, as though he had 1,000 tongues, entreated her with heart-piercing words. Still Kunda said no. Nagendra looked at the pure cold water and asked himself, Can I lie there? To herself Kunda said, No, widow marriage is allowed in the Shastras. It is not on that account. Why then did she not seek the water? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 14. Like to Like. Dasi Boisnavi, returning to the garden house, suddenly became Devendra Babu and sat down and smoked his hookah, drinking brandy freely at intervals until he became intoxicated. Then Surendra entered, sat down by Devendra, and after inquiring after his health said, Where have you been today again? Have you heard of this so soon? Said Devendra. This is another mistake of yours. You imagine that what you do is hidden, that no one can know anything about it, but it is known all over the place. I have no desire to hide anything, said Devendra. It reflects no credit upon you. So long as you show the least shame, we have some hope of you. If you had any shame left, would you expose yourself in the village as a Boisnavi? Said Devendra laughing. What a jolly Boisnavi I was. Were you not charmed with my get-up? I did not see you in that base disguise, replied Surendra, or I would have given you a taste of the whip. Then snatching the glass from Devendra's hand, he said, Now do listen seriously while you are in your senses. After that, drink if you will. Speak, brother, said Devendra. Why are you angry today? I think the atmosphere of Hembati has corrupted you. Surendra, lending no ear to his evil words, said, Whose destruction are you seeking to compass by assuming this disguise? Do you not know? Was the reply. Don't you remember the schoolmaster's marriage to a goddess? This goddess is now a widow and lives with the Datta family in that village. I went to see her. Have you not gone far enough in vice? Are you not satisfied yet that you wish to ruin that unprotected girl? See, Devendra, you are so sinful, so cruel, so destructive that we can hardly associate with you any longer. Surendra said this with so much firmness that Devendra was quite stunned. Then he said seriously, Do not be angry with me. My heart is not under my own control. I can give up everything else but the hope of possessing this woman. Since the day I first saw her in Taracharan's house, I have been under the power of her beauty. In my eyes, there is no such beauty anywhere. As in fever, the patient is burned with thirst. From that day, my passion for her has burned within me. I cannot relate the many attempts I have made to see her. Until now, I had not succeeded. By means of this Baisnavi dress, I have accomplished my desire. There is no cause for you to fear. She is a virtuous woman. Then why do you go? Asked his friend. Only to see her. I cannot describe what satisfaction I have found in seeing her, talking with her, singing to her. I am speaking seriously, not jesting. If you do not abandon this evil purpose, then our intercourse must end. More than that, I shall become your enemy. You are my only friend, said Devendra. I would lose half of what I possess rather than lose you. Still, I confess, I would rather lose you than give up the hope of seeing Kunda Nandini. Then it must be so. I can no longer associate with you. Thus saying, Surendra departed with a sorrowful heart. The Bendra, greatly afflicted at losing his one friend, sat some time in repentant thought. At length he said, let it go. In this world, who cares for anyone? Each for himself. Then filling his glass, he drank, and under the influence of the liquor, his heart quickly became joyous. Closing his eyes, he began to sing some doggerel beginning. My name is Hira, the flower girl. Presently a voice answered from without. My name is Hira Malini. He is talking in his cups. I can't bear to see it. Devendra, hearing the voice, called out noisily, who are you, a male or female spirit? Then, jingling her bangles, the spirit entered and sat down by Devendra. The spirit was covered with the sari, bracelets on her arms, on her neck a charm, ornaments in her ears, silver chain round her waist, on her ankles rings. She was scented with attar. Devendra held a light near to the face of the spirit. He did not know her. Gently he said, who are you, and from whence do you come? Then holding the light in another direction, he asked, whose spirit are you? At last, finding he could not steady himself, he said, go for today. I will worship you with cakes and flesh of goat on the night of the dark moon. Footnote. At the time of the dark moon, the Hindus worship Kali and her attendant spirits. End footnote. Then the spirit laughing said, are you well, Baisnavi Didi? Good heavens, said the tipsy one. Are you a spirit from the Datta family? Thus saying, he again held the lamp near her face, moving it hither and thither all round. He gravely examined the woman. At last, throwing down the lamp, he began to sing. Who are you? Surely I know you. Where have I seen you? The woman replied, I am Hira. Hurrah! 3 cheers for Hira. Exclaiming thus, the drunken man began to jump about. Then falling flat on the floor, he saluted Hira, and with glass in hand began to sing in her praise. Hira had discovered during the day that Dasi Baisnavi and Devendra Babu were one and the same person. But with what design Devendra had entered the house of the Dattas, it was not so easy to discover. To find this out, Hira had come to Devendra's house. Only Hira would have had courage for such a deed. She now said, what is my purpose? Today a thief entered the Datta's house and committed a robbery. I have come to seize the robber. Hearing this, the Babu said, it is true I went to steal. But Hira, I went not to steal jewels or pearls, but to seek flowers and fruits. What flower? Kunda? Hurrah! Yes, Kunda. 3 cheers for Kunda Nandini. I adore her. I have come from Kunda Nandini. Hurrah! Speak, speak. What has she sent you to say? Yes, I remember. Why should it not be? For 3 years we have loved each other. Hira was astonished. But wishing to hear more, she said, I did not know you had loved so long. How did you first make love to her? There is no difficulty in that. From my friendship with Charan, I asked him to introduce me to his wife. He did so, and from that time I have loved her. After that, what happened? Asked Hira. After that, because of your mistress's anger, I did not see Kunda for many days. Then I entered the house as a Vaisnavi. The girl is very timid, she will not speak, but the way in which I coaxed her today is sure to take effect. Why should it not succeed? Am I not Devendra? Learn well, O lover, the art of winning hearts. Then Hira said, it has become very late. Now goodbye. And smiling gently, she arose and departed. Devendra fell into a drunken sleep. Early the next morning, Hira related to Surajmukhi all that she had heard from Devendra, his 3 years' passion, and his present attempt to play the lover to Kunda Nandini in the disguise of a Baisnavi. Then Surajmukhi's blue eyes grew inflamed with anger. The crimson veins on her temples stood out. Kamal also heard it all. Surajmukhi sent for Kunda Nandini, and when she came, said to her, Kunda, we have learned who Haridasi Vaisnavi is. We know that he is your paramour. I now know your true character. We give no place in our house to such a woman. Take yourself away from here. Otherwise, Hira shall drive you away with the broom. Kunda trembled. Kamal saw that she was about to fall and led her away to her own chamber. Remaining there, she comforted Kunda as well as she could, saying, let the wife say what she will. I do not believe a word of it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 15. The Forlorn One. In the depth of night, when all were sleeping, Kunda Nandini opened the door of her chamber and went forth. With but one dress, the 17-year-old girl left the house of Surajmukhi and leaped alone into the ocean of the world. Kunda had never set foot outside the house. She could not tell in which direction to go. The dark body of the large house loomed against the sky. Kunda wandered for some time in the dark. Then she remembered that a light was usually to be seen from Nagendra's room. She knew how to reach the spot, and thinking that she would refresh her eyes by seeking that light, she went to that side of the house. The shutters were open, the sash closed. In the darkness, 3 lights gleamed. Insects were hovering near trying to reach the light, but the glass repelled them. Kunda in her heart sympathized with these insects. Her infatuated eyes dwelt upon the light. She could not bring herself to leave it. She sat beneath some casuarina trees near the window, every now and then watching the fireflies dancing in the trees. In the sky, black clouds chased each other, only a star or two being visible at intervals. All round the house, rows of casuarina trees, raising their heads into the clouds, stood like apparitions of the night. At the touch of the wind, these giant-faced apparitions whispered in their ghost language over Kunda Nandini's head. The very ghosts, in their fear of the terrible night, spoke in low voices. Occasionally, the open shutters of the window flapped against the walls. Black owls hooted as they sat upon the house. Sometimes a dog, seeing another animal, rushed after it. Sometimes a twig or a fruit fell to the ground. In the distance, the coconut palms waved their heads. The rustling of the leaves of the fan palm reached the ear. Over all the light streamed, and the insect troop came and went. Kunda sat there gazing. A sash is gently opened. The figure of a man appears against the light. Alas, it is Nagendra's figure. Nagendra, what if you should discover the flower Kunda under the trees? What if, seeing you in the window, the sound of her beating heart should make itself heard? What if, hearing this sound, she should know that if you move and become invisible, her happiness will be gone? Nagendra, you are standing out of the light. Move it so that she can see you. Kunda is very wretched. Stand there that the clear water of the pool with the stars reflected in it may not recur to her mind. Listen, the black owl hoots. Should you move, Kunda will be terrified by the lightning. See there, the black clouds pressed by the wind meet as though in battle. There will be a rainstorm. Who will shelter Kunda? See there. You have opened the sash. Swarms of insects are rushing into your room. Kunda thinks, if I am virtuous, shall I be born again as an insect? Kunda thinks she would like to share the fate of the insects. I have scorched myself. Why do I not die? Nagendra, shutting the sash, moves away. Cruel, what harm you have done. You have no business waking in the night. Go to sleep. Kunda Nandini is dying. Let her die. She would gladly do so to save you a headache. Now the lightened window has become dark. Looking, wiping her eyes, Kunda Nandini arose and took the path before her. The ghost-like shrubs, murmuring, asked, "Whither goest thou?" The fan palms rustled. "Whither dost thou go?" The owl's deep voice asked the same question. The window said, "Let her go. No more will I show to her Nagendra." Then foolish Kunda Nandini gazed once more in that direction. "O iron-hearted Surajmukhi, arise. Think what you have done. Make the Forlorn One return." Kunda went on. Again the clouds clashed. The sky became as night. The lightning flashed. The wind moaned. The clouds thundered. Kunda, whither goest thou? The storm came. First the sound, then clouds of dust, then leaves torn from the trees borne by the wind. At last, plash, plash, the rain. Kunda, with thy one garment, whither goest thou? By the flashes of lightning, Kunda saw a hut. Its walls were of mud, sporting a low roof. She sat down within the doorway, resting against the door. In doing this, she made some noise. The house owner, being awake, heard the noise, but thought it was made by the storm. But a dog, who slept within near the door, barking loudly, alarmed the householder, who timidly opened the door and, seeing only a desolate woman, asked, "Who is there?" No reply. "Who are you, woman?" Kunda said, "I am standing here because of the storm." What? What? Speak again." Kunda repeated her words. The householder, recognizing the voice, drew Kunda indoors and, making a fire, discovered herself to be Hira. She comforted Kunda, saying, "I understand you have run away from the scolding. Have no fear. I will tell no one. You shall stay with me for a couple of days." Hira's dwelling was surrounded by a wall. Inside were a couple of clean mud-built huts. The walls of the rooms were decorated with figures of flowers, birds, and gods. In the courtyard grew red-leaved vegetables, and near them jasmine and roses. The gardener from the Babu's house had planted them. If Hira had wished, he would have given her anything from the Babu's garden. His profit in this was that Hira, with her own hand, prepared his hookah and handed it to him. In one of the huts, Hira slept. In the other, her grandmother. Hira made a bed for Kunda beside her own. Kunda lay there, but did not sleep. Kunda desired to remain hidden, and therefore consented to be locked in the room on the following day when Hira went to her work, so that she should not be seen by the grandmother. At noon, when the grandmother went to bathe, Hira, coming home, permitted Kunda to bathe and eat. After this meal, Kunda was again locked in, and Hira returned to her work till night, when she again made up the beds as before. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of the chain of the outer door gently shaken. Hira was astonished. One person only, the gatekeeper, sometimes shook the chain to give warning at night. But in his hand the chain did not speak so sweetly. It spoke threateningly, as though to say, "If you do not open, I will break the door." Now it seemed to say, "How are you, my Hira? Arise, my jewel of a Hira." Hira arose and, opening the outer door, saw a woman. At first she was puzzled, but in a moment, recognizing the visitor, she exclaimed, "Oh Gangajal, how fortunate I am!" Footnote: Gangajal, Ganges water, a pet name given by Hira to Malti. To receive this at the moment of death is essential to salvation. Therefore, Hira expresses the hope to meet Malti in the hour of death. End footnote. Hira's Gangajal was Malti, the milk woman whose home was at Devipur near Devendra Babu's house. She was a merry woman from 30 to 32 years of age, dressed in a sari and wearing shell bracelets, her lips red from the spices she ate. Her complexion was almost fair, with red spots on her cheeks, her nose flat, her temples tattooed, a quid of tobacco in her cheek. Malti was not a servant of Devendra's, not even a dependent, but yet a follower. The services that others refused to perform he obtained from her. At sight of this woman, the cunning Hira said, Sister Gangajal, may I meet you at my last moment? But why have you come now? Malti whispered. Devendra Babu wants you. Hira with a laugh. Are you not to get anything? Malti answered. You best know what you mean. Come at once. As Hira decided to go, she told Kunda that she was called to her master's house and must go to see what was wanted. Then, extinguishing the light, she put on her dress and ornaments and accompanied Gangajal, the two singing as they went some love song. Hira went alone into Devendra's boita khana. He had been drinking, but not heavily. He was quite sensible. His manner to Hira was altogether changed. He paid her no compliments, but said, I had taken so much that evening that I did not understand what you said. Why did you come that night? It is to know this that I have sent for you. You told me Kunda Nandini sent you, but you did not give her message. I suppose that was because you found me so much overcome. But you can tell me now. Kunda Nandini did not send me to say anything. Then why did you come? Replied Devendra. I only came to see you. Devendra laughed. You are very intelligent. Nagendra Babu is fortunate in possessing such a servant. I thought the talk about Kunda Nandini was a mere pretense. You came to inquire after Haridasi Boisnavi. You came to know my design in wearing the Vaisnavi garb. Why I went to the Datta house, this you came to learn, and in part you accomplished your purpose. I do not seek to hide the matter. You did your master's work and have received your reward from him, no doubt. I have a commission for you. Do it, and I also will reward you. It would be an unpleasant task to relate in detail the speech of a man so deeply sunk in voice. Devendra, promising Hira an abundant reward, proposed to buy Kunda Nandini. At his words, Hira's eyes reddened. Her ears became like fire. When he had finished, she rose and said, Sir, addressing me as a servant, you have said this to me. It is not for me to reply. I will tell my master, and he will give you a suitable answer. Then she went quickly out. For some moments, Devendra sat puzzled and cowed. Then, to revive himself, he returned to the brandy and the songs in which he usually indulged. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 16. Hira's Envy. Rising in the morning, Hira went to her work. For the past 2 days there had been a great tumult in the Datta house because Kunda Nandini was not to be found. It was known to all the household that she had gone away in anger. It was also known to some of the neighbors. Nagendra heard that Kunda had gone, but no one told him the reason. He thought to himself, Kunda has left because she does not think it right to remain in the house after what I said to her. If so, why does she not go with Kamal? Nagendra's brow was clouded. No one ventured to come near him. He knew not what fault Surajmukhi had committed. Yet he held no intercourse with her, but sent a female spy into the neighborhood to make search for Kunda Nandini. Surajmukhi was much distressed on hearing of Kunda's flight, especially as Kamalmani had assured her that what Devendra had said was not worthy of credit. For if she had had any bond with Devendra during 3 years, it could not have remained unknown, and Kunda's disposition gave no reason for suspicion of such a thing. Devendra was a drunkard, and in his cups he spoke falsely. Thinking over this, Surajmukhi's distress increased. In addition to that, her husband's displeasure hurt her severely. 100 times she abused Kunda, 1,000 times she blamed herself. She also sent people in search of Kunda. Kamal's postponed her departure for Calcutta. She abused no one. She did not use a word of scolding to Surajmukhi. Loosening her necklace from her throat, she showed it to all the household, saying, I will give this to whomsoever will bring Kunda back. The guilty Hira heard and saw all this, but said nothing. Seeing the necklace, she coveted it, but repressed her desire. On the second day, arranging her work, she went at noon, at which hour her grandmother would be bathing, to give Kunda her meal. At night, the two made their bed and laid down together. Neither Hira nor Kunda slept. Kunda was kept awake by her sorrow, Hira by the mingled happiness and trouble of her thoughts. But whatever her thoughts were, she did not give them words. They remained hidden. O Hira, Hira, you have not an evil countenance. You too are young. Why this vice in your heart? Why did the Creator betray her? Because the Creator betrayed her, does she therefore wish to betray others? If Hira were in Surajmukhi's place, would she be so deceitful? Hira says no. But sitting in Hira's place, she speaks as Hira. People say all evil that occurs is brought about by the wicked. Wicked people say, I should have been virtuous, but through the faults of others have become evil. Some say, why has not 5 become 7? 5 says, I would have been 7, but 2 and 5 make 7. If the Creator or the Creator's creatures had given me 2 more, I should have been 7. So thought Hira. Hira said to herself, now what shall I do? Since the Creator has given me the opportunity, why should I lose it through my own fault? On the one side, if I take Kunda home to the Dattas, Kamal will give me the necklace, and the granny also will give me something. Shall I spare the Babu? On the other hand, if I give Kunda to the Vendra Babu, I shall get a large sum of money at once. But I can't do that. Why does the Vendra think Kunda so beautiful? If I had good food, dressed well, took my ease like a fine lady in a picture, I could be the same. So simple a creature as Kunda can never understand the merits of the Vendra Babu. If there were no mud, there would be no lotus. And Kunda is the only woman who can excite love in the Vendra Babu. Everyone to their destiny. But why am I angry? Why should I trouble myself? I used to jest at love. I used to say it is mere talk, a mere story. Now I laugh no longer. I used to say if anyone loves, let him love. I shall never love anyone. Fate said, wait, you will see by and by. In trying to seize the robber of others' wealth, I have lost my own heart. What a face, what a neck, what a figure. Is there another man like him? That the fellow should tell me to bring Kunda to him. Could he set no one else this task? I could have struck him in the face. I have come to love him so dearly, I could even find pleasure in striking him. But let that pass. In that path there is danger. I must not think of it. I have long ceased to look for joy or sorrow in this life. Nevertheless, I cannot give Kunda into the Vendra's hand. The thought of it torments me. Rather, I will so manage that she shall not fall in his way. How shall I effect that? I will place Kunda where she was before. Thus she will escape him. Whether he dress as Boisnavi or Vasudeva, the father of Krishna, he will not obtain admission into that house. Therefore, it will be well to take Kunda back there. But she will not go. Her face is set against the house. But if all coax her, she must go. Another design I have in my mind. Will God permit me to carry it out? Why am I so angry with Surajmukhi? She never did me any harm. On the contrary, she loves me and is kind to me. Why then am I angry? Because Surajmukhi is happy and I am miserable. She is great, I am mean. She is mistress, I am servant. Therefore, my anger against her is strong. If you say God made her great, how is that her fault? Why should I hurt her? I reply, God has done me harm. Is that my fault? I do not wish to hurt her. But if hurting her benefits me, why should I not do it? Who does not seek his own advantage? Now I want money. I can't endure servitude any longer. Where will money come from? From the Datta house, where else? To get the Datta money, then must be my object. Everyone knows that Nagendra Babu's eyes have fallen on Kunda. The Babu worships her. What great people wish they can accomplish. The only obstacle is Surajmukhi. If the two should quarrel, then the great Surajmukhi's wish will no longer be regarded. Now, let me see if I cannot bring about a quarrel. If that is done, the Babu will be free to worship Kunda. At present, Kunda is but an innocent, but I will make her wise. I will soon bring her into subjection. She can be of much assistance to me. If I give my mind to it, I can make her do what I will. If the Babu devotes himself to Kunda, he will do what she bids him, and she shall do what I bid her. So shall I receive the fruits of his devotion. If I am not to serve longer, this is the way it must be brought about. I will give Kunda Nandini to Nagendra, but not suddenly. I will hide her for a few days and see what happens. Love is deepened by separation. If I keep them apart, the Babu's love will ripen. Then I will bring out Kunda and give her to him. Then, if Surajmukhi's fate is not broken, it must be a very strong fate. In the meantime, I will mould Kunda to my will. But first I must send my grandmother to Kamarghat, else I cannot keep Kunda hidden. With this design, Hira set about her arrangements. On some pretext, she induced her grandmother to go to the house of a relative in the village of Kamarghat and kept Kunda closely concealed in her own house. Kunda, seeing all her zeal and care, thought to herself, "There is no one living so good as Hira. Even Kamal does not love me so much." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 17. Hira's Quarrel, the Bud of the Poison Tree. Yes, that will do. Kunda shall submit. But if we do not make Surajmukhi appear as poison in the eyes of Nagendra, nothing can be accomplished. So Hira set herself to divide the hearts hitherto undivided. One morning early, the wicked Hira came into her mistress's house ready for work. There was a servant in the Datta household named Kaushalya, who hated Hira because she was head servant and enjoyed the favor of the mistress. Hira said to her, "Sister Kushi, I feel very strange today. Will you do my work for me?" Kaushalya feared Hira. Therefore she said, "Of course I will do it. We are all subject to illness, and all the subjects of one mistress." It had been Hira's wish that Kaushalya should give no reply, and she would make that a pretext for a quarrel. So shaking her head, she said, "You presume so far as to abuse me?" Astonished, Kaushalya said, "When did I abuse anyone?" "What?" said Hira angrily. "You deny it? Why did you speak of my illness? Do you think I am going to die? You hope that I am ill, that you may show people how good you are to me? May you be ill yourself." "Be it so. Why are you angry, sister? You must die some day. Death will not forget you, nor will he forget me. May death never forget you. You envy me. May you die of envy. May your life be short. Go to destruction. May blindness seize upon you." Kaushalya could bear no more. She began to return these good wishes in similar terms. In the act of quarreling, Kaushalya was the superior. Therefore, Hira got her deserts. Then Hira went to complain to her mistress. If anyone could have looked at her as she went, they would have seen no signs of anger on her face, but rather a smile on her lips. But when she reached her mistress, her face expressed great anger, and she began by using the weapon given by God to woman, that is to say, she shed a flood of tears. Surajmukhi inquired into the cause. On hearing the complaint, she judged that Hira was in fault. Nevertheless, for her sake, she scolded Kaushalya slightly. Not being satisfied with that, Hira said, "You must dismiss that woman, or I will not remain." Then Surajmukhi was much vexed with Hira and said, "You are very encroaching, Hira. You began the quarrel. The fault was entirely yours. And now you want me to dismiss the woman? I will do nothing so unjust. Go if you will. I will not bid you stay. This was just what Hira wanted. Saying, "Very well, I go." Her eyes streaming with tears, she presented herself before the Babu in the outer apartments. The Babu was alone in the Boita Khana. He was usually alone now. Seeing Hira weeping, he asked, "Why do you weep, Hira?" "I have been told to come for my wages." Nagendra, astonished, asked, "What has happened?" "I am dismissed. Ma Thakurani, the mistress, has dismissed me." "What have you done?" asked Nagendra. "Kushi abused me. I complained. The mistress believes her account and dismisses me." Nagendra, shaking his head and laughing, said, "That is not a likely story, Hira. Tell the truth." Hira, then speaking plainly, said, "The truth is, I will not stay." "Why?" "The mistress has become quite altered. One never knows what to expect from her." Nagendra, frowning, said in a sharp voice, "What does that mean?" Hira now brought in the fact she had wished to report. What did she not say that day to Kunda Nandini Thakurani? On hearing it, Kunda left the house. Our fear is that some day something of the same kind should be said to us. We could not endure that. Therefore, I choose to anticipate it. "What are you talking about?" asked Nagendra. "I cannot tell you for shame." Nagendra's brow became dark. He said, "Go home for today. I will call you tomorrow." Hira's desire was accomplished. With this design, she had quarrelled with Kaushalya. Nagendra rose and went to Surajmukhi. Stepping lightly, Hira followed him. Taking Surajmukhi aside, he asked, "Have you dismissed Hira?" Surajmukhi replied yes, and then related the particulars. On hearing them, Nagendra said, "Let her go. What did you say to Kundanandini?" Nagendra saw that Surajmukhi turned pale. "What did I say to her?" she stammered. "Yes, what evil words did you use to her?" Surajmukhi remained silent some moments. Then she said, "You are my all, my present and my future. Why should I hide anything from you? I did speak harshly to Kunda. Then, fearing you would be angry, I said nothing to you about it. Forgive me that offense. I am telling you all." Then she related the whole matter frankly, from the discovery of the Boisnavi Haridasi to the reproof she had given to Kunda. At the end she said, "I am deeply sorrowful that I have driven Kundanandini away. I have sent everywhere in search of her. If I had found her, I would have brought her back." Nagendra said, "Your fault is not great. Could any respectable man's wife, hearing of such a stain, give refuge to the guilty person? But would it not have been well to think a little whether the charge was true? Did you not know of the talk about Taracharan's house? Had you not heard that Devendra had been introduced to Kunda 3 years before? Why did you believe a drunkard's words?" "I did not think of that at the time. Now I do. My mind was wandering." As she spoke, the faithful wife sank at Nagendra's feet and, clasping them with her hands, wetted them with her tears. Then, raising her face, she said, "O dearer than life, I will conceal nothing that is in my mind." Nagendra said, "You need not speak. I know that you suspect me of feeling love for Kundanandini." Surajmukhi, hiding her face at the feet of her husband, wept. Again raising her face, sad and tearful as the dew-drenched lily, and looking into the face of him who could remove all her sorrows, she said, "What can I say? Can I tell you what I have suffered? Only, lest my death might increase your sorrow, I do not die. Otherwise, when I knew that another shared your heart, I wished to die. But people cannot die by wishing to do so." Nagendra remained long silent. Then, with a heavy sigh, he said, "Surajmukhi, the fault is entirely mine, not yours at all. I have indeed been unfaithful to you. In truth, forgetting you, my heart has gone out towards Kundanandini. What I have suffered, what I do suffer, how can I tell you? You think I have not tried to conquer it, but you must not think so. You could never reproach me so bitterly as I have reproached myself. I am sinful. I cannot rule my own heart. Surajmukhi could endure no more. With clasped hands, she entreated bitterly. Tell me no more. Keep it to yourself. Every word you say pierces my breast like a dart. What was written in my destiny has befallen me. I wish to hear no more. It is not fit for me to hear. Not so, Surajmukhi, replied Nagendra. You must listen. Let me speak what I have long striven to say. I will leave this house. I will not die, but I will go elsewhere. Home and family no longer give me happiness. I have no pleasure with you. I am not fit to be your husband. I will trouble you no longer. I will find Kunda Nandini and will go with her to another place. Do you remain mistress of this house? Regard yourself as a widow, since your husband is so base. Are you not a widow? But base as I am, I will not deceive you. Now I go. If I am able to forget Kunda, I will come again. If not, this is my last hour with you. What could Surajmukhi say to these heart-piercing words? For some moments, she stood like a statue, gazing on the ground. Then she cast herself down, hid her face, and wept. As the murderous tiger gazes at the dying agonies of his prey, Nagendra stood calmly looking on. He was thinking, she will die today or tomorrow, as God may will. What can I do? If I willed it, could I die instead of her? I might die, but would that save Surajmukhi? No, Nagendra, your dying would not save Surajmukhi, but it would be well for you to die. After a time, Surajmukhi sat up. Again clasping her husband's feet, she said, Grant me one boon. What is it? Remain 1 month longer at home. If in that time we do not find Kunda Nandini, then go. I will not keep you. Nagendra went out without reply. Mentally, he consented to remain for a month. Surajmukhi understood that. She stood looking after his departing figure, thinking within herself, my darling, I would give my life to extract the thorns from your feet. You would leave your home on account of this wretched Surajmukhi? Are you or I the greater? End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 18. The Caged Bird. Hira had lost her place, but her relation with the Datta family was not ended. Ever greedy for news from that house, whenever she met anyone belonging to it, Hira entered into a gossip. In this way, she endeavored to ascertain the disposition of Nagendra towards Surajmukhi. If she met no one, she found some pretext for going to the house, where in the servants' quarters, while talking of all sorts of matters, she would learn what she wished and depart. Thus some time passed, but one day an unpleasant event occurred. After Hira's interview with Devendra, Malti the milkwoman became a constant visitor at Hira's dwelling. Malti perceived that Hira was not pleased at this. Also that one room remained constantly closed. The door was secured by a chain and padlock on the outside. But Malti, coming in unexpectedly, perceived that the padlock was absent. Malti removed the chain and pushed the door, but it was fastened inside, and she guessed that someone must be in the room. She asked herself who it could be. At first she thought of a lover, but then whose lover? Malti knew everything that went on, so she dismissed this idea. Then the thought flashed across her that it might be Kunda, of whose expulsion from the house of Nagendra she had heard. She speedily determined upon a means of resolving her doubt. Hira had brought from Nagendra's house a young deer, which because of its restlessness she kept tied up. Malti, pretending to feed the creature, loosened the fastening and it instantly bounded away. Hira ran after it. Seizing the opportunity of Hira's absence, Malti began to call out in a voice of distress. Hira, Hira, what has happened to my Hira? Then rapping at Kunda's door, she exclaimed, Kunda Thakurain, come out quickly, something has happened to Hira. In alarm, Kunda opened the door, whereupon Malti, with a laugh of triumph, ran away. Kunda again shut herself in. She did not say anything of the circumstance to Hira, lest she should be scolded. Malti went with her news to Devendra, who resolved to visit Hira's house on the following day and bring the matter to a conclusion. Kunda was now a caged bird, ever restless. Two currents uniting become a powerful stream. So it was in Kunda's heart. On one side, shame, insult, expulsion by Surajmukhi. On the other, passion for Nagendra. By the union of these two streams, that of passion was increased. The smaller was swallowed up in the larger. The pain of the taunts and the insults began to fade. Surajmukhi no longer found place in Kunda's mind. Nagendra occupied it entirely. She began to think, why was I so hasty in leaving the house? What harm did a few words do to me? I used to see Nagendra. Now I never see him. Could I go back there? If she would not drive me away, I would go. Day and night Kunda revolved these thoughts. She soon determined that she must return to the Datta house or she would die. That even if Surajmukhi should again drive her away, she must make the attempt. Yet on what pretext could she present herself in the courtyard of the house? She would be ashamed to go thither alone. If Hira would accompany her, she might venture. But she was ashamed to open her mouth to Hira. Her heart could no longer endure not to see its lord. One morning, about 4 o'clock, while Hira was still sleeping, Kunda Nandini arose and, opening the door noiselessly, stepped out of the house. The dark fortnight being ended, the slender moon floated in the sky like a beautiful maiden on the ocean. Darkness lurked in masses amid the trees. The air was so still that the lotus in the weed-covered pool bordering the road did not shed its seed. The dogs were sleeping by the wayside. Nature was full of sweet pensiveness. Kunda, guessing the road, went with doubtful steps to the front of the Datta house. She had no design in going, except that she might by a happy chance see Nagendra. Her return to his house might come about. Let it occur when it would. What harm was there in the meantime in trying to see him secretly? While she remained shut up in Hira's house, she had no chance of doing so. Now, as she walked, she thought, I will go round the house. I may see him at the window, in the palace, in the garden, or in the path. Nagendra was accustomed to rise early. It was possible Kunda might obtain a glimpse of him, after which she meant to return to Hira's dwelling. But when she arrived at the house, she saw nothing of Nagendra, neither in the path, nor on the roof, nor at the window. Kunda thought, he has not risen yet. It is not time. I will sit down. She sat waiting amid the darkness under the trees. A fruit or a twig might be heard in the silence, loosening itself with a slight cracking sound and falling to the earth. The birds in the boughs shook their wings overhead, and occasionally the sound of the watchmen knocking at the doors and giving their warning cry was to be heard. At length the cool wind blew, forerunner of the dawn, and the papaya, a bird, filled the air with its musical voice. Presently the cuckoo uttered his cry, and at length all the birds uniting raised a chorus of song. Then Kunda's hope was extinguished. She could no longer sit under the trees, for the dawn had come and she might be seen by anyone. She rose to return. One hope had been strong in her mind. There was a flower garden attached to the inner apartments, where sometimes Nagendra took the air. He might be walking there now. Kunda could not go away without seeing if it were so. But the garden was walled in, and unless the inner door was open, there was no entrance. Going thither, Kunda found the door open, and stepping boldly in, hid herself within the boughs of a bakul tree growing in the midst. Thickly planted rows of creeper-covered trees decked the garden, between which were fine stone-made paths, and here and there flowering shrubs of various hues, red, white, blue, and yellow. Above them hovered troops of insects, coveting the morning honey, now posing, now flying, humming as they went, and following the example of man settling in flocks on some specially attractive flower. Many colored birds of small size, flower like themselves, hovered over the blossoms, sipping the sweet juices and pouring forth a flood of melody. The flower weighted branches swayed in the gentle breeze, the flowerless boughs remaining still, having nothing to weigh them down. The cuckoo, proud bird concealing his dark color in the tufts of the bakul tree, triumphed over everyone with his song. In the middle of the garden stood a creeper covered arbor of white stone surrounded by flowering shrubs. Kunda Nandini, looking forth from the bakul tree, saw not Nagendra's tall and godlike form. She saw someone lying on the floor of the arbor and concluded that it was he. She went forward to obtain a better view. Unfortunately, the person arose and came out, and poor Kunda saw that it was not Nagendra but Surajmukhi. Frightened, Kunda stood still. She could neither advance nor recede. She saw that Surajmukhi was walking about gathering flowers. Gradually, Nagendra's wife, approaching the bakul tree, saw someone lurking within its branches. Not recognizing Kunda, Surajmukhi said, "Who are you?" Kunda could not speak for fear. Her feet refused to move. At length, Surajmukhi saw who it was and exclaimed, "Is it not Kunda?" Kunda could not answer, but Surajmukhi, seizing her hand, said, "Come, sister, I will not say anything more to you," and took her indoors. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 19. Descent. On the night of that day, the Bendra Datta, alone in disguise, excited by wine, went to Hira's house in search of Kunda Nandini. He looked in the two huts, but Kunda was not there. Hira, covering her face with her sari, laughed at his discomfiture. Annoyed, the Bindra said, "Why do you laugh?" "At your disappointment. The bird has fled. Should you search my premises, you will not find it." Then, in reply to Devendra's questions, Hira told all she knew, concluding with the words, "When I missed her in the morning, I sought her everywhere, and at last found her in the Babu's house, receiving much kindness." Devendra's hopes thus destroyed, he had nothing to detain him. But the doubt in his mind was not dispelled. He wished to sit a little and obtain further information. Noting a cloud or two in the sky, he moved restlessly, saying, "I think it is going to rain." It was Hira's wish that he should sit a while, but she was a woman, living alone. It was night. She could not bid him stay. If she did, she would be taking another step in the downward course. Yet that was in her destiny. Devendra said, "Have you an umbrella?" There was no such thing in Hira's house. Then he asked, "Will it cause remark if I sit here until the rain is past?" "People will remark upon it certainly, but the mischief has been done already in your coming to my house at night." "Then I may sit down?" Hira did not answer, but made a comfortable seat for him on the bench, took a silver-mounted hookah from a chest, prepared it for use, and handed it to him. The Bendra drew a flask of brandy from his pocket and drank some of it undiluted. Under the influence of this spirit, he perceived that Hira's eyes were beautiful. In truth, they were so large, dark, brilliant, and seductive. He said, "Your eyes are heavenly." Hira smiled. Devendra saw in a corner a broken violin. Humming a tune, he took the violin and touched it with the bow. "Where did you get this instrument?" he asked. "I bought it of a beggar." Devendra made it perform a sort of accompaniment to his voice as he sang some song in accordance with his mood. Hira's eyes shone yet more brilliantly. For a few moments she forgot self, forgot Devendra's position and her own. She thought, he is the husband, I am the wife. The Creator, making us for each other, designed long ago to bring us together, that we might both enjoy happiness. The thoughts of the infatuated Hira found expression in speech. Devendra discovered from her half spoken words that she had given her heart to him. The words were hardly uttered when Hira recovered consciousness. Then, with the wild look of a frantic creature, she exclaimed, "Go from my house." Astonished, Devendra said, "What is the matter, Hira? You must go at once, or I shall." "Why do you drive me away?" said Devendra. "Go, go, else I will call someone. Why should you destroy me?" "Is this woman's nature?" asked Devendra. Hira, enraged, answered, "The nature of woman is not evil. The nature of such a man as you is very evil. You have no religion. You care nothing for the fate of others. You go about seeking only your own delight, thinking only what woman you can destroy. Otherwise, why are you sitting in my house? Was it not your design to compass my destruction? You thought me to be a courtesan, else you would not have had the boldness to sit down here. But I am not a courtesan. I am a poor woman, and I live by my labor. I have no leisure for such evil doings. If I had been a rich man's wife, I can't say how it would have been." Devendra frowned. Then Hira softened. She looked full at Devendra and said, "The sight of your beauty and your gifts has made me foolish. But you are not to think of me as a courtesan. The sight of you makes me happy, and on that account I wished you to stay. I could not forbid you. But I am a woman. If I were too weak to forbid you, ought you to have sat down? You are very wicked. You entered my house in order to destroy me. Now leave the place." Devendra, taking another draught of brandy, said, "Well done, Hira. You have made a capital speech. Will you give a lecture in our Brahmo Samaj?" Stung to the quick by this mockery, Hira said bitterly, "I am not to be made a jest of by you. Even if I loved so base a man as you, such love would be no fit subject for a jest. I am not virtuous. I don't understand virtue. My mind is not turned in that direction. The reason I told you I was not a courtesan is because I am resolved not to bring a stain upon my character in the hope of winning your love. If you had a spark of love for me, I would have made no such pledge to myself. I am not speaking of virtue. I should think nothing of infamy compared with the treasure of your love. But you do not love me. For what reward should I incur ill fame? For what gain should I give up my independence? If a young woman falls into your hands, you will not let her go. If I were to give you my worship, you would accept it. But tomorrow you would forget me. Or if you remembered, it would be to jest over my words with your companions. Why then should I become subject to you? Should the day come when you can love me, I will be your devoted servant." In this manner, Devendra discovered Hira's affection for himself. He thought, "Now I know you. I can make you dance to my measure, and whenever I please, effect my designs through you." With these thoughts in his mind, he departed. But Devendra did not yet know Hira. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 20. Good news. It is midday. Sarish Babu is at office. The people in his house are all taking the noon siesta after their meal. The Boita Khana is locked. A mongrel terrier is sleeping on the doormat outside, his head between his paws. A couple of servants are seizing the opportunity to chat together in whispers. Kamal Mani is sitting in her sleeping chamber at her ease, needle in hand, sewing at some canvas work, her hair all loose. No one about but Satish Babu, indulging in many noises. Satish Babu at first tried to snatch away his mother's wool, but finding it securely guarded, he gave his mind to sucking the head of a clay tiger. In the distance, a cat with outstretched paws sits watching them both. Her disposition was grave. Her face indicated much wisdom and a heart void of fickleness. She is thinking the condition of human creatures is frightful. Their minds are ever given to sewing canvas, playing with dolls, or some such silly employment. Their thoughts are not turned to good works, nor to providing suitable food for cats. What will become of them hereafter? Elsewhere, a lizard on the wall with upraised face is watching a fly. No doubt he is pondering the evil disposition of flies. A butterfly is flying about. In the spot where Satish Babu sits eating sweets, the flies collect in swarms. The ants also do their share towards removing the sweet food. In a few moments, the lizard, not being able to catch the fly, moves elsewhere. The cat also, seeing no means by which she could improve the disposition of mankind, heaving a sigh, slowly departs. The butterfly wings its way out of the room. Kamalmani, tired of her work, puts it down and turns to talk with Satish Babu. Oh, Sattu Babu, can you tell me why men go to office? Sleepily was the child's only answer. Sattu Babu, said his mother, mind you never go to office. Said Sattu. What do you mean by hum? You must not go to office to do hum. Do not go at all. If you do, the bow will sit crying at home before the day is half done. Satish Babu understood the word bow because Kamalmani kept him in order by saying that the bow would come and beat him. So he said, bow will beat. Remember that then. If you go to office, the bow will beat you. How long this sort of conversation would have continued does not appear, for at that moment a maid servant entered, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and gave a letter to Kamalmani. Kamal saw it was from Surajmukhi. She read it twice through, then sat silent and dejected. This was the letter. Dearest, since you returned to Calcutta, you have forgotten me. Else, why have I had only one letter from you? Do you not know that I always long for news of you? You ask for news of Kunda. You will be delighted to hear that she is found. Besides that, I have another piece of good news for you. My husband is about to be married to Kunda. I have arranged this marriage. Widow marriage is allowed in the Shastras, so what fault can be found with it? The wedding will take place in a couple of days, but you will not be able to attend. Otherwise, I would have invited you. Come if you can in time for ceremony of Phul Sajja. Footnote. On the day following the wedding, the bride's father sends flowers and sweetmeats to the friends. End footnote. I have a great desire to see you. Kamal could not understand the meaning of this letter. She proceeded to take counsel with Satish Babu, who sat in front of her nibbling at the corners of a book. Kamal read the letter to him and said, Now Satish Babu, tell me the meaning of this. Satish understood the joke. He stood up ready to cover his mother with kisses. Then for some moments Kamal forgot Surajmukhi. But presently she returned to the letter, reflecting, This work is beyond Satish Babu. It needs the help of my minister. Will he never come in? Come, baby, we are very angry. In due time, Sarish Chandra returned from office and changed his dress. Kamal Mani attended to his wants and then threw herself on the couch in a fume, the baby by her side. Sarish Chandra, seeing the state of things, smiled and seated himself with his hookah on a distant couch. Invoking the hookah as a witness, he said, O hookah, thou hast cool water in thy belly, but a fire in thy head. Be thou a witness. Let her who is angry with me talk to me, else I will sit smoking for hours. At this, Kamalmani sat up and in gentle anger, turning to him her blue lotus eyes, said, It is no use speaking to you while you smoke. You will not attend. Then she rose from the couch and took away the hookah. Kamal Mani's fit of sulking thus broken through, she gave Surajmukhi's letter to be read by way of explanation, saying, "Tell me the meaning of this, or I shall cut your pay. Rather give me next month's pay in advance, then I will explain." Kamal Mani brought her mouth close to that of Sarish Chandra, who took the coin he wished. After reading the letter, he said, "This is a joke?" "What is, your words or the letter?" "The letter." "I shall discharge you today. Have you not a spark of understanding? Is this a matter a woman could jest about? It is impossible it can be meant in earnest. I fear it is true." "Nonsense. How can it be true?" "I fear my brother is forcing on this marriage." Sarish Chandra mused a while, then said, "I cannot understand this at all. What do you say? Shall I write to Nagendra?" Kamal Mani assented. Sarish made a grimace, but he wrote the letter. Nagendra's reply was as follows: "Do not despise me, brother. Yet what is the use of such a petition? The despicable must be despised. I must effect this marriage. Should all the world abandon me, I must do it. Otherwise, I shall go mad. I am not far short of it now. After this, there seems nothing more to be said. You will perceive it is useless to try to turn me from it. But if you have anything to say, I am ready to argue with you. If anyone says that widow marriage is contrary to religion, I will give him Vidyasagar's essay to read. When so learned a teacher affirms that widow marriage is approved by the Shastras, who can contradict? And if you say that though allowed by the Shastras, it is not countenanced by society, that if I carry out this marriage, I shall be excluded from society, the answer is, who in Govindpur can exclude me from society? In a place where I constitute society, who is there to banish me? Nevertheless, for your sake, I will effect the marriage secretly. No one shall know anything about it. You will not make the foregoing objections. You will say a double marriage is contrary to morals. Brother, how do you know that it is opposed to morality? You have learned this from the English. It was not held so in India formerly. Are the English infallible? They have taken this idea from the law of Moses. Footnote. The writer is mistaken in supposing that the Christian doctrine of monogamy is derived from the Mosaic law. End footnote. But we do not hold Moses' law to be the word of God. Therefore, why should we say that for a man to marry two wives is immoral? You will say, if a man may marry two wives, why should not a woman have two husbands? The answer is, if a woman had two husbands, certain evils would follow which would not result from a man's having two wives. If a woman has two husbands, the children have no protector should there be uncertainty about the father. Society would be much disordered. But no such uncertainty arises when a man has two wives. Many other such objections might be pointed out. Whatever is injurious to many is contrary to morals. If you think a man's having two wives opposed to morality, point out in what way it is injurious to the majority. You will instance to me discord in the family. I will give you a reason. I am childless. If I die, my family name will become extinct. If I marry, I may expect children. Is this unreasonable? The final objection, Surajmukhi. Why do I distress a loving wife with the rival? The answer is, Surajmukhi is not troubled by this marriage. She herself suggested it. She prepared me for it. She is zealous for it. What objection then remains? And why should I be blamed? Kamal Mani, having read the letter, said, in what respect he is to blame, God knows. But what delusions he cherishes. I think men understand nothing. Be that as it may, arrange your affairs, husband. We must go to Govindpur. But, replied Sarish, can you stop the marriage? If not, I will die at my brother's feet. Nay, you can't do that. But we may bring the new wife away. Let us try. Then both prepared for the journey to Govindpur. Early the next day they started by boat and arrived there in due time. Before entering the house, they met the women servants and some neighbors who had come to bring Kamal Mani from the ghat. Both she and her husband were extremely anxious to know if the marriage had taken place, but neither could put a single question. How could they speak to strangers of such a shameful subject? Hurriedly, Kamal Mani entered the women's apartments. She even forgot Satish Babu, who remained lingering behind. Indistinctly and dreading the answer, she asked the servants, "Where is Surajmukhi?" She feared lest they should say the marriage was accomplished or that Surajmukhi was dead. The women replied that their mistress was in her bedroom. Kamal Mani darted thither. For a minute or two she searched hither and thither, finding no one. At last she saw a woman sitting near a window, her head bowed down. Kamal Mani could not see her face, but she knew it was Surajmukhi, who now hearing footsteps arose and came forward. Not even yet could Kamal ask if the marriage had taken place. Surajmukhi had lost flesh. Her figure, formerly straight as a pine, had become bent like a bow. Her laughing eyes were sunk. Her lily face had lost its roundness. Kamal Mani comprehended that the marriage was accomplished. She inquired, "When was it?" Surajmukhi answered, "Yesterday." Then the two sat down together, neither speaking. Surajmukhi hid her face in the other's lap and wept. Kamal Mani's tears fell on Surajmukhi's unbound hair. Of what was Nagendra thinking at that time as he sat in the Boita Khana? His thoughts said, "Kunda Nandini, Kunda is mine. Kunda is my wife. Kunda, Kunda, she is mine." Sarish Chandra sat down beside him, but Nagendra could say little. He could think only, "Surajmukhi herself hastened to give Kunda to me in marriage. Who then can object to my enjoying this happiness?" End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 21. Surajmukhi and Kamal Mani. When in the evening the two gained self-control to talk together, Surajmukhi related the affair of the marriage from beginning to end. Astonished, Kamal Mani said, "This marriage has been brought about by your exertions. Why have you thus sacrificed yourself?" Surajmukhi smiled, a faint smile indeed, like the pale flashes of lightning after rain, then answered, "What am I? Look upon your brother's face, radiant with happiness. Then you will know what joy is his. If I have been able with my own eyes to see him so happy, has not my life answered its purpose? What joy could I hope for in denying happiness to him? He for whom I would die rather than see him unhappy for a single hour. Him I saw day and night suffering anguish, ready to abandon all joys and become a wanderer. What happiness would have remained to me? I said to him, 'My lord, your joy is my joy. Do you marry Kunda? I shall be happy.' And so he married her. And are you happy?" asked Kamal. "Why do you still ask about me? What am I? If I had ever seen my husband hurt his foot by walking on a stony path, I should have reproached myself that I had not laid my body down over the stones that he might have stepped upon me." Surajmukhi remained some moments silent, her dress drenched with her tears. Suddenly raising her face, she asked, "Kamal, in what country are females destroyed at birth?" Kamal, understanding her thought, replied, "What does it matter in what country it happens? It is according to destiny." Whose destiny could be better than mine was? Who so fortunate as myself? Who ever had such a husband? Beauty, wealth, these are small matters. But in virtues, whose husband equals mine? Mine was a splendid destiny. How has it changed thus? "That also is destiny," said Kamal. "Then why do I suffer on this account?" "But just now you said you were happy in the sight of your husband's joyous face, yet you speak of suffering so much. Can both be true?" "Both are true. I am happy in his joy, but that he should thrust me away, that he has thrust me away and yet is so glad. Suraj could say no more. She was choking. But Kamal, understanding the meaning of her unfinished sentence, said, because of that your heart burns within you. Then why do you say, what am I? With half of your heart you still think of your own rights. Else why, having sacrificed yourself, do you repent? I do not repent, replied Suraj. That I have done right I do not doubt. But in dying there is suffering. I felt that I must give way, and I did so voluntarily. Still, may I not weep over that suffering with you? Kamal Mani drew Surajmukhi's head onto her breast. Their thoughts were not expressed by words, but they conversed in their hearts. Kamal Mani understood the wretchedness of Surajmukhi. Surajmukhi comprehended that Kamal appreciated her suffering. They checked their sobs and ceased to weep. Surajmukhi, setting her own affairs on one side, spoke of others, desired that Satish Babu should be brought, and talked to him. With Kamal she spoke long of Sarish Chandra and of Satish, of the education of Satish and of his marriage. Thus they talked until far in the night, when Surajmukhi embraced Kamal with much affection and taking Satish into her lap, kissed him lovingly. When they came to part, Surajmukhi was again drowned in tears. She blessed Satish, saying, I wish that thou mayest be rich in the imperishable virtues of thy mother's brother. I know no greater blessing than this. Surajmukhi spoke in her natural gentle voice. Nevertheless, Kamal was astonished at its broken accents. Born, she exclaimed. What is in your mind? Tell me. Nothing, replied Suraj. Do not hide it from me, said Kamal. I have nothing to conceal, said Suraj. Pacified, Kamal went to her room. But Surajmukhi had a purpose to conceal. This Kamal learned in the morning. At dawn, she went to Surajmukhi's room in search of her. Surajmukhi was not there, but upon the undisturbed bed there lay a letter. At the sight of it, Kamal became dizzy. She could not read it. Without doing so, she understood all. Understood that Surajmukhi had fled. She had no desire to read the letter, but crushed it in her hand. Striking her forehead, she sat down upon the bed, exclaiming, I am a fool. How could I allow myself to be put off last night when parting from her? Satish Babu, standing near, joined his tears with his mother's. The first passion of grief having spent itself, Kamal Mani opened and read the letter. It was addressed to herself and ran as follows. On the day on which I heard from my husband's mouth that he no longer had any pleasure in me, that for Kunda Nandini he was losing his senses or must die, on that day I resolved, if I could find Kunda Nandini, to give her to my husband and to make him happy, and that when I had done so, I would leave my home, for I am not able to endure to see my husband become Kunda Nandini's. Now I have done these things. I wished to have gone on the night of the wedding day, but I had a desire to see my husband's happiness, to give him which I had sacrificed myself. Also, I desired to see you once more. Now these desires are fulfilled, and I have left. When you receive this letter, I shall be far distant. My reason for not telling you beforehand is that you would not have allowed me to go. Now I beg this boon from you, that you will make no search for me. I have no hope that I shall ever see you again. While Kunda Nandini remains, I shall not return to this place, and should I be sought, for I shall not be found. I am now a poor wanderer. In the garb of a beggar, I shall go from place to place. In begging, I shall pass my life. Who wilt know me? I might have brought some money with me, but I was not willing. I have left my husband. Would I take his money? Do one thing for me. Make 1,000,000 salutations in my name at my husband's feet. I strove to write to him, but I could not. I could not see to write for tears. The paper was spoilt. Tearing it up, I wrote again and again, but in vain. What I have to say I could not write in any letter. Break the intelligence to him in any manner you think proper. Make him understand that I have not left him in anger. I am not angry. am never angry, shall never be angry with him. Could I be angry with him, whom it is my joy to think upon? To him whom I love so devotedly, I remain constant so long as I remain on earth. Why not? Since I cannot forget his thousand graces, no one has so many graces as he. If I could forget his numerous virtues on account of one fault, I should not be worthy to be his wife. I have taken a last farewell of him. In doing this, I have given up all I possess. From you also I have taken a last farewell, wishing you the blessing that your husband and son may live long. May you long be happy. Another blessing I wish you, that on the day you lose your husband's love, your life may end. No one has conferred this blessing on me. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 22. What is the poison tree? The poison tree, the narrative of whose growth we have given from the sowing of the seed to the production of its fruit, is to be found in every house. Its seed is sown in every field. There is no human being, however wise, whose heart is not touched by the passions of anger, envy, and desire. Some are able to subdue their passions as they arise. These are great men. Others have not this power. And here the poison tree springs up. The want of self control is the germ of the poison tree and also the cause of its growth. This tree is very vigorous. Once nourished, it cannot be destroyed. Its appearance is very pleasant to the eye. From a distance, its variegated leaves and opening buds charm the sight. But its fruit is poisonous. Who eats it dies. In different soils, the poison tree bears different fruits. In some natures, it bears sickness, in some sorrow and other fruits. To keep the passions in subjection, will is needed, and also power. The power must be natural, the will must be educated. Nature also is influenced by education. Therefore, education is the root of self control. I speak not of such education as the schoolmaster can give. The most effectual teacher of the heart is suffering. Nagendra had never had this education. The Creator sent him into the world the possessor of every kind of happiness: beauty of form, unlimited wealth, physical health, great learning, an amiable disposition, a devoted wife. All these seldom fall to the lot of one person. All had been bestowed on Nagendra. Most important of all, Nagendra was of a happy disposition. He was truthful and candid, yet agreeable, benevolent yet just, generous yet prudent, loving yet firm in his duty. During the lifetime of his parents, he was devoted to them, attached to his wife, kind to his friends, considerate to his servants, a protector of his dependents, and peaceable towards his enemies, wise in counsel, trustworthy in act, gentle in conversation, ready at a jest. The natural reward of such a nature was unalloyed happiness. Since Nagendra's infancy, it had been so. Honor at home, fame abroad, devoted servants, an attached tenantry, from Surajmukhi, unwavering, unbounded, unstained love. If so much happiness had not been allotted to him, he could not have suffered so keenly. Had he not suffered, he had not given way to his passion. Before he had cast the eyes of desire upon Kundanandini, he had never fallen into this snare, because he had never known the want of love. Therefore, he had never felt the necessity of putting a rein upon his inclinations. Accordingly, when the need of self control arose, he had not the power to exercise it. Unqualified happiness is often the source of suffering, and unless there has been suffering, permanent happiness cannot exist. It cannot be said that Nagendra was faultless. His fault was very heavy. A severe expiation had begun. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 23 The Search. It is needless to say that when the news of Surajmukhi's flight had spread through the house, people were sent in great haste in search of her. Nagendra sent people in all directions. Sarish Chandra sent, and Kamal Mani sent. The upper servants among the women threw down their water jars and started off. The Hindustani Darwans of the northwest provinces, carrying bamboo staves, wearing cotton quilted chintz coats, clattered along in shoes of undressed leather. The Khansamas, with towel on the shoulder and silver chain round the waist, went in search of the mistress. Some relatives drove in carriages along the public roads. The villagers searched the fields and ghats. Some sat smoking in council under a tree. Some went to the Barovari Puja house, to the veranda of Shiva's temple, and to the schools of the professors of logic, and in other similar places sat and discussed the matter. Old and young women formed a small cause court on the ghats. To the boys of the place it was cause of great excitement. Many of them hoped to escape going to school. At first, Sarish Chandra and Kamal Mani comforted Nagendra, saying she has never been accustomed to walk. How far can she go? Half a mile or a mile at the most. Hence she must be sitting somewhere near at hand. We shall find her immediately. But when 2 or 3 hours had passed without bringing news of Surajmukhi, Nagendra himself went forth. After some stay in the broiling sun, he said to himself, I am looking here, when no doubt she has been found by this time, and he returned home. Then finding no news of her, he went out again to return and again to go forth. So the day passed. In fact, Sarish Chandra's words were true. Surajmukhi had never walked. How far could she go? About a mile from the house, she was lying in a mango garden at the edge of a tank. A Khansama who was accustomed to serve in the women's apartment came to that place in his search, and recognizing her said, Will you not please to come home? Surajmukhi made no answer. Again he said, Pray come home. The whole household is anxious. Then in an angry voice Surajmukhi said, Who are you to take me back? The Khansama was frightened. Nevertheless he remained standing. Then Surajmukhi said, If you stay there, I shall drown myself in the tank. The Khansama, finding he was unable to do anything, ran swiftly with the news to Nagendra. Nagendra came with a palanquin for her, but Surajmukhi was no longer there. He searched all about but found no trace. Surajmukhi had wandered thence into a wood. There she met an old woman who had come to gather sticks. She had heard of a reward being offered for finding Surajmukhi. Therefore, on seeing her, she asked, Are you not our mistress? No, mother, replied Surajmukhi. Yes, you must be our mistress. Who is your mistress? The lady of the Babu's house. Am I wearing any gold ornaments that I should be the lady of the Babu's house? The old woman thought, That is true, and went further into the wood gathering sticks. Thus the day passed vainly. The night brought no more success. The 2 following days brought no tidings, though nothing was neglected in the search. Of the male searchers, scarcely anyone knew Surajmukhi by sight. So they seized many poor women and brought them before Nagendra. At length the daughters of respectable people feared to walk along the roads or on the ghats. If one was seen alone, the devoted Hindustani Darwans followed, calling out Ma Thakurani, and preventing them from bathing brought a palki. Many of those who were not accustomed to travel in a palki seized the opportunity of doing so free of expense. Sarish Chandra could not remain longer. Returning to Calcutta, he began a search there. Kamalvani, remaining in Govindpur, continued to look for the lost one. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 24. Every sort of happiness is fleeting. The happiness for which Kunda Nandini had never ventured to hope was now hers. She had become the wife of Nagendra. On the marriage day, she thought, this joy is boundless, it can never end. But after the flight of Surajmukhi, repentance came to Kunda Nandini. She thought, Surajmukhi rescued me in my time of distress, when but for her I should have been lost. Now on my account she is an outcast. If I am not to be happy, it were better I had died. She perceived that happiness has limits. It is evening. Nagendra is lying on the couch. Kunda Nandini sits at his head, fanning him. Both are silent. This is not a good sign. No one else is present, yet they do not speak. This was not like perfect happiness. But since the flight of Surajmukhi, where had there been perfect happiness? Kunda's thoughts were constantly seeking some means by which things could be restored to their former state. And she now ventured to ask Nagendra what could be done. Nagendra, somewhat disturbed, replied, Do you wish things to be as they were before? Do you repent having married me? Kunda Nandini felt hurt. She said, I never hoped that you would make me happy by marrying me. I am not saying I repent it. I am asking what can be done to induce Surajmukhi to return. Never speak of that. To hear the name of Surajmukhi from your lips gives me pain. On your account, Surajmukhi has abandoned me. This was known to Kunda, yet to hear Nagendra say it hurt her. She asked herself, Is this censure? How evil is my fate? Yet I have committed no fault. Surajmukhi brought about the marriage. She did not utter these thoughts aloud, but continued fanning. Noticing her silence, Nagendra said, Why do you not talk? Are you angry? No, she replied. Is a bare no all you can say? Do you not longer love me? Do I not love you? Do I not love you? Words to soothe a boy? Kunda, I believe you never loved me. I have always loved you, said Kunda earnestly. Wise as Nagendra was, he did not comprehend the difference between Surajmukhi and Kunda Nandini. It was not that Kunda did not feel the love for him that Surajmukhi felt, but that she knew not how to express it. She was a girl of a timid nature. She had not the gift of words. What more could she say? But Nagendra, not understanding this, said, Surajmukhi always loved me. Why hang pearls on a monkey's neck? An iron chain were better. At this, Kunda Nandini could not restrain her tears. Slowly rising, she went out of the room. There was no one now to whom she could look for sympathy. Kunda had not sought Kamalmani since her arrival. Imagining herself the one chiefly to blame in the marriage, Kunda had not dared to show herself to Kamalmani. But now, wounded to the quick, she longed to go to her compassionate, loving friend who on a former occasion had soothed and shared her grief and wiped away her tears. But now things were altered. When Kamal saw Kunda Nandini approaching, she was displeased, but she made no remark. Kunda, sitting down, began to weep, but Kamal did not inquire into the cause of her grief, so Kunda remained silent. Presently, Kamal Mani, saying, I am busy, went away. Kunda Nandini perceived that all joy is fleeting. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinemala. Chapter 25. The Fruit of the Poison Tree. Nagendra's letter to Hardev Ghoshal. You wrote that of all the acts I have done in my life, my marriage with Kunda is the most erroneous. I admit it. By doing this, I have lost Surajmukhi. I was very fortunate in obtaining Surajmukhi for a wife. Everyone digs for jewels, but only one finds the Kohinoor. Surajmukhi is the Kohinoor. In no respect can Kunda Nandini fill her place. Why then did I install Kunda Nandini in her seat? Delusion, delusion. Now I am sensible of it. I have waked up from my dream to realize my loss. Now where shall I find Surajmukhi? Why did I marry Kunda Nandini? Did I love her? Certainly I loved her. I lost my senses for her. My life was leaving me. But now I know this was but the love of the eye. Or else, when I have been only 15 days married, why do I say did I love her? I love her still, but where is my Surajmukhi? I meant to have written much more today, but I cannot. It is very difficult. Hardev Ghoshal's reply. I understand your state of mind. It is not that you do not love Kunda Nandini. You do love her. But when you said it was the love of the eye only, you spoke the truth. Towards Surajmukhi, your love is deep. But for a couple of days, it has been covered by the shadow of Kunda Nandini. Now you understand that you have lost Surajmukhi. So long as the sun remains unclouded, we are warmed by his beams and we love the clouds. But when the sun is gone, we know that he was the eye of the world. Not understanding your own heart, you have committed this great error. I will not reproach you more, because you fell into it under a delusion which it was very difficult to resist. The mind has many different affections. Men call them all love, but only that condition of heart which is ready to sacrifice its own happiness to secure that of another is true love. The passion for beauty is not love. The unstable lust for beauty is no more love than the desire of the hungry for rice. True love is the offspring of reason. When the qualities of a lovable person are perceived by the understanding, the heart, being charmed by these qualities, is drawn towards the possessor. It desires union with that treasury of virtues and becomes devoted to it. The fruits of this love are expansion of the heart, self-forgetfulness, self-denial. This is true love. Shakespeare, Valmiki, Madame de Stael are its poets, as Kalidas, Byron, Jayadeva are of the other species of love. The effect on the heart produced by the sight of beauty is dulled by repetition. But love caused by the good qualities of a person does not lose its charm, because beauty has but one appearance, because virtues display themselves anew in every fresh act. If beauty and virtues are found together, love is quickly generated. But if once the intelligence be the cause for love, it is of no importance whether beauty exists or not. Towards an ugly husband or an ugly wife, love of this kind holds a firm place. The love produced by virtue, as virtue is lasting certainly, but it takes time to know these virtues. Therefore, this love never becomes suddenly strong. It is of gradual growth. The infatuation for beauty springs into full force at first sight. Its first strength is so uncontrollable that all other faculties are destroyed by it. Whether it be a lasting love, there is no means of knowing. It thinks itself undying. So you have thought. In the first strength of this infatuation, your enduring love for Surajmukhi became invisible to your eyes. This delusion is inherent in man's nature. Therefore, I do not censure you. Rather, I counsel you to strive to be happy in this state. Do not despair. Surajmukhi will certainly return. How long can she exist without seeing you? So long as she remains absent, do you cherish Kundanandini? So far as I understand your letters, she is not without attractive qualities. When the infatuation for her beauty is lessened, there may remain something to create a lasting love. If that is so, you will be able to make yourself happy with her. And should you not again see your elder wife, you may forget her, especially as the younger one loves you. Be not careless about love, for in love is man's only spotless and imperishable joy, the final means by which his nature can be elevated. Without love, man could not dwell in this world that he has made so evil. Nagendra Nath's reply. I have not answered your letter until now because of the trouble of my mind. I understand all you have written, and I know your counsel is good, but I cannot resolve to stay at home. A month ago, my Surajmukhi left me, and I have had no news of her. I design to follow her. I will wander from place to place in search of her. If I find her, I will bring her home. Otherwise, I shall not return. I cannot remain with Kundanandini. She has become a pain to my eyes. It is not her fault, it is mine, but I cannot endure to see her face. Formerly I said nothing to her, but now I am perpetually finding fault with her. She weeps. What can I do? I shall soon be with you. As Nagendra wrote, so he acted, placing the care of everything in the hands of the Diwan. During his temporary absence, he set forth on his wanderings. Kamal Mani had previously gone to Calcutta, therefore, of the people mentioned in this narrative, Kunda Nandini alone was left in the Datta mansion, and the servant Hira remained in attendance upon her. Darkness fell on the large household. As a brilliantly lighted, densely crowded dancing hall, resounding with song and music, becomes dark, silent, and empty when the performance is over, so that immense household became when abandoned by Surajmukhi and Nagendra Nath. As a child, having played for a day with the gaily painted doll, breaks and throws it away, and by degrees, earth accumulating, grass springs over it, so Kunda Nandini, abandoned by Nagendra Nath, remained untended and alone amid the crowd of people in that vast house. As when the forest is on fire, the nests of young birds are consumed in the flames, and the mother bird, bringing food and seeing neither tree nor nest nor young ones, with cries of anguish, whirls in circles round the fire seeking her nest, so did Nagendra wander from place to place in search of Surajmukhi. As in the fathomless depths of the boundless ocean a jewel having fallen cannot again be seen, so Surajmukhi was lost to sight. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 26. The Signs of Love. As a cotton rag placed near fire becomes burnt, so the heart of Hira became even more inflamed by the remarkable beauty of Dabendra. Many a time Hira's virtue and good name would have been endangered by passion, but that Dabendra's character for sensuality without love came to her mind and proved a safeguard. Hira had great power of self-control, and it was through this power that she, though not very virtuous, had hitherto easily preserved her chastity. The more certainly to rule her heart, Hira determined to go again to service. She felt that in daily work her mind would be distracted, and she would be able to forget this unfortunate passion which stung like the bite of a scorpion. Thus, when Nagendra, leaving Kunda Nandini at Govindpur, was about to set forth, Hira, on the strength of past service, begged to be re engaged, and Nagendra consented. There was another cause for Hira's resolve to resume service. In her greed for money, anticipating that Kunda would become the favorite of Nagendra, she had taken pains to bring her under her own sway. Nagendra's wealth, she had reflected, will fall into Kunda's hands. And when it is Kunda's, it will be Hira's. Now Kunda had become the mistress of Nagendra's house, but she had not obtained possession of any special wealth. But at this time, Hira's mind was not dwelling on this matter. Hira was not thinking of wealth. Even had she done so, money obtained from Kunda would have been as poison to her. Hira was able to endure the pain of her own unsatisfied passion, but she could not bear the Bendra's passion for Kunda. When Hira heard that Nagendra was journeying abroad and that Kunda would remain as Grahini, house mistress, then remembering Haridasi Boisnavi, she became much alarmed and stationed herself as a sentinel to place obstacles in the path of the Bendra. It was not from a desire to secure the welfare of Kundanandani that Hira conceived this design. Under the influence of jealousy, Hira had become so enraged with Kunda that far from wishing her well, she would gladly have seen her go to destruction. But in jealous fear lest Devendra should gain access to Kunda, Hira constituted herself the guardian of Nagendra's wife. Thus the servant Hira became the cause of suffering to Kunda, who saw that Hira's zeal and attention did not arise from affection. She perceived that Hira, though a servant, showed want of trust in her and continually scolded and insulted her. Kunda was of a very peaceful disposition. Though rendered ill by Hira's conduct, she said nothing to her. Kunda's nature was calm, Hira's passionate. Thus Kunda, though the master's wife, submitted as if she were a dependent. Hira lorded it over her as if she were the mistress. Sometimes the other ladies of the house, seeing Kunda suffer, scolded Hira, but they could not stand before Hira's eloquence. The Diwan, hearing of her doings, said to Hira, "Go away, I dismiss you." Hira replied with flaming eyes, "Who are you to dismiss me? I was placed here by the master, and except at his command, I will not go. I have as much power to dismiss you as you have to dismiss me." The Diwan, fearing further insult, said not another word. Except Surajmukhi, no one could rule Hira. One day after the departure of Nagendra, Hira was lying alone in the creeper-covered summer house in the flower garden near to the women's apartments. Since it had been abandoned by Surajmukhi and Nagendra, Hira had taken possession of this summer house. It was evening, and almost full moon shone in the heavens. Her rays, shining through the branches of the trees, fell on the white marble and danced upon the wind-moved waters of the talao close by. The air was filled with the intoxicating perfume of the scented shrubs. There is nothing in nature so intoxicating as flower-perfumed air. Hira suddenly perceived the figure of a man in a grove of trees. A second glance showed it to be the Bendra. He was not disguised, but wore his own apparel. Hira exclaimed in astonishment, "You are very bold, sir. Should you be discovered, you will be beaten." "Where Hira is, what cause have I for fear?" Thus saying, the Bendra sat down by Hira, who after a little silent enjoyment this pleasure said, "Why have you come here? You will not be able to see her whom you hoped to see." "I have already attained my hope. I came to see you." Hira, not deceived by the sweet flattering words she quoted, said with a laugh, "I did not know I was destined to such pleasure. Still, since it has befallen me, let us go where I can satisfy myself by beholding you without interruption. Here there are many obstacles." "Where shall we go?" said Devendra. "Into that summer house. There we need fear nothing." "Do not fear for me." "If there is nothing to fear for you, there is for me. If I am seen with you, what will be my position?" Shrinking at this, the Bendra said, "Let us go. Would it not be well that I should renew acquaintance with your new granny?" The burning glance of hate cast on him by Hira at these words, Devendra failed to see in the uncertain light. Hira said, "How will you get to see her?" "By your kindness it will be accomplished," said Devendra. "Then do you remain here on the watch. I will bring her to you." With these words, Hira went out of the summer house. Proceeding some distance, she stopped beneath the shelter of a tree and gave way to a burst of sobbing. Then went on into the house, not to Kundanandini, but to the Darwans, gatekeepers, to whom she said, "Come quickly, there is a thief in the garden." Then Dobe, Chobe, Pyare, and Tiwari, taking thick bamboo sticks in their hands, started off for the flower garden. Devendra, hearing from afar the sound of their clumsy, clattering shoes and seeing their black, napkin-swathed chins, leaped from the summer house and fled in haste. Tiwari and company ran some distance, but they could not catch him. Yet he did not get off scot-free. We cannot certainly say whether he tasted the bamboo, but we have heard that he was pursued by some very abusive terms from the mouths of the Darwans, and that his servant, having had a little of his brandy, in gossip the next day with a female friend, remarked, "Today, when I was rubbing the Babu with oil, I saw a bruise on his back." Returning home, Devendra made two resolutions. The first, that while Hira remained, he would never again enter the Datta house. The second, that he would retaliate upon Hira. In the end, he had a frightful revenge upon her. Hira's venial fault received a heavy punishment, so heavy that at sight of it even Devendra's stony heart was lacerated. We will relate it briefly later. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 27. By the Roadside. It is one of the worst days of the rainy season. Not once had the sun appeared, only a continuous downpour of rain. The well-metalled road to Banaras was a mass of slush, but one traveller was to be seen. His dress was that of a brahmachari, an ascetic. Yellow garments, a bead chaplet on his neck, the mark on the forehead, the bald crown surrounded by only a few white hairs, a palm leaf umbrella in one hand, in the other a brass drinking vessel. Thus the brahmachari travelled in the soaking rain through the dark day, followed by a night as black as though the earth were full of ink. He could not distinguish between road and no road. Nevertheless, he continued his way, for he had renounced the word. He was a brahmachari. To those who have given up worldly pleasures, light and darkness, a good and a bad road are all one. It was now far on in the night. Now and then it lightened. The darkness itself was preferable, was less frightful than those flashes of light. "Friend," plodding along in the darkness, the brahmachari heard suddenly in the pathway some such sound followed by a long sigh. The sound was muffled, nevertheless it seemed to come from a human throat, from someone in pain. The brahmachari stood waiting. The lightning flashed brightly. He saw something lying at the side of the road. Was it a human being? Still he waited. The next flash convinced him that his conjecture was correct. He called out, "Who are you lying by the roadside?" No one made reply. Again he asked. This time an indistinct sound of distress caught his ear. Then the brahmachari laid his umbrella and drinking vessel on the ground and extending his hands began to feel about. Ere long he touched a soft body. Then as his hand came in contact with the knot of hair, he exclaimed, "O Durga, it is a woman!" Leaving umbrella and drinking vessel, he raised the dying or senseless woman in his arms and leaving the road crossed the plain towards a village. He was familiar with the neighborhood and could make his way through the darkness. His frame was not powerful, yet he carried this dying creature like a child through this difficult path. Those who are strong in goodwill to others are not sensible of bodily weakness. Bearing the unconscious woman in his arms, the brahmachari stopped at the door of a leaf thatched hut at the entrance of the village and called to one within, "Haro, child, are you at home?" A woman replied, "Do I hear the Thakur's voice? When did the Thakur come? But now, open the door quickly. I am in a great difficulty." Haromani opened the door. The brahmachari, bidding her light a lamp, laid his burden on the floor of the hut. Haro lit the lamp and, bringing it near the dying woman, they both examined her carefully. They saw that she was not old, but in the condition of her body it was difficult to guess her age. She was extremely emaciated and seemed struck with mortal illness. At one time she certainly must have had beauty, but she had none now. Her wet garments were greatly soiled and torn in 100 places. Her wet, unbound hair was much tangled. Her closed eyes deeply sunk. She breathed, but was not conscious. She seemed near death. Haromani asked, "Who is this? Where did you find her?" The brahmachari explained and added, "I see she is near death. Yet if we could but renew the warmth of her body, she might live. Do as I tell you and let us see." Then Haromani, following the brahmachari's directions, changed the woman's wet clothes for dry garments and dried her wet hair. Then, lighting a fire, they endeavored to warm her. The brahmachari said, "Probably she has been long without food. If there is milk in the house, give her a little at a time." Haromani possessed a cow and had milk at hand. Warming some, she administered it slowly. After a while, the woman opened her eyes. When Haromani said, "Where have you come from, mother?" Reviving, the woman asked, "Where am I?" The brahmachari answered, "Finding you dying by the roadside, I brought you hither." "Where are you going?" "Very far." Haromani said, "You still wear your bracelet. Is your husband living?" The sick woman's brow darkened. Haromani was perplexed. The brahmachari asked, "What shall we call you? What is your name?" The desolate creature, moving a little restlessly, replied, "My name is Surajmukhi." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 28. Is There Hope? There was apparently no hope of Surajmukhi's life. The brahmachari, not understanding her symptoms, next morning called in the village doctor. Ram Krishan Rai was very learned, particularly in medicine. He was renowned in the village for his skill. On seeing the symptoms, he said, "This is consumption, and on this fever has set in. It is, I fear, a mortal sickness. Still she may live." These words were not said in the presence of Surajmukhi. The doctor administered physic, and seeing the destitute condition of the woman, he said nothing about fees. He was not an avaricious man. Dismissing the physician, the brahmachari sent Haromani about other work, and entered into conversation with Surajmukhi, who said, "Thakur, why have you taken so much trouble about me? There is no need to do so on my account." "What trouble have I taken?" replied the brahmachari. "This is my work. To assist others is my vocation. If I had not been occupied with you, someone else in similar circumstances would have required my services." "Then leave me and attend to others. You can assist others, you cannot help me." "Wherefore?" asked the brahmachari. "To restore me to health will not help me. Death alone will give me peace. Last night, when I fell down by the roadside, I hoped that I should die. Why did you save me?" "I knew not that you were in such deep trouble. But however deep it is, self-destruction is a great sin. Never be guilty of such an act. To kill one's self is as sinful as to kill another. I have not tried to kill myself. Death has approached voluntarily. Therefore I hoped. But even dying, I have no joy. Saying these words, Surajmukhi's voice broke and she began to weep. The brahmachari said, "Whenever you speak of dying, I see you weep. You wish to die. Mother, I am like a son to you. Look upon me as such and tell me your wish. If there is any remedy for your trouble, tell me, and I will bring it about." Wishing to say this, I have sent Haromani away, and am sitting alone with you. From your speech, I infer that you belong to a very respectable family, that you are in a state of very great anxiety, I perceive. Why should you not tell me what it is? Consider me as your son and speak. Surajmukhi, with wet eyes, said, "I am dying. Why should I feel shame at such a time? I have no other trouble than this, that I am dying without seeing my husband's face. If I could but see him once, I should die happy." The brahmachari wiped his eyes also and said, "Where is your husband? It is impossible for you to go to him now. But if he, on receiving the news, could come here, I would let him know by letter." Surajmukhi's one face expanded into a smile. Then again becoming dejected, she said, "He could come, but I cannot tell if he would. I am guilty of a great offense against him, but he is full of kindness to me. He might forgive me, but he is far from here. Can I live till he comes?" Finding on further inquiry that the Babu lived at Haripur Zilla, the brahmachari brought pen and paper, and taking Surajmukhi's instructions, wrote as follows: "Sir, I am a stranger to you. I am a Brahman, leading the life of a brahmachari. I do not even know who you are. This only I know, that Srimati Surajmukhi Dasi is your wife. She is lying in a dangerous state of illness in the house of the Boisnavi Haromani in the village of Madhupur. She is under medical treatment, but it appears uncertain whether she will recover. Her last desire is to see you once more and die. If you are able to pardon her offense, whatever it may be, then pray come hither quickly. I address her as mother. As a son, I write this letter by her direction. She has no strength to write herself. If you come, do so by way of Raniganj. Inquire in Raniganj for Shriman Madhav Chandra, and on mentioning my name, he will send someone with you. In this way, you will not have to search Madhupur for the house. If you come, come quickly, or it may be too late. Receive my blessing." Signed, Shiv Prasad. The letter ended. The brahmachari asked, "What address shall I write?" Surajmukhi replied, "When Haromani comes, I will tell you." Footnote: The wife does not utter the name of her husband except under stress of necessity. End footnote. Haromani, having arrived, addressed the letter to Nagendra Nath Datta and took it to the post office. When the brahmachari had gone, Surajmukhi, with tearful eyes, joined hands, and upturned face, put up her petition to the Creator, saying, "O Supreme God, if you are faithful, then as I am a true wife, may this letter accomplish its end. I knew nothing during my life save the feet of my husband. I do not desire heaven as the reward of my devotion. This only I desire, that I may see my husband ere I die." But the letter did not reach Nagendra. He had left Govindpur long before it arrived there. The messenger gave the letter to the Diwan and went away. Nagendra had said to the Diwan, "When I stay at any place, I shall write thence to you. When you receive my instructions, forward any letters that may have arrived for me." In due time, Nagendra reached Banaras, whence he wrote to the Diwan, who sent Shiv Prasad's epistle with the rest of the letters. On receiving this letter, Nagendra was struck to the heart, and pressing his forehead, exclaimed in distress, "Lord of all the world, preserve my senses for one moment." This prayer reached the ear of God, and for a time his senses were preserved. Calling his head servant, he said, I must go tonight to Raniganj, make all arrangements. The man went to do his bidding. Then Nagendra fell senseless on the floor. That night Nagendra left Banaras behind him. O word enchanting Benares, what happy man could have quitted thee on such an autumn night with satiated eyes? It is a moonless night. From the Ganges stream, in whatever direction you look, you will see the sky studded with stars. From endless ages, ever burning stars, resting never. Below, a second sky reflected in the deep blue water. On shore, flights of steps and tall houses showing 1,000 lights, these again reflected in the river. Seeing this, Nagendra closed his eyes. Tonight, he could not endure the beauty of earth. He knew that Shiv Prasad's letter had been delayed many days. Where was Surajmukhi now? End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 29. Hira's poison tree has blossomed. On the day when the Darwans had driven out Devendra Babu with bamboos, Hira had laughed heartily within herself. But later she had felt much remorse. She thought, I have not done well to disgrace him. I know not how much I have angered him. Now I shall have no place in his thoughts. All my hopes are destroyed. Devendra also was occupied in devising a plan of vengeance upon Hira for the punishment she had caused to be inflicted on him. At last he sent for Hira, and after 1 or 2 days of doubt she came. Devendra showed no displeasure and made no allusion to what had occurred. Avoiding that, he entered into pleasant conversation with her. As the spider spreads his net for the fly, so Devendra spread his net for Hira. In the hope of obtaining her desire, Hira easily fell into the snare. Intoxicated with Devendra's sweet words, she was imposed upon by his crafty speech. She thought, surely this is love. Devendra loves me. Hira was cunning, but now her cunning did not serve her. The power which the ancient poets describe as having been used to disturb the meditations of Shiva, who had renounced passion, by that power Hira had lost her cunning. Then Devendra took his guitar and, stimulated by wine, began to sing. His rich and cultivated voice gave forth such honeyed waves of song that Hira was as one enchanted. Her heart became restless and melted with love of Devendra. Then in her eyes Devendra seemed the perfection of beauty, the essence of all that was adorable to a woman. Her eyes overflowed with tears springing from love. Putting down his guitar, Devendra wiped away her tears. Hira shivered. Then Devendra began such pleasant jesting, mingled with loving speeches, and adorned his conversation with such ambiguous phrases that Hira, entranced, thought, this is heavenly joy. Never had she heard such words. If her senses had not been bewildered, she would have thought this is hell. Devendra had never known real love, but he was very learned in the love language of the old poets. Hearing from Devendra songs in praise of the inexpressible delights of love, Hira thought of giving herself up to him. She became steeped in love from head to foot. Then again Devendra sang with the voice of the first bird of spring. Hira, inspired by love, joined in with her feminine voice. Devendra urged her to sing. Hira, with sparkling eyes and smiling face, impelled by her happy feelings, sang a love song, a petition for love. Then, sitting in that evil room with sinful hearts, the two, under the influence of evil desires, bound themselves to live in sin. Hira knew how to subdue her heart, but having no inclination to do so, she entered the flame as easily as an insect. Her belief that Devendra did not love her had been her protection until now. When her love for Devendra was but in the germ, she smilingly confessed it to herself, but turned away from him without hesitation. When the full-grown passion pierced her heart, she took service to distract her thoughts. But when she imagined he loved her, she had no desire to resist. Therefore, she now had to eat the fruit of the poison tree. People say that you do not see sin punished in this world. Be that true or not, you may be sure that those who do not rule their own hearts will have to bear the consequences. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 30. News of Surajmukhi. It is late autumn. The waters from the fields are drying up. The rice crop is ripening. The lotus flowers have disappeared from the tanks. At dawn, dew falls from the boughs of the trees. At evening, mist rises over the plains. One day at dawn, a palanquin was borne along the Madhupur road. At this sight, all the boys of the place assembled in a row. All the daughters and wives, old and young, resting their water vessels on the hip, stood awhile to gaze. The husbandmen, leaving the rice crop, sickle in hand, and with turbaned heads, stood staring at the palanquin. The influential men of the village sat in committee. A booted foot was set down from the palanquin. The general opinion was that an English gentleman had arrived. The children thought it was Bogie. When Nagendra Nath had descended from the palanquin, half a dozen people saluted him because he wore pantaloons and a smoking cap. Some thought he was the police inspector, others that he was a constable. Addressing an old man in the crowd, Nagendra inquired for Shiv Prasad Brahmachari. The person addressed felt certain that this must be a case of investigation into a murder, and that therefore it would not be well to give a truthful answer. He replied, "Sir, I am but a child. I do not know as much as that." Nagendra perceived that unless he could meet with an educated man, he would learn nothing. There were many in the village. Therefore, Nagendra went to a house of superior class. It proved to be that of Ram Christo Rai, who, noticing the arrival of a strange gentleman, requested him to sit down. Nagendra, inquiring for Shiv Prasad Brahmachari, was informed that he had left the place. Much dejected, Nagendra asked, "Where is he gone?" "That I do not know. He never remains long in one place." "Does anyone know when he will return?" asked Nagendra. "I have some business with him, therefore I also made that inquiry. But no one can tell me." "How long is it since he left?" "About a month." "Could anyone show me the house of Haromani Boisnavi of this village?" Haromani's house stood by the roadside, but it exists no longer. It has been destroyed by fire. Nagendra pressed his forehead. In a weak voice he asked, "Where is Haromani?" "No one can say. Since the night her house was burned, she has fled somewhere. Some even say that she herself set fire to it." In a broken voice, Nagendra asked, "Did any other woman live in her house?" "No. In the month Shravan, a stranger, falling sick, stayed in her house. She was placed there by the brahmachari. I heard her name was Surajmukhi. She was ill of consumption. I attended her, had almost cured her. Now," breathing hard, Nagendra repeated, "now?" "In the destruction of Haromani's house, the woman was burnt." Nagendra fell from his chair, striking his head severely. The blow stunned him. The doctor attended to his needs. Who would live in a world so full of sorrow? The poison tree grows in everyone's court. Who would love to have one's heart torn in pieces? O Creator, why hast thou not made this a happy word? Thou hadst the power, if thou hadst wished to make it a word of joy. Why is there so much sorrow in it? When at evening Nagendra Nath left Madhupur in his palanquin, he said to himself, "Now I have lost all." What is lost? Happiness? That was lost on the day when Surajmukhi left home. Then what is lost now? Hope? So long as hope remains to man, all is not lost. When hope dies, all dies. Now, therefore, he resolved to go to Govindpur, not with the purpose of remaining, but to arrange all his affairs and bid farewell to the house, the zamindari, the family house, and the rest of his landed property of his own acquiring, he would make over by deed to his nephew Satish Chandra. The deed would need to be drawn up by a lawyer, or it would not stand. The movable wealth he would send to Kamalmani in Calcutta, sending Kunda Nandini there also. A certain amount of money he would reserve for his own sport in government securities. The account books of the estate he would place in the hands of Sarish Chandra. He would not give Surajmukhi's ornaments to his sister, but would keep them beside him wherever he went, and when his time came, would die looking at them. After completing the needful arrangements, he would leave home, revisit the spot where Surajmukhi had died, and then resume his wandering life. So long as he should live, he would hide in some corner of the earth. Such were Nagendra's thoughts as he was borne on his palanquin. Its doors were open, the night was lightened by the October moon, stars shone in the sky. The telegraph wires by the wayside hummed in the wind. But on that night, not even a star could seem beautiful in the eyes of Nagendra. Even the moonlight seemed harsh. All things seemed to give pain. The earth was cruel. Why should everything that seemed beautiful in days of happiness seem today so ugly? Those long slender moonbeams by which the heart was wont to be refreshed, why did they now seem so glaring? The sky is today as blue, the clouds as white, the stars as bright, the wind as playful, the animal creation as ever rove at will. Man is as smiling and joyous. The earth pursues its endless course. Family affairs follow their daily round. The world's hardness is unendurable. Why did not the earth open and swallow up Nagendra in his palanquin? Thus thinking, Nagendra perceived that he was himself to blame for all. He had reached his 33rd year only, yet he had lost all. God had given him everything that makes the happiness of man: riches, greatness, prosperity, honor. All these he had received from the beginning in unwanted measure. Without intelligence, these had been nothing, but God had given that also without stint. His education had not been neglected by his parents. Who was so well instructed as himself? Beauty, strength, health, lovableness, these also nature had given to him with liberal hand. That gift which is priceless in the world, a loving, faithful wife, even this had been granted to him. Who on this earth had possessed more of the elements of happiness? Who was there on earth today more wretched? If by giving up everything, riches, honor, beauty, youth, learning, intelligence, he could have changed conditions with one of his palanquin bearers, he would have considered it a heavenly happiness. Yet why a bearer? Thought he. Is there a prisoner in the jails of this country who is not more happy than I? Not more holy than I? They have slain others. I have slain Surajmukhi. If I had ruled my passions, would she have been brought to die such a death in a strange place? I am her murderer. What slayer of father, mother, or son is a greater sinner than I? Was Surajmukhi my wife only? She was my all. In relation, a wife. In friendship, a brother. In care, a sister. Abounding in hospitality. In love, a mother. In devotion, a daughter. In pleasure, a friend. In counsel, a teacher. In attendance, a servant. My Surajmukhi. Who else possesses such a wife? A helper in domestic affairs, a fortune in the house, a religion in the heart, an ornament round the neck, the pupil of my eyes, the blood of my heart, the life of my body, the smile of my happiness, my comfort in dejection, the enlightener of my mind, my spur in work, the light of my eyes, the music of my ears, the breath of my life, the word to my touch. my present delight, the memory of my past, the hope of my future, my salvation in the next word. I am a swine. How should I recognize a pearl? Suddenly it occurred to him that he was being borne in a palanquin at his ease, while Surajmukhi had worn herself out by travelling on foot. At this thought, Nagendra leaped from the palanquin and proceeded on foot, his bearers carrying the empty vehicle in the rear. When he reached the bazaar where he had arrived in the morning, he dismissed the men with their palanquin, resolving to finish his journey on foot. I will devote my life to expiating the death of Surajmukhi. What expiation? All the joys of which Surajmukhi was deprived in leaving her home, I will henceforth give up. Wealth, servants, friends, none of these will I retain. I will subject myself to all the sufferings she endured. From the day I leave Govindpur, I will go on foot, live upon rice, sleep beneath a tree or in a hut. What further expiation? Whenever I see a helpless woman, I will serve her to the utmost of my power. Of the wealth I reserve to myself, I will take only enough to sustain life. The rest I will devote to the service of helpless women. Even of that portion of my wealth that I give to Satish, I will direct that half of it shall be devoted during my life to the sport of destitute women. Expiation. Sin may be expiated, sorrow cannot be. The only expiation for sorrow is death. In dying, sorrow leaves you. Why do I not seek that expiation? Then, covering his face with his hands and remembering his Creator, Nagendra Nath put from him the desire to seek death. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 31. Though all else dies, suffering dies not. Sarish Chandra was sitting alone in his Boita Khana one evening when Nagendra entered, carpet bag in hand, and throwing the bag to a distance, silently took a seat. Sarish Chandra, seeing his distressed and wearied condition, was alarmed, but knew not how to ask an explanation. He knew that Nagendra had received the Brahmachari's letter at Banaras and had gone thence to Madhupur. As he saw that Nagendra would not begin to speak, Srish Chandra took his hand and said, Brother Nagendra, I am distressed to see you thus silent. Did you not go to Madhupur? Nagendra only said, I went. Did you not meet the Brahmachari? No. Did you find Surajmukhi? Where is she? Pointing upwards with his finger, Nagendra said, In heaven. Both sat silent for some moments. Then Nagendra, looking up, said, You do not believe in heaven. I do. Sarish Chandra knew that formerly Nagendra had not believed in a heaven and understood why he now did so. Understood that this heaven was the creation of love. Not being able to endure the thought that Surajmukhi no longer existed, he said to himself, She is in heaven, and in this thought found comfort. Still they remained silent, for Sarish Chandra felt that this was not the time to offer consolation, that words from others would be as poison their society also. So he went away to prepare a chamber for Nagendra. He did not venture to ask him to eat. He would leave that task to Kamal. But when Kamal Mani heard that Surajmukhi was no more, she would undertake no duty. Leaving Satish Chandra for that night, she became invisible. The servants, seeing Kamal Mani bowed to the ground with hair unbound, left Satish and hurried to her. But Satish would not be left. He at first stood in silence by his weeping mother, and then with his little finger under her chin, he tried to raise her face. Kamal looked up. but did not speak. Satish, wishing to comfort his mother, kissed her. Kamal caressed, but did not kiss him, nor did she speak. Satish put his hand on his mother's throat, crept into her lap, and began to cry. Except the Creator, who could enter into that child's heart and discern the cause of his crying? The unfortunate Sarish Chandra, left to his own resources, took some food to Nagendra, who said, I do not want food. Sit down. I have much to say to you. For that I came hither. He then related all that he had heard from Ram Rai and detailed his designs for the future. After listening to the narration, Srish Chandra said, It is surprising that you should not have met the Brahmachari. As it is, only yesterday he left Calcutta for Madhupur in search of you. What? Said Nagendra. How did you meet with the Brahmachari? He is a very noble person, answered Sarish. Not receiving a reply to his letter to you, he went to Govindpur in search of you. There he learned that his letter would be sent on to Banaras. This satisfied him, and without remark to anyone, he went to his business to Purushottam. Returning thence, he again went to Govindpur. Still hearing nothing of you, he was informed that I might have news. He came to me the next day, and I showed him your letter. Yesterday he started for Govindpur, expecting to meet you last night at Raniganj. I was not at Raniganj last night, said Nagendra. Did he tell you anything of Surajmukhi? I will tell you all that tomorrow, said Sarish. You think my suffering will be increased by hearing it? Tell me all, entreated Nagendra. Then Sarish Chandra repeated what the Brahmachari had told him of his meeting Surajmukhi by the roadside, her illness, medical treatment, and improvement in health. Omitting many painful details, he concluded with the words, Ram Rai did not relate all that Surajmukhi had suffered. On hearing this, Nagendra rushed out of the house. Sarish Chandra would have gone with him, but Nagendra would not allow it. The wretched man wandered up and down the road like a madman for hours. He wished to forget himself in the crowd. But at that time there was no crowd. And who can forget himself? Then he returned to the house and sat down with Sarish Chandra, to whom he said, The Brahmachari must have learned from her where she went and what she did. Tell me all he said to you. Why talk of it now? Said Sarish. Take some rest. Nagendra frowned and commanded Sarish Chandra to speak. Sarish perceived that Nagendra had become like a madman. His face was dark as a thundercloud. Afraid to oppose him, he consented to speak, and Nagendra's face relaxed. He began. Walking slowly from Govindpur, Surajmukhi came first in this direction. What distance did she walk daily? Interrupted Nagendra. 2 or 3 miles. She did not take a farthing from home. How did she live? Some days fasting, some days begging. Are you mad? With these words, Srish Chandra threatened Nagendra, who had clutched at his own throat as though to strangle himself, saying, If I die, shall I meet Surajmukhi? Srish Chandra held the hands of Nagendra, who then desired him to continue his narrative. If you will not listen calmly, I will tell you no more, said Sarish. But Nagendra heard no more. He had lost consciousness. With closed eyes, he sought the form of the heaven-ascended Surajmukhi. He saw her seated as a queen upon a jeweled throne. The perfumed wind played in her hair. All around, flower-like birds sang with the voice of the lute. At her feet bloomed hundreds of red water lilies. In the canopy of her throne, 100 moons were shining, surrounded by hundreds of stars. He saw himself in a place full of darkness, pain in all his limbs, demons inflicting blows upon him, Surajmukhi forbidding them with her outstretched finger. With much difficulty, Srish Chandra restored Nagendra to consciousness, whereupon Nagendra cried loudly, Surajmukhi, Dearer to me than life, where art thou? At this cry, Sri Chandra, stupefied and frightened, sat down in silence. At length, recovering his natural state, Nagendra said, "Speak." "What can I say?" asked Sarish. "Speak," said Nagendra. "If you do not, I shall die before your eyes." Then Sarish said, "Surajmukhi did not endure this suffering many days. A wealthy Brahmin traveling with his family had to come as far as Calcutta by boat on his way to Banaras. One day, as Surajmukhi was lying under a tree on the river's bank, the Brahmin family came there to cook. The Grahani entered into conversation with Surajmukhi and, pitying her condition, took her into the boat, as she had said that she also was going to Banaras. "What is the name of that Brahman? Where does he live?" asked Nagendra, thinking that by some means he would find out the man and reward him. He then bade Sarish Chandra continue. "Surajmukhi," continued Sarish, "travelled as one of the family as far as Bahari, to Calcutta by boat, to Raniganj by rail, from Raniganj by bullock train. So far Surajmukhi proceeded in comfort." "After that, did the Brahman dismiss her?" asked Nagendra. "No," replied Sarish. "Surajmukhi herself took leave. She went no further than Banaras." "How many days could she go on without seeing you?" "With that purpose she returned from Bhari on foot." As Sarish Chandra spoke, tears came into his eyes, the sight of which was an infinite comfort to Nagendra, who rested his head on the shoulder of Sarish and wept. Since entering the house, Nagendra had not wept. His grief had been beyond tears, but now the stream of sorrow found free vent. He cried like a boy, and his suffering was much lessened thereby. The grief that cannot weep is the messenger of death. As Nagendra became calmer, Srish Chandra said, "We will speak no more of this today." "What more is there to say?" said Nagendra. "The rest that happened I have seen with my own eyes. From Bhari she walked alone to Madhupur. From fatigue, fasting, sun, rain, despair, and grief, Surajmukhi, seized by illness, fell to the ground ready to die." Sarish Chandra was silent for a time. At length he said, "Brother, why dwell upon this any longer? You are not in fault. You did nothing to oppose or vex her. There is no cause to repent of that which has come about without fault of our own." Nagendra did not understand. He knew himself to blame for all. Why had he not torn up the seed of the poison tree from his heart? End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 32. The Fruit of Hira's Poison Tree. Hira has sold her precious jewel in exchange for a cowdy. Virtue may be preserved with much pains for a long time, yet a day's carelessness may lose it. So it was with Hira. The wealth to gain which she had sold her precious jewel was but a broken shell. For such love as the Bendra's is like the bore in the river, as muddy as transient. In 3 days the flood subsided, and Hira was left in the mud. As the miser or the man greedy of fame, having long preserved his treasure, at the marriage of a son or some other festival spends all in one day's enjoyment, Hira, who had so long preserved her chastity, had now lost it for a day's delight, and like the ruined miser, was left standing in the path of endless regret. Abandoned by Devendra as a boy throws away an unripe mango not to his taste, Hira at first suffered frightfully. It was not only that she had been cast adrift by Devendra, but that, having been degraded and wounded by him, she had sunk to so low a position among women. It was this she found so unendurable. When in her last interview, embracing Devendra's feet, she had said, "Do not cast me off. He had replied, "It has only been in the hope of obtaining Kunda Nandini that I have honored you so long. If you can secure me her society, I will continue to live with you, otherwise not. I have given you the fitting reward of your pride. Now, with the ink of this stain upon you, you may go home." Everything seemed dark around Hira in her anger. When her head ceased to swim, she stood in front of Dabendra, her brows knitted, her eyes inflamed, and as with the 100 tongues she gave vent to her temper. Abuse such as the foulest women use she poured upon him, till he, losing patience, kicked her out of the pleasure garden. Hira was a sinner, Dabendra a sinner and a brute. Thus ended the promise of eternal love. Hira, thus abused, did not go home. In Govindpur, there was a low caste doctor who attended only low caste people. He had no knowledge of treatment or of drugs. He knew only the poisonous pills by which life is destroyed. Hira knew that for the preparation of these pills, he kept vegetable, mineral, snake, and other life destroying poisons. That night she went to his house and, calling him aside, said, "I am troubled every day by a jackal who eats from my cooking vessels. Unless I can kill this jackal, I cannot remain here. If I mix some poison with the rice today, he will eat it and die. You keep many poisons. Can you sell me one that will instantly destroy life?" The Chandal, outcast, did not believe the jackal's story. He said, "I have what you want, but I cannot sell it. Should I be known to sell poison, the police would seize me." "Be not anxious about that," said Hira. "No one shall know that you have sold it. I will swear to you by my patron deity and by the Ganges, if you wish. Give me enough to kill 2 jackals, and I will pay you 50 rupees." The Chandal felt certain that a murder was intended, but he could not resist the 50 rupees and consented to sell the poison. Hira fetched the money from her house and gave it to him. The Chandal twisted up a pungent life destroying poison in paper and gave it to her. In departing, Hira said, "Mind you betray this to no one, else we shall both suffer." The Chandal answered, "I do not even know you, mother." Thus freed from fear, Hira went home. When there, she held the poison in her hand, weeping bitterly. Then, wiping her eyes, she said, "What fault have I committed that I should die? Why should I die without killing him who has struck me? I will not take this poison. He who has reduced me to this condition shall eat it, or if not, I will give it to his beloved Kundanandini. After one of these two are dead, if necessary, I also will take it." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 33. Hira's Grandmother. Hira's old grandmother walks about picking up a basket of cow dung, with her teeth cracking pebbles, eating jackfruit by the 100. Hira's grandmother hobbled along with the help of a stick, followed by boys reciting the above unrivaled verses, clapping their hands and dancing as they went. Whether any special taunt was meant by these verses is doubtful. But the old woman became furious and desired the boys to go to destruction, wishing that their fathers might eat refuse, a common form of abuse. This was a daily occurrence. Arriving at the door of Nagendra's house, the grandmother escaped from her enemies, who at sight of the fierce black moustaches of the Darwans fled from the battlefield, one crying, "Bama Charandobe goes to bed early, and when the thief comes, he runs away." Another, "Ram Singh Pare with the stick marches boldly, but at sight of a thief he flies to the tank." A third, "Lal Chand Singh doth briskly dance and sing, is death on the food, but at work is no good. The boys fled, attacked by the Dervans with the shower of words not to be found in any dictionary. Hira's grandmother, plodding along, arrived at the dispensary attached to Nagendra's dwelling. Perceiving the doctor, she said, "O father, where is the doctor? Father, I am he. Oh, father, I am getting blind. I am 28 or 80 years old. How shall I speak of my troubles? I had a son, he is dead. I had a granddaughter, she also." Here the old woman broke down and began to whine like a cat. The doctor asked, "What has happened to you?" Without answering this question, the woman began to relate the history of her life. And when, amid much crying, she had finished, the doctor again asked, "What do you want now? What has happened to you?" Again she began the unequaled story of her life. But the doctor, showing much impatience, she changed it for that of Hira, of Hira's mother, and Hira's husband. With much difficulty, the doctor at last arrived at her meaning, to which all this talking and crying was quite irrelevant. The old woman desired some medicine for Hira. Her complaint, she said, was a species of lunacy. Before Hira's birth, her mother had been mad, had continued so for some time, and had died in that condition. Hira had not hitherto shown any sign of her mother's disorder, but now the old woman felt some doubts about her. Hira would now laugh, now weep, now closing the door she would dance. Sometimes she screamed and sometimes became unconscious. Therefore her grandmother wanted medicine for her. After some reflection, the doctor said, "Your daughter has hysteria." "Well, doctor, is there no medicine for that disease?" "Certainly there is. Keep her very warm. Take this dose of castor oil. Give it to her early tomorrow morning. Later I will come and give her another medicine." With the bottle of castor oil in her hand, the old woman hobbled forth. On the road she was met by a neighbor who said, "O Hira's grandmother, what have you in your hand?" The old woman answered, "Hira has become hysterical. The doctor has given me some castor oil for her. Do you think that will be good for hysterics?" "It may be. Castor oil is the god of all. But what has made your granddaughter so jolly lately?" After much reflection, the old woman said, "It is the fault of her age." Whereupon the neighbor prescribed a remedy and they parted. On arriving at home, the old woman remembered that the doctor had said Hira must be kept warm. Therefore she placed a pan of fire before her granddaughter. "Fire!" exclaimed Hira. "What is this for?" "The doctor told me to keep you warm," replied the old woman. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 34. A Dark House, a Dark Life. In the absence of Nagendra and Surajmukhi from their spacious home, all was darkness therein. The clerks sat in the office, and Kunda Nandini dwelt in the inner apartments with the poor relations. But how can stars dispel the darkness of a moonless night? In the corners hung spiders' webs. In the rooms stood dust in heaps. Pigeons built their nests in the cornices and sparrows in the beams. Heaps of withered leaves lay rotting in the garden. Weeds grew over the tanks. The flower beds were hidden by jungle. There were jackals in the courtyard and rats in the granary. Mold and fungus were everywhere to be seen. Muskrats and centipedes swarmed in the rooms. Bats flew about night and day. Nearly all Surajmukhi's pet birds had been eaten by cats. Their soiled feathers lay scattered around. The ducks had been killed by the jackals. The peacocks had flown into the woods. The cows had become emaciated and no longer gave milk. Nagendra's dogs had no spirit left in them. They neither played nor barked. They were never let loose. Some had died, some had gone mad, some had escaped. The horses were diseased or had become ill from want of work. The stables were littered with stubble, grass, and feathers. The horses were sometimes fed, sometimes neglected. The grooms were never to be found in the stables. The cornice of the house was broken in places, as were the sashes, the shutters, and the railings. The matting was soaked with rain. There was dust on the painted walls. Over the bookcases were the dwellings of insects, straws from the sparrows, nests on the glass of the chandeliers. In the house there was no mistress, and without a mistress, paradise itself would be a ruin. As in an untended garden overgrown with grass, a single rose or lily will bloom, so in this house Kunda Nandini lived alone. Wherever a few joined in a meal, Kunda partook of it. If anyone addressed her as house mistress, Kunda thought they are mocking me. If the Diwan sent to ask her about anything, her heart beat with fear. There was a reason for this. As Nagendra did not write to Kunda, she had been accustomed to send to the Diwan for the letters received by him. She did not return the letters, and she lived in fear that the Diwan would claim them. And in fact, the man no longer sent them to her, but only suffered her to read them as he held them in his hand. The suffering felt by Surajmukhi was endured in equal measure by Kunda Nandini. Surajmukhi loved her husband. Did not Kunda love him? In that little heart there was inexhaustible love, and because it could find no expression, like obstructed breathing, it wounded her heart. From childhood, before her first marriage, Kunda had loved Nagendra. She had told no one knew it. She had no desire to obtain Nagendra, no hope of doing so. Her despair she had borne in silence. To have striven for it would have been like striving to reach the moon in the sky. Now, where was that moon? For what fault had Nagendra thrust her from him? Kunda revolved these thoughts in her mind night and day. Night and day she wept. Well, let Nagendra not love her. It was her good fortune to love him. Why might she not even see him? Nor that only. He regarded Kunda as the root of his troubles. Everyone considered her so. Kunda thought, why should I be blamed for all this? In an evil moment, Nagendra had married Kunda. As everyone who sits under the upas tree must die, so everyone who had been touched by the shadow of this marriage was ruined. Then again Kunda thought, Surajmukhi has come to this condition through me. Surajmukhi protected me, loved me as a sister. I have made her a beggar by the roadside. Who is there more unfortunate than I? Why did I not die by the roadside? Why do I not die now? I will not die now. Let him come. Let me see him again. Will he not come? Kunda had not received the news of Surajmukhi's death. Therefore she thought, what is the use of dying now? Should Surajmukhi return, then I will die. I will no longer be a thorn in her path. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 35. The Return. The work required to be done in Calcutta was finished. The deed of gift was drawn up. In it, special rewards were indicated for the brahmachari and the unknown Brahman. The deed would have to be registered at Haripur. Therefore, Nagendra went to Govindpur, taking it with him. He had instructed his brother-in-law to follow. Sarish Chandra had striven to prevent his executing this deed, also to restrain him from making the journey on foot. But in vain. His efforts thus defeated, he followed by boat. And as Kamalmani could not endure to be parted from her husband, she and Satish simply accompanied him without asking any questions. When Kunda saw Kamalmani, she thought that once more a star had risen in the sky. Since the flight of Surajmukhi, Kamal's anger against Kunda had been inflexible. She had always refused to see her. But now, at the sight of Kunda's emaciated figure, Kamal's anger departed. She endeavored to cheer her with the news that Nagendra was coming, which brought a smile to the girl's face. But at the news of Surajmukhi's death, Kunda Nandini wept. Many fair readers will smile at this, thinking the cat weeps over the death of the fish. But Kunda was very stupid. That she had cause to rejoice never entered her head. This silly woman actually cried over her rival's death. Kamalmani not only cheered Kunda, she herself felt comforted. She had already wept much, and now she began to think, what is the use of weeping? If I do, Srish Chandra will be miserable and Satish will cry. Weeping will not bring back Surajmukhi. So she gave up weeping and became her natural self. Kamalmani said to Sarish Chandra, the goddess of this paradise has abandoned it. When my brother comes, he will have only a bed of straw to lie upon. They resolved to put the place in order. So the coolies, the lamp cleaners, and the gardeners were set to work. Under Kamalmani's vigorous treatment, the muskrats, bats, and mice departed squeaking. The pigeons flew from cornice to cornice. The sparrows fled in distress. Where the windows were closed, the sparrows, taking them for open doorways, pecked at them with their beaks till they were ready to drop. The women servants, broom in hand, were victorious everywhere. Before long, the place again wore a smiling appearance, and at length Nagendra arrived. It was evening. As a river courses swiftly when at flood, but at ebb the deep water is calm, so Nagendra's violent grief was now changed into a quiet gravity. His sorrow was not lessened, but he was no longer restless. In a quiet manner, he conversed with the household, making inquiries from each one. In the presence of none of them did he mention the name of Surajmukhi, but all were grieved at the sorrow expressed by his grave countenance. The old servants, saluting him, went aside and wept. One person only did Nagendra wound. With the long sorrowing Kunda, he did not speak. By the orders of Nagendra, the servants prepared his bed in Surajmukhi's room. At this order, Kamalmani shook her head. At midnight, when all the household had retired, Nagendra went to Surajmukhi's chamber not to lie down, but to weep. Surajmukhi's room was spacious and beautiful. It was the temple of all Nagendra's joys. Therefore, he had adorned it with care. The room was wide and lofty, the floor inlaid with white and black marble, the walls painted in floral designs, blue, yellow, and red. Above the flowers hovered various birds. On one side stood a costly bedstead, beautifully carved and inlaid with ivory. Elsewhere, seats in variously colored coverings, a large mirror, and other suitable furniture. Some pictures, not English, hung upon the walls. Surajmukhi and Nagendra together had chosen the subjects and caused them to be painted by a native artist who had been taught by an Englishman and could draw well. Nagendra had framed the pictures handsomely and hung them on the walls. One picture was taken from the birth of Kartika. Siva sunk in meditation on the summit of the hill, Nandi at the door of the arbor. On the left, Hembatra, finger on lip, is hushing the sounds of the garden. All is still, the bees hid among the leaves, the deer reposing. At this moment, Madan, Cupid, enters to interrupt the meditation of Siva. With him comes spring. In advance, Parvati, wreathed with flowers, has come to salute Siva. Uma's joyous face is bent in salutation, one knee resting on the earth. This is the position depicted in the painting. As she bends her head, one or two flowers escape from the wreaths fastened in her hair. In the distance, Cupid, half hidden by the woods, one knee touching earth, his beauteous bow bent, is fitting to it the flower wreathed arrow. In another picture, Ram returning from Lanka with Janki, both sitting in a jeweled chariot, is coursing through the sky. Ram has one hand on the shoulders of Janki, with the other is pointing out the beauties of the earth below. Around the chariot, many colored clouds, blue, red, and white, sail past in purple waves. Below, the broad blue ocean heaves its billows, shining like heaps of diamonds in the sun's rays. In the distance, opal crowned Lanka, its rows of palaces like golden peaks in the sun's light, the opposite shore beautiful with tamal and palm trees. In the mid distance, flocks of swans are flying. Another picture represents Subhadra with Arjuna in the chariot. Countless Yadav soldiers, their flags streaming out against the gloomy sky, are running after the chariot. Subhadra herself is driving, the horses grinding the clouds with their hoofs. Subhadra, proud of her skill, is looking round towards Arjuna, biting her lower lip with her ivory teeth. Her hair streaming in the chariot created wind, two or three braids moistened with perspiration lie in a curve on her temples. In another, Shakuntala, with the desire of seeing Dusyanta, is pretending to take a thorn from her foot. Ansuya and Priyamboda are smiling. Shakuntala, between anger and shame, will not raise her face. She cannot look at Dusyanta, nor yet can she leave the spot. In another, Prince Abhimanyu, armed for battle and like the young lion, eager for glory, is taking leave of Uttara that he may go to the field. Uttara, saying that she will not let him go, is standing against the closed door weeping, with her hands over her eyes. It was past 12 when Nagendra entered the room. The night was fearful. Late in the evening some rain had fallen. Now the wind had risen and was blowing fiercely, the rain continuing at intervals. Wherever the shutters were not fastened, they flapped to and fro with the noise of thunderclaps, the sashes rattling continuously. When Nagendra closed the door, the noise was less noticeable. There was another door near the bedstead, but as the wind did not blow in that direction, he left it open. Nagendra sat on the sofa, weeping bitterly. How often had he sat there with Surajmukhi? What pleasant talks they had had! Again and again Nagendra embraced that senseless seat. Then, raising his face, he looked at the pictures so dear to Surajmukhi. In the fitful light of the lamp, the figure in the pictures seemed to be alive. In each picture, Nagendra saw Surajmukhi. He remembered that one day she expressed a wish to be decked with flowers like Uma in the picture. He had gone forth, brought in flowers from the garden, and with them decked her person. What beauty decked with jewels had ever felt the pleasure felt by Surajmukhi at that moment? Another day, she had desired to drive Nagendra's carriage in imitation of Subhadra, whereupon he had brought a small carriage drawn by ponies to the inner garden. They both got in, Surajmukhi taking the reins. Like Subhadra, she turned her face towards Nagendra, biting her lower lip and laughing. The ponies, taking advantage of her inattention, went through an open gate into the road. Then Surajmukhi, afraid of being seen by the people, drew her sari over her face, and Nagendra, seeing her distress, took the reins and brought the carriage back into the garden. They went into the chamber laughing over the adventure, and Surajmukhi shook her fist at Subhadra in the picture, saying, "You are the cause of this misfortune." How bitterly Nagendra wept over this remembrance. Unable longer to endure his suffering, he walked about. But look where he would, there were signs of Surajmukhi. On the wall where the artist had drawn twining plants, she had sketched a copy of one of them. The sketch remained there still. One day during the Dole festival, She had thrown a ball of red powder at her husband. She had missed her aim and struck the wall, where still the stain was visible. When the room was finished, Surajmukhi had written in one spot, "In the year 1910 of Vikramaditya, this room was prepared for my guardian deity, my husband, by his servant Surajmukhi." Nagendra read this inscription repeatedly. He could not satisfy his desire to read it. Though the tears filled his eyes so that he could not see, he would not desist. As he read, he perceived the light becoming dim and found the lamp ready to expire. With a sigh, he laid down. But scarcely had he done so, ere the wind began to rage furiously. The lamp, void of oil, was on the point of extinction. Only a faint spark like that of a firefly remained. In that dim light, a remarkable circumstance occurred. Astonished by the noise of the shutters, Nagendra looked towards the door near the bed. In that open doorway, shown by the dim light, a shadowy form appeared. The shape was that of a woman, but what he saw further made his hair stand on end. He trembled from head to foot. The woman's face had the features of Surajmukhi. Nagendra started to his feet and hastened to the figure, but the light went out. The form became invisible. With a loud cry, Nagendra fell senseless to the ground. When Nagendra recovered consciousness, thick darkness filled the room. By degrees, he collected his senses. As he remembered what had caused the swoon, surprise was added to surprise. He had fallen senseless on the floor. Then whence came the pillow on which his head was resting? Was it a pillow? Or was it the lap of someone, of Kunda Nandini? To solve his doubt, he said, "Who are you?" But the spotter of his head made no reply. Only a hot drop or two fell on his forehead, by which he understood that the person was weeping. He tried to identify the person by touch. Suddenly he became quite bewildered. He remained motionless for some moments, then with laboring breath raised his head and sat up. The rain had ceased. The clouds had disappeared. Light began to peep into the room. Nagendra rose and seated himself. He perceived that the woman had also risen and was slowly making towards the door. Then Nagendra guessed that it was not Kunda Nandini. There was not light enough to recognize anyone, but something might be guessed from form and gait. Nagendra studied these for a moment, then falling at the feet of the standing figure in troubled tones, he said, "Whether thou art a god or a human being, I am at thy feet. Speak to me, or I shall die." What the woman said he could not understand. But no sooner had the sound of her voice entered his ear than he sprang to his feet and tried to grasp the form. But mind and body again became benumbed, and like the creeper from the tree, he sank at the feet of the enchantress. He could not speak. Again the woman, sitting down, took his head upon her lap. When Nagendra once more recovered from stupor, it was day. The birds were singing in the adjacent garden. The rays of the newly risen sun were shining into the room. Without raising his eyes, Nagendra said, "Kunda, when did you come? This whole night I have been dreaming of Surajmukhi. In my dream, I saw myself with my head on Surajmukhi's lap. If you could be Surajmukhi, how joyful it would be." The woman answered, "If it would delight you so much to see that unhappy being, then I am she." Nagendra started up, wiped his eyes, sat holding his temples, again rubbed his eyes and gazed. Then, bowing his head, he said in a low voice, "Am I demented, or is Surajmukhi living? Is this the end of my destiny, that I should go mad?" Then the woman, clasping his feet, wept over them, saying, "Arise, arise, my all. I have suffered so much. Today all my sorrow is ended. I am not dead. Again I have come to serve you." Could delusion last longer? Nagendra embraced Surajmukhi and laid his head upon her breast. Together they wept. But how joyous was that weeping! End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vineymala. Chapter 36. Explanation. In due time, Surajmukhi satisfied Nagendra's inquiries, saying, I did not die. What the Kabiraj said of my dying was not true. He did not know. When I had become strong through his treatment, I was extremely anxious to come to Govindpur to see you. I teased the brahmachari till he consented to take me. On arriving here, we learned you were not in the place. The brahmachari took me to a spot 6 miles from here, placed me in the house of a Brahmin to attend on his daughter, and then went in search of you. First to Calcutta, where he had an interview with Sarish Chandra, from whom he heard that you were gone to Madhupur. At that place he learned that on the day we left Haromani's house it was burned, and Haromani in it. In the morning people could not recognize the body. They reasoned that as of the 2 people in the house, one was sick and one was well, that the former could not have escaped from want of strength, therefore that Haromani must have escaped, and the dead person must be myself. What was at first a supposition became established by report. Ram Krishna heard the report and repeated it to you. The brahmachari heard all this, and also that you had been there, had heard of my death, and had come hither. He came after you, arriving last night at Protappur. I also heard that in a day or 2 you were expected home. In that belief I came here the day before yesterday. It does not trouble me now to walk a few miles. As you had not come, I went back, saw the brahmachari, and returned yesterday, arriving at 1 this morning. The window being open, I entered the house and hid under the stairs without being seen. When all slept, I ascended. I thought you would certainly sleep in this room. I peeped in and saw you sitting with your head in your hands. I longed to throw myself at your feet, but I feared you would not forgive my sin against you, so I refrained. From within the window I looked, thinking, now I will let him see me. I came in, but you fell senseless, and since then I have sat with your head on my lap. I knew not that such joy was in my destiny. But fie, you love me not. When you put your hand upon me, you did not recognize me. I should have known you by your breath. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vineymala. Chapter 37. The Simpleton and the Serpent. While in the sleeping chamber, bathed in a sea of joy, Nagendra and Surajmukhi held loving converse in another apartment of that same house. A fatal dialogue was being held. Before relating it, it is necessary to record what occurred on the previous night. As we know, Nagendra had held no converse with Kunda Nandini on his return. In her own room, with her head on the pillow, Kunda had wept the whole night, not the easy tears of girlhood, but from a mortal wound. Whosoever in childhood has in all sincerity delivered the priceless treasure of her heart to anyone and has in exchange received only neglect can imagine the piercing pain of that weeping. Why have I preserved my life? She asked herself. With the desire to see my husband? Now what happiness remains to be hoped for? With the dawn, sleep came, and in that sleep, for the second time, a frightful vision. The bright figure, assuming the form of her mother, which she had seen 4 years before by her dead father's bedside, now appeared above Kunda's head. But this time it was not surrounded by a shining halo. It descended upon a dense cloud ready to fall in rain. From the midst of the thick cloud, another face smiled, while every now and then flashes of lightning broke forth. Kunda perceived with alarm that the incessantly smiling face resembled that of Hira, while her mother's compassionate countenance was very grave. The mother said, Kunda, when I came before, you did not listen. You did not come with me. Now you see what trouble has befallen you. Kunda wept. The mother continued, I told you I would come once more, and here I am. If now you are satisfied with the joy that the word can give, come with me. Take me with you, mother. I do not desire to stay here longer. The mother, much pleased, repeated, Come then, and vanished from sight. Kunda woke and, remembering her vision, desired of the gods that this time her dream might be fulfilled. At dawn, when Hira entered the room to wait upon Kunda, she perceived that the girl was crying. Since the arrival of Kamalmani, Hira had resumed a respectful demeanor towards Kunda, because she heard that Nagendra was returning. As though in atonement for her past behavior, Hira became even more obedient and affectionate than formerly. Anyone else would have easily penetrated this craftiness, but Kunda was unusually simple and easily appeased. She felt no suspicion of this new affection. She imagined Hira to be sour-tempered but not unfaithful. The woman said, Why do you weep, Ma Thakuraini? Kunda did not speak, but only looked at Hira, who saw that her eyes were swollen and the pillow soaked. What is this? You have been crying all night. Has the Babu said anything to you? Nothing, said Kunda, sobbing with greater violence than before. Hira's heart swam with joy at the sight of Kunda's distress. With a melancholy face, she asked, Has the Babu had any talk with you since he came home? I am only a servant. You need not mind telling me. I have had no talk with him. How is that, Ma? After so many days' absence, has he nothing to say to you? He has not been near me. And with these words, fresh tears burst forth. Hira was delighted. She said, smiling, Ma, why do you weep in this way? Many people are over head and ears in trouble, yet you cry incessantly over one sorrow. If you had as much to bear as I have, you would have destroyed yourself before this time. Suicide. This disastrous word struck heavily on the ear of Kunda. Shuddering, she sat down. During the night, she had frequently contemplated this step, and these words from Hira's mouth seemed to confirm her purpose. Hira continued, Now hear what my troubles are. I also loved a man more than my own life. He was not my husband. But why should I hide my sin from my mistress? It is better to confess it plainly. These shameless words did not enter Kunda's ear. In it, the word suicide was repeating itself, as though a demon kept whispering, Would it not be better for you to destroy yourself than to endure this misery? Hira continued, He was not my husband, but I loved him better than the best husband. I knew he did not love me. He loved another sinner, 100 times less attractive than I. At this point, Hira cast a sharp, angry glance from under her eyelids at Kunda, then went on. Knowing this, I did not run after him, but one day we were both wicked. Beginning thus, Hira briefly related the terrible history. She mentioned no name, neither that of Devendra nor that of Kunda. She said nothing from which it could be inferred whom she had loved or who was beloved by him. At length, after speaking of the abuse she had received, she said, Now what do you suppose I did? What did you do? I went to a Kabiraj. He has all sorts of poisons by which life can be destroyed. In low tones, Kunda said, After that, I intended to kill myself. I bought some poison, but afterwards I thought, Why should I die for another? So I have kept the poison in a box. Hira brought from the corner of the room a box in which she kept the treasures received as rewards from her employers and also what she got by less fair means. Opening it, she showed the poison to Kunda, who eyed it as a cat does scream. Then Hira, leaving the box open as though from absence of mind, began to console Kunda. At this moment, suddenly, in the early dawn, sounds of happiness and rejoicing were heard in the household. Hira darted forth in astonishment. The ill-fated Kundanandini seized the opportunity to steal the poison from the box. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 38. The Catastrophe. Hira could not at first understand the cause of the joyous sounds she heard. She saw in one of the large rooms all the women of the house, the boys and the girls, surrounding someone and making a great noise. Of the persons surrounded, Hira could see nothing but the hair, which Kaushalya and the other attendants were dressing with scented oil and arranging becomingly. Of the bystanders encircling them, some were laughing, some weeping, some talking, some uttering blessings. The girls and boys were dancing, singing, and clapping their hands. Kamal was going round directing that shells should be blown and other joyous demonstrations, laughing, crying, and even dancing. Hira was astonished. Stepping into the throng, she stretched her neck and peeped about. What were her feelings on beholding Mukhi seated on the floor, a loving smile upon her lips, submitting to be decked with all her ornaments so long laid aside, speaking kindly to all, a little shamefaced. Hira could not all at once believe that Mukhi, who had died, was now amongst them smiling so pleasantly. Stammeringly she asked one of the throng of women, "Who is that?" Kaushalya heard the question and answered, "Don't you know? The goddess of our house and your executioner." Kaushalya had lived all this time in fear of Hira. Now in her day of triumph she vented her spleen. The dressing being completed and all kindly greetings exchanged, Surajmukhi said in a low voice to Kamal, "Let us go and see Kunda. She is not guilty of any fault towards me. I am not angry with her. She is now my younger sister." Only they two went. They were long away. At last Kamal came out of Kunda's room with the countenance full of fear and distress, and in great haste sent for Nagendra. On his arrival, the ladies told him he was wanted in Kunda's room. At the door he met Surajmukhi weeping. "What has happened?" he asked. "Destruction. I have long known I was destined not to have a single day of happiness. Else how is it that in the first moment of joy this calamity comes upon me? What has happened? I brought up Kunda to womanhood, and now that I have come hither with the desire to cherish her as my little sister, my desire has turned to ashes. Kunda has taken poison. What do you say? Do you remain with her? I will go for a doctor." Surajmukhi went on her errand, and Nagendra to Kunda's room alone. He found Kunda's face darkened, her eyes lusterless, her body relaxed. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay Mala. Chapter 39. Kunda's tongue is loosened. Kunda Nandini was seated on the floor, her head resting against the bedpost. At sight of Nagendra, the tears came into her eyes. As he stood beside her, Kunda, like a severed branch of a twining plant, laid her head at his feet. In a stifled voice, he said, "What is this, Kunda? For what fault are you leaving me?" Kunda had not been used to answer her husband, but now, at her last hour, her tongue was loosened. She said, "For what fault did you leave me?" Silenced, Nagendra sat beside Kunda with bent head. She went on, "If on coming home yesterday you had called for me, if you had once come and sat by me in this way, I had not died. I have had you but a short time. Even today my desire to see you is not satisfied. I would not have died." At these loving, heart-piercing words, Nagendra let his head fall upon his knees and remained speechless. Then Kunda spoke again. Today she was eloquent, for it was her last day with her husband. She said, "Fie, do not sit thus silent. If I see not your face smiling as I die, I shall not die happy." Surajmukhi also had thus spoken. In death all are equal. Struck to the heart, Nagendra said in troubled tones, "Why have you done this? Why did you not send for me?" Kunda, with many a smile transient as a flash of lightning, said, "Think not of that what I said. I said in the hurry of my mind. Before you came, I had determined that after I had seen you, I would die. I had resolved that if the Didi Surajmukhi returned, I would leave you with her and die. I would no longer be a thorn in her path of happiness. I had determined to die, but on seeing you, I was not willing." Nagendra made no answer. Today he was without reply to the formerly speechless Kundanandini. Kunda remained silent for some time. She was losing the power of speech. Death was taking possession. Then Nagendra saw the death-shadowed face full of love. Its gentle light shining in her troubled face remained stamped on Nagendra's heart to his latest day. After a rest, she said with great difficulty, "My thirst for speech has not been satisfied. I knew you to be a god. I never had the courage to speak. My desire was not extinguished. Death is approaching. My mouth is dry, my tongue falters. I have no more time." She rested her head upon Nagendra, closed her eyes, and remained speechless. The doctor came, but he gave her no medicine. Seeing that there was no hope, he withdrew with a sad countenance. Feeling that the last hour was come, Kunda wished to see Surajmukhi and Kamalmani. Both came. Kunda took the dust from their feet, they weeping loudly. Then Kunda hid her face between her husband's feet. She spoke no more. Consciousness gradually departed. Her face lying on her husband's feet, the youthful Kunda Nandini's spirit departed. The blooming flower died. Surajmukhi, checking her sobs, looked at her dead companion wife and said, "May thy happy fate be mine. May I die thus, my head on my husband's feet." Then, taking her weeping husband's hand, she led him away. Afterwards, Nagendra, recovering his firmness, took Kunda to the riverside, performed the last rites, and bade farewell to the lovely form. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Vinay. Chapter 40. The End. After Kunda Nandini's death, people asked where she obtained the poison, and all began to suspect that it was Hira's work. Nagendra directed that Hira should be called, but she was not to be found. Since Kunda's death, she had disappeared. From that time, no one ever saw Hira in that part of the country. Her name was no longer heard in Govindpur. Once only, a year later, she showed herself to Devendra. The poison tree planted by Devendra had by that time borne fruit. He was seized with the malignant disease, and as he did not cease drinking, the disease became incurable. During the first year after Kunda's death, the Bendra's summons came. 2 or 3 days before his death, as he lay on his bed without power to rise, there suddenly arose a great noise at the door. In answer to Devendra's inquiries, the servant said, "A mad woman wants to see you, sir. She will not be forbidden." He gave orders that she should be admitted. The woman appeared. Devendra saw that she was reduced by want, but observed no sign of madness. He thought her a wretched beggar woman. She was young and retained the signs of former beauty, but now she was a sight indeed. Her apparel soiled, ragged, patched, and so scanty that it barely reached her knees, while her back and head remained uncovered, her hair unkempt, dishevelled, covered with dust, and matted together, her body never oiled, withered looking, covered with mud. As she approached, she cast so wild a glance on Devendra that he saw the servants were right. She was truly a mad woman. After gazing at him some time, she said, "Do you not know me? I am Hira." Recognizing her, Devendra asked in astonishment, "Who has brought you to this condition?" Hira, with the glance full of rage, biting her lip and clenching her fist, approached to strike Devendra. But restraining herself, she said, "Ask again, who has brought me to this condition? This is your doing. You don't know me now, but once you took your pleasure of me. You don't remember it, but one day you sang this song," bursting forth into a love song. In this manner, reminding him of many things, she said, "On the day you drove me out, I became mad. I went to take poison. Then a thought of delight came to me. Instead of taking it myself, I would cause either you or Kunda Nandini to do so. In that hope, I hid my illness for a time. It comes and goes. When it was on me, I stayed at home. When well, I worked. Finally, having poisoned your Kunda, my trouble was soothed. But after seeing her death, my illness increased. Finding that I could not hide it any longer, I left the place. Now I have no food. Who gives food to a mad woman? Since then I have begged. When well, I beg. When the disease presses, I stay under a tree. Hearing of your approaching death, I have come to delight myself in seeing you. I give you my blessing, that even hell may find no place for you." Thus saying, the mad woman uttered a loud laugh. Alarmed, Devendra moved to the other side of the bed. Then Hira danced out of the house, singing the old love song. From that time, Devendra's bed of death was full of thorns. He died delirious, uttering words of the love song. After his death, the night watch heard with the beating heart the familiar strain from the mad woman in the garden. The poison tree is finished. We trust it will yield nectar in many a house. End of The Poison Tree by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. Translated by Mariam S. Knight.